We're going to call this meeting of the Oceanside City Council to order and start with a roll call, please.
Mayor Weiss.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Kine.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez. Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
And if you would please stand with me and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, if we could have our Humane Society rep come forward with something in a cage? It's not a lion. Okay.
Thank you. Hello. So I brought a couple of our rats with us. We have a lot of little rats at the San Diego Humane Society available for adoption. Rats make really great pets. They're almost like little dogs. They're very social, they're very cuddly, and they're really intelligent. You can train them to do little tricks. You can teach them to come when you call them by name. They're actually very clean little animals. If you just keep their cages clean and that, they're wonderful. They're wonderful pets. I've had them as pets. I even had a cat and a rat that used to play together. It was really fun. And so right now, because we have so many, we rescued quite a few recently, and because we have so many, we have a promotion, and it is $5 for a pair or a trio. You can't get one. It's better to have rats in pairs because they are so social and they don't sleep all night. So they need somebody, and while you're at work or during the night, they need somebody to play with and socialize with. So it's better if you have a pair of them. And of course you want to get, if you're going to have females, you want to get 2 females. If you're going to have males, you want to get males. So we don't have a lot of babies. So again, they're $5. You can get 2 or 3. And they make wonderful little pets. San Diego Humane Society, we actually have some at all of our campuses. These are at our Oceanside campus, 572 Airport Road in Oceanside. You can also look up on our website and see what we have down at our San Diego Gain Street campus or at our Escondido campus also. Let me put him away. I just had a couple more things. I just wanted to let everybody know that, in lieu of Veterans Day, right around the corner, we support our veterans all year long. If you're active military, we give you a 25% discount on all adoptions, whether it's dogs, cats, rabbits, whatever it may be, and that's all year long. If you're like a retired veteran, we will also honor that. And then I'd also just like to remind everybody that this is we're still in November, and it's Adopt a Senior Pet Month. So, if you're open to opening your heart to a loving pet for a companion, please come and see the San Diego Humane Society, and you can adopt from any campus. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to invite Mel Vernon and whomever is coming up with him for National American Indian Heritage Month.
Thank you, Peter, and City Council, City of Oceanside, our community that's here. I'm Captain Mel Vernon of the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians. part of our native community here, the Luiseños. And there's a picture of the mission up there. That was one of our first projects we had of the valley. Things have, it was controversial too, you know. But we seem to keep expanding and growing and getting along eventually with each other. But our powwow is the second weekend in June for all you people that haven't been out there. And it's wonderful to be recognized as of indigenous people of this land that goes back tens of thousands of years. So we're part of the community and appreciate our tribal members and some council people being here. And I'm going to read the proclamation, maybe not all of it, because that's a lot of words there. Proclamation in honor of Native American Indian Heritage Month, November 2019. Whereas, like our great nation, the history and culture of our local community and state began with history and culture of Native American and indigenous peoples. And whereas we acknowledge Payum Cowichim, the people of the West, have called the North San Diego County and Camp Pendleton region home for more than 10,000 years. And today, known as the Luiseño people, are represented by 7 bands and tribes: La Jolla, Pala, Palma, Pachanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Soboba. And whereas the contributions of Native Americans have enhanced the freedoms, prosperity, and greatness of America today, the customs and traditions of Native Americans are represented and celebrated as part of the rich legacy throughout the United States. And whereas evidence of tribal culture resources found throughout our region proves that the Luiseños have a long history and a rich culture that existed before first European contact, arrival of the Spanish missionaries, Mexican rule, and the establishment of the United States, and the Luiseños have survived every challenge generation after generation, adapting to meet changing times and circumstances with great optimism. Whereas we celebrate our commitments to respect and preserve the rich Native American history and traditions, and whereas the most sacred responsibility of the Luiseño people is to preserve and protect their ancestral territory, and the city of Oceanside has been an exceptional partner with San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians in a unified commitment to honor and protect historical and cultural sites. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Peter Weiss, Mayor of City of Oceanside, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, continue our commitment to work with the San Luis Rey tribe in the preservation of our shared cultural heritage. Do hereby proclaim November 2019 as Native American Indian Heritage Month and urge all citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities and other good times. So, I just added that part. Thank you. Thank you. We have some people that joined us from Vista. We did a little Native American Indigenous part. And the Unitarian Church, Palomar Unitarian. So a very nice community. And with that, thank you. You want to say a few words or introduce yourself?
My name is Roberta Guy Estrada, and I'm one of the members of the Tribal Council.
My name is Joseph Dwayne Caudell, and I'm a Luiseño Indian.
Miyuyam, my name is Diana Caudell. I'm with the Tribal Council of San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians.
My name is Pearl Guy Porritt, and I belong to the Luiseño Band of Mission Indians.
My name is Marshall Port. I belong to the Luiseño Band of Mission Indians.
I'm Raynette Olvera Anguiano, and I'm a San Luis Rey Band member.
Just one more thing. Our ancestors and elders we have passed lately, so it's a tradition and honor for our past ancestors that we acknowledge them today too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And at this time, I'd like to invite Colleen O'Hara to come forward to make a presentation on the Oceanside Charitable Foundation.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to share some very good news with you. The Oceanside Charitable Foundation, which is an affiliate of the San Diego Foundation, has been operating in Oceanside now for 12 years. We have created an endowment of $417,000, and we have granted out $570,000 to local nonprofits. All of them, thank you. All of our members, and any of you are welcome to become members if you want, all of our members contribute $1,000 a year. Half of that money goes into the endowment fund, which will create an income stream for us for years to come, and the other half goes into immediate grant making. The members of the organization then choose an area of need in Oceanside to grant out their money every year to local nonprofits. We have given money in the areas of art and culture, human services, the environment, science, and technology. This year, our focus is on community well-being. We will be looking for grant applications that will improve the cultural image of our community, deal with food insecurity, developing stronger families, and dealing with diversity collaboration. We encourage any nonprofit who's interested in applying for those grants to go to the Oceanside Charitable Foundation website. You will get all of the requirements, and anyone who's interested in becoming a member of the foundation should also go to the Oceanside Charitable Foundation website. We are fortunate that we have had some of our local businesses also support us, those being Tri-City Hospital, Scripps Health, Eternal Hills Memorial Park, and Front Wave Credit Union. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mullen?
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss items 2 and 3 on the closed session agenda. Item 2 is conference with real property negotiator involving the Oceanside Municipal Golf Course. Negotiating parties are the City of Oceanside and Oceanside Golf LLC. Negotiator for the city, Douglas Edow. Under negotiations are price and terms for the use of the property. Item 3, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation in the matter of one case. The council did meet and discuss both items 2 and 3. There's no action under the Brown Act to report. There was no meeting on item 1, which was the labor negotiation item.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to our consent calendar, which are items 5 through 22. Do we have any requests to speak on them?
Item number 16 has been pulled by the public.
Move approval for balance.
We have a motion and a second on the balance. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Who pulled 16?
Our first speaker is Sherry Mackin, to be followed by Colleen Balch.
Is there anyone that can help me with the overhead? Hello? Mayor and Council, my name is Sherry Mackin, Oceanside resident. I am very concerned about the proposed contract, as I believe it does not go far enough to protect the city from unscrupulous vacation rental owners and/or managers. Who is going to oversee inspecting vacation rentals for compliance, especially if the property has been issued a certificate of non-compliance? For example, while working as a house flipper, Councilmember Rodriguez owned property at 1613 Griffin Street prior to becoming a council member. On August 14th, Rodriguez was issued a notice to inspect the property due to complaints of non-permitted work. After denying the property was his, inspection was finally completed August 28th. when he finally admitted to owning the property. The property went into default when Rodriguez listed it for sale. City Code issued certificate of noncompliance on October 18th and recorded it on the 25th. Prior to selling the home, code enforcement requested Rodriguez need to provide City Code with a letter of proof of buyer and escrow company's understanding and acceptance of outstanding code violations before the property could be sold. That never happened. The property sold on Election Day. In a records request for all building permits for 1613 Griffin Street from January 2005 to date, the request came back stating no permits were issued on that property since 2005. But the real clincher is once Rodriguez got out from underneath the property, he began and continues to be the property manager for the short-term vacation rental. The new owner has been non-responsive to the city's attempts to bring the property into compliance. He has been issued fines in the amount of $2,600 and notices posted on the front door. Even with Rodriguez as the property manager, the owner has not responded to any communication from the city whatsoever. However, the city has collected $670 in TOT. This smacks of special treatment. Now the property is for sale again. As I stated in the past, I have grave concerns about houses with certificates of noncompliance being rented out as short-term vacation rentals. It puts our city at risk, especially in areas of electrical and structural work. Why can't the city halt the use of the property for a stir due to the certificate of noncompliance? Although you move forward with policy to collect TOT from short-term vacation rentals, what are you going to do about properties being allowed to be rented with certificates of noncompliance? It should be part of the listing agreement with Muni Reeves and included on the application under penalty of perjury and not be allowed to rent until the property is brought up to code, period. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council people. I'm a little bit on the same page here. I come from a background of code enforcement, and I don't see in this contract that we are actually giving them the information of has this person that's applying for a short-term rental permit, have they been in code compliance for the last year, 2 years, 3 years? We have a perpetual problem in this city of allowing people to operate while they're in non-compliance. We have, on the beach especially, one person that constantly breaks the rules, but we're going to allow him to operate with a pool on the beach. Hello. No health department permits, no permits to put it on the beach. I'm sorry, but if this company is going to take it over, and I may be misinformed, but before they're allowed to issue a permit for these people to operate, we should be making sure that the people that are going to operate are in compliance with our current codes. And if they're not, then they don't get to get their license. They have to wait until they're in code compliance, and maybe even a year after that to make sure they stay there. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that this is an issue not just for those two examples, but there are other examples that I've been made aware of where, you know, the subject matter here is approval of a professional services agreement with Muni Revs, doing business as lodging revs for short-term rental and transient occupancy tax compliance services. So the title does talk about compliance. And I imagine that's why these two people decided to speak on that subject matter. But Ms. John Mullen, Mr. City Attorney, where would be the appropriate place to, say, address this issue about having a house that is not in compliance, say, with building codes, and yet being able to receive permission to become a short-term rental?
A short-term rental permit application has to be reviewed by city staff, and inspections have to be conducted by the city. Muni Rev is not doing inspections on site.
Right.
City staff will be doing those inspections. So to the extent that there is a violation of the city code, they're not going to be issued short-term rental permits.
Okay, so So what happened in the past will never happen again?
We didn't have a short-term rental permit program before. It only went into effect November 1st. In the past, I think you're referring to TOT certifications that may have been filed, but every short-term rental permit has to pass, or the owner has to pass an inspection.
Okay, so for the public then, going forward, this situation of these non-compliance being, doing short-term rentals, going forward, that will not be allowed. And city is already being able to address that. So with that understanding, I'm going to move approval.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
I was just going to second it.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
With that, we'll go to our city manager item, which is the fourth quarter and year ending June 30th, 2019 financial status report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Jane McPherson. I am the Financial Services Director for the City of Oceanside. Tonight, I'm here to go over the preliminary results for the year-end June 30th, 2019. We are audited every fall. The actual CAFR, which is our financial document, will be presented in December at the council meeting, but we wanted to give you a preliminary and also ask for approval of the some budget adjustments and transfers. So staff submits the preliminary fourth quarter financial status report and recommends approval of the fourth quarter budget adjustments and transfers. A high-level overview, our amended budget was $154.9 million. We ended up at $162 million, 105% above the amended budget. Analysis fiscal impact. So during the year, property tax, we continued to see an increase of above budget at 104%. It's not as robust as the prior year, but we do continue to see increases. Sales tax, it's at 105% of budget, but this does not include the Measure X funds. This is straight sales tax. We've had full occupancy of most of our retail, especially large retail, and we're starting to, and plus new retail that has come into town, like Winco and others. So we are seeing the results of that. Transient occupancy tax at 115% of budget. Now, what's interesting, and we just had the short-term rental item, but the revenue share of short-term rental versus the hotel motel has increased. Although the dollars are still majority in motel hotel, they continue to increase. And now with the use of, we were using hosts to help us identify short-term rentals. Now we're going to have Lodge Rev, which is even a better product. And we're also working on contracts with Home Away. We already have one with Airbnb. We should have that in December. So we should see that number grow even more. General fund expenditures. We didn't spend all the budget. We ended up at 7% of budget. And then Measure X. So in April 1st, 2019, the half-cent transaction and use tax became effect. That was what was voted in November for the city of Oceanside. We have received $2.7 million for the last quarter of last year. Sales tax comes in unevenly, so the holidays we get a bit more than other periods during the year. The receipts are exactly in line what we had projected and presented to council. Funds that we received at year end, June 30th, are going to be put in reserves and used this current fiscal year. Recommendation is that staff recommends that City Council approve the fourth quarter budget adjustments and transfers. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Are there any speakers? Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. I move that we approve the adjustments and transfers.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
I would like to, that's really exciting to see that we, in your experience, when's the last time you've seen 5% just outside of Measure X sales tax increase?
It's fantastic. It's the best I've seen since we came out of the Great Recession.
Awesome.
Yeah, it shows you what the city's all about, what's happening here.
Absolutely. And same thing with the TOT tax. We're going to have extra funding to get code enforcement lined up and deal with problem properties and things to be a lot more structured, right?
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
No, I didn't second it. Okay. You can second it, but I'm not done.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So in looking over the budget and looking over the access funds, from what I understand, there's about 18 million in access, and per council policy, half of that is going to go toward unfunded pension liabilities. Is that correct?
Well, we had a surplus at the year end of about 7 million. So about 3.5 million is going to go to pay down the unfunded liability at PERS per policy. The remaining will be added to our already base of 16.8 to have additional funds. Now, we have many that are set aside, but they're not firm commitments by council.
Got it. I would just like to consider with my colleagues here if we could give direction to staff to come back to amend the CIP budget to look at next steps for the pier or even some more road improvements and begin moving forward on some of those steps.
We could do that at the budget time. Regular budget hearing. We'll probably be hearing about that about April.
Just wanted to see if there's any other interest from my colleagues to move on any of that with this extra funds to save some time on much needed road improvements or our pier that is, we can't afford for it to fall over if there's an earthquake.
The pier is going to be, what, $15 million? 20, sorry.
Well, I believe, Madam City Manager, at one point that we saw a memo of unfunded projects. Would it be possible for you to send us an update on the unfunded projects and then the amount that would be available if we did what Councilmember Rodriguez wants to do, and then we could, if we need to, we can put a Councilmember item on?
Yeah, just
at least we have information on what's out there.
Exactly. Staff to come back with maybe top priority infrastructure that we could review and approve at a future date. Good.
Absolutely, we can do that.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
And go to item 27. So item
27 has two speakers. Our first speaker is Steve Ford, to be followed by Jim Manlin.
Oh, I thought he meant 28.
Steve Ford. Is Steve Ford or Jim Manlin?
It might be outside.
Yeah, I don't know if there's sound. Steve Ford, you know. Jim Manlin. Jim?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Jim Mannion at 1820 Ivy Road, representing myself as a non-conforming panhandle. I used to rent my rooms as a short-term rental and no longer doing it because I'm on a non-conforming panhandle. You might remember I spoke on October 23rd at the meeting, and because I had no responses to my email. After that meeting, the day after, Councilmember Ryan called me and we had a very good talk. And although he explained a lot of his concerns, none of my property operations conflicted with his concerns. I believe that the last-minute decision to prohibit non-conforming panhandle lots pursuant to STR permits with the best available information at the time were made. Since then, I've gained more information on non-conforming panhandles. This new information is as followed. On October 3rd, Shannon Vitale, short-term rental memo update. In this memo, 16 panhandles were identified. Of these 16, 6 were identified as non-conforming panhandles. The memo also tracked complaints. Since June of this year, there were no STR complaints for non-conforming panhandles. I've spoken with 3 of the non-conforming panhandle STR owners and found out that they've been operating since 2017 with a total of approximately 1,500 STR nights without any complaints. So what has happened since the ordinance has been started right now? To my knowledge, not one party house has been shut down. However, 4 STR operatings approximately 3 years for a total of 1,500 nights without any complaints, taking away income and property rights from 4 retired fixed income owners. I sent emails out last week to council members requesting a meeting to discuss the possibility of allowing existing non-conforming panhandle owners to acquire an STR permit. I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to item 28. Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. Item 28 is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Section 28A.28 of the Oceanside City Code to provide updated informal bidding procedures under the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act.
Yes.
Move adoption.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Councilman Rodriguez, did you want to speak? So with that, we will take a short... Oh.
Steve Ford.
Steve Ford, you're up. You're up. Yeah. Unless there's another one.
Well, sorry I'm late. Well, public speaking is not my forte, unlike yourself, but I beg for your patience. I'm here on behalf of the Oceanside Yacht Club. You know, we help with the annual Parade of Lights in the harbor each year. And this year we were told we're going to be responsible for $1,600 to cover the officers in the patrol boat, parking directors on shore, and a security officer. Now, we're a small nonprofit. We don't make a lot of money. What we do make, we put back into building maintenance and our youth program. An example would be, we just completed a $68,000 elevator installation in a building that the city owns, and that was at 100% our expense. We also sponsor youth scholarships for children that couldn't otherwise attend our Learn to Sail program. So that's really our forte. But the trade-off here is the merchants in the marina. Every restaurant is full that night. That means their servers, their employees are all happy. The shoreline is lined with spectators, so they stay in hotels here. Some of them even may buy a timeshare when they're in town. But I couldn't help but notice that your taxes are all up over revenue, over expected revenue, transient, property, and sales tax. And we sincerely hope that the city would cover the expenses of the safety of the officers that promise to serve and protect your citizens. Now, we can't afford it. And I feel like I can speak on behalf of the 185 members of our club. They don't want to pay that fee. They're adamant about that. We think you should. In addition to that, we were asked by the city harbor manager if the Wilshire Yacht Club would pick up the trash left by the spectators on the shore the next morning. And once again, we feel that's kind of unfair, since over the last 20 years, we have promoted this project. The city has benefited tremendously. In fact, the city has even promoted it as the City of Oceanside Parade of Lights. We think it'd be really a disservice to the community, the vendors, and the restaurants if you were to force this fee on ourselves. Thank you.
Mayor Weiss, a late off-agenda item. Becky Rapp? Becky Rapp?
Hold on, Councilmember Sanchez, did you want to?
Thank you. I understand, but through speaking with the city manager, that a sponsor has been found to cover the costs. This is like the first time that this is happening. But I do feel that we ought to have discussions with the yacht club, because this really has become a City of Oceanside event. So I would ask the city manager to do that going forward.
You called Becky Rapp, right? Okay. Good evening, City Council members. As a public health advocate and in recognition of the county's Environmental Health Coalition's 40th anniversary, I'd like to share some important information provided yesterday regarding the almost 1 million illegal marijuana plants seized in California in 2018. As the article describes, this nearly 1 million pot plants from illicit grows is a substantial jump from last year's 614,000 pot plants, highlighting that the black market remains a persistent problem and impossible to eradicate. As State Attorney General Xavier Becerra reported, California is the largest supplier of marijuana to the rest of the country. Although it is illegal to sell marijuana outside the state, California produces 58% of the cannabis grown in the United States. The Campaign Against Marijuana Planting program has targeted illegal marijuana grows on public land across the state for 20 years. The program is a collaboration between the State Department of Justice, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, local police agencies, and federal agencies, including the U.S. Forest Service. It is a very expensive program to run. However, it has significant financial funding from the federal government. Marijuana grows can be dangerous. They have pesticides including carbofuran, methyl, and aluminum phosphate. And they can be heavy consumers of water and electricity and create polluted water and waste runoff that is difficult or impossible and very expensive for city staff to monitor. The article describes the death of a county sheriff deputy who was killed in a shootout with conflicting marijuana businesses because it is such a lucrative crop. Again, an expensive and miserable outcome when you have marijuana businesses in your town. I respectfully request that a financial analysis be completed for the cost and impact of marijuana businesses in the city. Thank you.
There are no more slips.
With that, we will take a break until 6 o'clock and come back for our public hearing items. The City Council meeting, and we will be starting here just a second on our public hearing item, which is on North River Farms. But before we do that, I'm going to ask for one, there's obviously, it's an emotional issue. I'm going to ask you to be respectful of each other's opinions, even though you may not necessarily agree with them. Two, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from interrupting the other speakers, and so we can make this go a little smoother. We have over, I think, 90 speakers at this point in time, so we'll be at 2 minutes a piece. So with that, we will open the public hearing for the North River Farms project and start with disclosures.
I've had staff, I've had about 1,400 on each side in emails and cards, and as well as the applicant and the actual landowner.
A lot of constituents, the staff, the applicant, and the landowner.
Staff, I've met with the applicant, I've met with a number of residents, and as Deputy Mayor Feller mentioned, we have somewhere in the range of 1,400, close to that from both positive and negative. I've also had a conversation with the landowner.
I've received a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and I would say that the form ones for the yes were many more, looking like it was coming from one place. So I would say that more of the emails were coming from Oceanside residents that were against the project. Of course, we have had several hearings on this. I did attend the Planning Commission hearings, and again, I've just spoken to a lot of people on the street have asked me about this project and voiced their concerns.
The applicant, staff, landowners, and the public.
And just so you know, the people that are in the lobby area, I believe the speakers are working out there, and we're going to try to make sure that people that are outside of the building, if their name's called, that they have an opportunity to get in to speak, because I understand there are people outside that may not hear it. So with that, Mr. Borrego.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's a pleasure being here this evening. Before I get started on the presentation, I just wanted to quickly introduce some of the key staff that are going to be joining me this evening and available to answer any questions. Seated from left to right here as I see them is on the end there Fire Chief Rick Robinson, City Traffic Engineer David DePiro, and the project planner, Rob D. Mohowski, who has actually done a great job of managing this project now for going on 3 years. So wanted to introduce Rob. So the proposal before you tonight is the North River Farms project. The project is comprised of various components that I'll be describing in a little bit more detail during my presentation. But essentially, as you can see here on the screen, it is currently proposed as a 585-unit mixed-use project that has components of agricultural, residential, commercial, open space, and recreational uses. The different actions that you're going to be asked to act on tonight are the general plan amendment, a zoning amendment, a development plan and plan development plan, a vesting tentative map, and the project environmental impact report, and I'll be speaking about each of those elements in a little bit more detailed. As far as some background goes, the project location, as you can see here on the map, of course, it's located in South Morrow Hills. The project site currently is proposed as 214.5 acres. The site is previously reviewed by the Planning Commission anyway, was 176.6 acres, and generally this difference in acreage has to do with the acquisition of the Bree property, which is about 37.5 acres, which is shown kind of on the upper left-hand corner of the property here. As far as the property's existing zoning and general plan designations go, as you can see on the slide to the left, the property has a general plan designation of both agriculture, which is the primary lighter colored shade there on the map, And the Bree property, which has now been incorporated into the project area, has a Estate A residential designation. Looking at the slide on the right, the property also has two different zoning designations. Again, the Bree property has a residential estate zoning designation, while the balance of the property is zoned agriculture. And portions of the site are also within the city's scenic park overlay zone. As far as the background is concerned, the project was first submitted back in August of 2016. Shortly thereafter, in early 2017, the project went through two general plan screenings, one by the Planning Commission and one by the City Council. Based on some feedback that was received by those decision-making bodies, the applicant went to work in reducing the unit count. As you can see on that second bullet, they first reduced the unit count down to 725 and then 656 units. In July of 2018, the application was deemed complete, which means that all the material had been submitted to allow the project to be scheduled for a public hearing. The first public hearing on the project was held by the Planning Commission in January of 2019. The Planning Commission did take action at that meeting to recommend City Council denial of the project. After that Planning Commission meeting, the applicant went back and made some project revisions and enhancements, and the project was actually sent back to the Planning Commission for a second review. That second hearing took place in May of this year. At that hearing, again, the Planning Commission recommended City Council denial of the project at that time. The project was subsequently scheduled for a City Council review in May, on May 22nd of 2019, and then shortly before the hearing, the applicant requested a postponement, which was granted by this body, the City Council. Since May, the applicant has made some additional project revisions, which we'll be going over in greater detail later on, and those projects revisions were actually submitted in July, and once those project revisions were received, it necessitated the recirculation of the project EIR, which was done in August with the public comment period concluding in late September. In terms of the project changes that have taken place since May of 2019, which again is when it was last scheduled for City Council consideration, the applicant has offered some, I would consider to be significant project changes. As you can see in these bullets here, the unit count was reduced down from 656 units down to 585. The developer offered to provide up to $1 million to the city towards long-range planning efforts for South Morrow Hills in the form of a community plan. They offered to dedicate 1 acre of land to the city and to construct a permanent fire station, and also committed to permanently funding a 2-person crew at that station. They did purchase the adjacent Bree property, as I mentioned, and have committed to preserving that property for agricultural or open space purposes by way of a deed restriction. They did make a change to the village core. You may recall that under the last iteration of the plan, there was a 100-room boutique hotel proposed. They've since provided some additional flexibility to also allow for consideration of restaurant brewery use. In addition to that, have offered to provide a lease incentive to the operator of that facility to get it up and running. They've offered to pay $500,000 to the city for future improvements to the Malba Bishop facility to be used at the city's discretion. In addition, they have offered a dog park, mountain bike trail, and other project amenities which would be open to the public. In addition to that, they have, well, this is actually part of an earlier plan provision, but they've offered to widen the College Bridge from 4 lanes to 6 lanes through a cantilevered system, which I'm happy to talk about later if there's questions about that. They have offered to provide some additional traffic improvements at North River and Vandergrift, pay $100,000 to fund our climate action plan implementation measures, to upgrade some utility lines, install a traffic signal at North River at Leon, and then also, again, which was actually part of the earlier plan, to provide some public facilities within the village core area. In terms of the different elements of the plan that are being proposed, as you can see here on this map, generally speaking, the project is broken up into 4 different planning areas. The higher density development, as you can see, is proposed in planning areas 1 and 2, which are on the bottom part of the slide south of North River Road. And that's where the village core is, the commercial uses are, where the fire station would be located, the dog park, amphitheater, and some agricultural uses. North of North River Road, there's 2 additional planning areas, 3 and 4. Those would actually be a lower density development. Hilltop Village, which is planning area 4, would be the lowest density neighborhood in the plan. And as I mentioned earlier, and is shown here on the plan, the Bree property would be preserved for agricultural zoning. All this would be accomplished through what's called the Plan Development Zone. They are requesting, as part of the action, an amendment to the code to allow the plan development zone to be applied to properties which are designated for agricultural use. Some of the other components that they're proposing is that's under consideration tonight is a vesting map. As you can see in this image here, that actually lays out the potential subdivision of the property should the project be approved. As I mentioned earlier, the project includes a plan development plan. Essentially what that is the zoning tool that establishes all the development standards, including things like parking, height, setbacks, things of that nature, and essentially functions as a zoning code for the development plan. Moving on, some of the architectural styles that are being proposed as part of the development, and again are reflected in the plan development style. You can kind of see the mix of different architectural styles here that they are proposing. Of course, a key component of the plan is the farming aspect of it. As you can see in this slide, the applicant is dedicating approximately 68 acres to agricultural use. It would be split up into different use types. The plan also includes a variety of recreational amenities. Some of these would be open to the public, including the dog park and village square park. Other amenities would be reserved for residents. As part of the development plan, they are also proposing essentially a backbone infrastructure system that's shown here. I know the print is a little bit small on the table there, but this is an excerpt of the development plan that essentially shows where the backbone infrastructure, streets, et cetera, would be placed. So as the project has wound itself through the public review process, there have been a number of community issues that have come to the forefront. Most of these issues have been addressed in the project environmental impact report. I won't go over each of these. I'm sure we'll be hearing more and discussing these as the hearing goes on, but these are the issues that generally have been focused on, and staff is certainly prepared to address as well should the commission or public have questions on those particular impacts. As I mentioned earlier, the project includes an environmental impact report, which was recently recirculated in order to reflect the development plan that's been updated. This slide here kind of shows the history of that environmental impact report. Again, it was recirculated recently in anticipation of this updated development plan. There are 2 significant impacts which cannot be mitigated fully, and those are addressed in the environmental impact report. And are also included in the statement of overriding considerations and CEQA findings, which are a part of the updated CEQA document. And there were actually some changes recently to that document that I believe were distributed to council and have been posted on the website as well. There were some modifications to that. But the 2 impacts that cannot be fully mitigated are population and housing, which is primarily due to the growth-inducing impacts of this plan into an agricultural area, and then also some traffic and circulation impacts at a couple of key intersections that cannot be fully mitigated, or if they are, can't be fully mitigated with 100% certainty. So the City Council has been provided with two different options this evening. Option A would be to approve the project. There are a series of resolutions and findings which include findings which are attached to your staff report should the council decide to approve the project. Option B would be to recommend denial or to actually deny the project, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. So generally speaking, should the City Council decide to approve the project tonight, the findings would be based on essentially the amenities and the significance of the amenities that have been proposed by the applicant as part of the project. And the City Council would be also asked at that point to approve the EIR and adopt the Statement of Overriding Considerations. Oops. Should the City Council decide to deny the project, these findings have been have been shared with the City Council and Planning Commission in the past, and they relate to some concerns that staff continues to have with the project based on its timing more so than anything with respect to the potential for future planning efforts out in South Morrow Hills. When the Planning Commission last reviewed this project, which was in May of 2019, the Planning Commission did take action to recommend City Council denial of the project. Of course, the Commission, as noted in the last bullet, did encourage the City Council to support the pending comprehensive update of the general plan with necessary resources to include outreach in a clear direction for the future development of South Morrow Hills. So that was the Planning Commission's last look at the project. So again, moving on to the recommendation, staff recommends that the City Council take one of two actions. Option A would be to approve the project, which you have all the materials before you to allow you to make that decision. And option B would be to deny the project, and again, you have the materials before you to take that action as well. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm going to go back and sit down at my seat there, and I, as well as the other staff, will be available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
This would be the time for the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Looks like we got a full house tonight. I'm Gil Miltenberger with Integral Communities, and I appreciate this opportunity to present what we believe to be one of the most innovative and thoughtful projects in San Diego County, called North River Farms. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. Tonight is about making a better Oceanside. I have lived in Oceanside for 19 years, and I've seen many positive changes over those years from what Oceanside used to be. It is about keeping the momentum going and propelling Oceanside forward with an infusion of new experiences such as North River Farms. Much attention has been focused and concentrated along the coastal region or the coastal parts of Oceanside, but North River Farms will bring positive change and investment to the northeast part of Oceanside and the city as a whole. Well, what is North River Farms? It is an agricultural community. Production farms will surround a wide variety of housing types, parks, trails, and a village core. Together, North River Farms promotes agritourism, which is a major goal of the city. Now I'd like to discuss where we started from and where we are today. Well, we started with roughly 1,000, up to 1,000 homes. Now we're capped at 585, as staff had said. That's 40% fewer homes. Original agricultural set aside was about 25 acres. Now we're 68 acres. And if you combine that with the open space, the increase is about 250%. The density went down from 5.6% to 2.7 DUs per acre. That means the density was reduced by half. Originally, we didn't have any college bridge improvements, and now we'll be widening the bridge. There was no money for Melville Bishop Park originally. Now there's $500,000 for park improvements. There was no money for a community plan. Now there's $1 million for those planning efforts. Public recreation wasn't really, we didn't have that much, and now we have included a dog park, bike trail, amphitheater, and also the Maker building. Originally there was no fire station, and now we're having a fire station. Next is, how does North River Farms make Oceanside better? One, it's pro-economic development. Through our fiscal analysis, it shows that we could create roughly 500 jobs, new jobs. It's pro-economy. It shows that in our study that $600,000 annual surplus, yes, surplus that would go to the city's bottom line. It would help attract new employers with better housing. It plans for the future with this $1 million contribution for the community plan. Next, North River Farms is pro-public safety. The new fire station with a police outpost is funded by North River Farms. This will put first responders in South Morrow Hills. Next, North River Farms is pro-housing. It provides for a wide variety of attainable housing for all family types, from 1,700 square feet to roughly 3,800 square feet for all income ranges. Also, it provides an economic engine for a building affordable housing for the most vulnerable in our city. Next is the pro-agriculture. Like I had mentioned before, 68 acres will be set aside into perpetuity. There'll be farm training programs through our education center for veterans, for children, seniors, and neighbors. It also will create farm jobs. Next, it's pro-infrastructure. It'll be widening North River Road to its ultimate 4 lanes. Also, the widening of College Bridge from 4 lanes to 6 lanes, which allows 10,000 more cars per day to travel over that bridge. The sewer is upgraded for future capacity. There's a total of 15 traffic mitigation measures that the project will pay for, which amounts roughly to over $8 million. Next, it is pro-recreation. The $500,000 that goes to the Melville Bishop Park. Also, this is actually a rendering of the dog park. We made it in the shape of a paw, and that will be open to the public. Also, we have a mountain bike trail that will be open to the public. Next is pro-education. Sometimes this gets overlooked, but with the build out of the project, $5 million in estimated school fees will be paid to Oceanside Unified. Also, it brings new students to a declining enrollment district. Also, there's opportunity for field trips to our farm and education center. It is undeniable that North River Farms will be an incredible enhancement to this part of the city and the city as a whole. Well, I'd like to talk about support. Okay. Over the past 5 years, we've conducted extensive community and neighborhood outreach with well over 100 of workshops, small group meetings, one-on-one meetings, emails, phone calls, and it has produced over 1,400 letters of support for North River Farms. And we have support from groups like Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, North County EDC, large and small farmers, adjacent neighbors, former California Secretary of Agriculture, also Oceanside Firefighters Association, just to name a few. Well, why now? Because the need is now. That is why we're asking for the approval of North River Farms tonight. I'd like to turn over the rest of the presentation to Nania Hammond, who will go over the project in detail.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. Over the course of the last 5 years, we have seen and heard that we cannot bring a plan forward that is just ordinary. In light of that, we have listened, refined, reshaped, and reimagined North River Farms into something that is extraordinary. What makes North River Farms extraordinary? Modeled after some of the leading agri-hoods in the United States, North River Farms will be a premier, award-winning example of community and partnership with the city of Oceanside. In crafting the plan, we heard that it had to be local to Oceanside. And as good corporate stewards, we made changes to the project, but we also weighed changes and contribution toward public benefit. For example, after holding monthly meetings at Melba Bishop, we saw the tremendous community need for improvements at this facility, which was the impetus for this commitment. Oceanside is embarking on an agritourism trail which starts at our front door. In order to get there safely and efficiently, we are improving every roadway that leads to us. We are doing more than what is required. As you can see from this visual, it's a little bit difficult in the yellow, we are contributing millions of dollars into the Oceanside economy, improving currently failing road systems that you drive on today, miles away from the project. Thoughtful planning is a means of effectively stitching together existing elements and planning for the future. Contextually, North River Farms lies at the western edge of South Morrow Hills. Previous planners and councils have brought urbanization to our doorstep. To get to us, you pass retail, high-density residential, a federally funded transit center, Melba Bishop Regional Park, and Del Rio Elementary School. All of these are within walking distance. Within 2 miles is the back gate of Camp Pendleton, which employs 42,000 active duty personnel. North River Road is classified as a 4-lane major in the circulation element, so we have committed to widen the road from Vandergrift to Wilshire, with additional improvements all the way at Sleeping Indian. These improvements will make you feel that you have arrived somewhere special. The road will be much safer, widened to 4 lanes, with traffic calming measures, including 2 roundabouts and a traffic signal. The road will be improved with on-street bicycle lanes. This is an area where Race Across America begins, and the shoulder right now doesn't exist. This road is 18 feet wide. A center median and a 10-foot multi-purpose trail will be woven through the farm mosaic, which lines the road the entire length of the North River Farms community. For South Morrow Hills, the intention is to set the tone of agritourism. And as you can see from this video, the homes are set back from the road, so agriculture is what you feel and see when you arrive. So what is agritourism and how do we enhance it? Agritourism is a means of bringing people into a region to enjoy what farm activities it has to offer, giving them something to do, like a workshop, something to buy, produce, something to see or experience, like a concert. These are the ideas we have used to start the crafting of the plans, and all of these extraordinary experiences are beyond just housing and a place to live. So come take a journey with me, if I can get on the video, on what a day would be like living or visiting North River Farms. You can walk out your front door to get a cup of coffee while your kids play on the village green. Fronting on the green is the Millstone Makerspace building. With high ceilings and flexible stall spaces, local artisans will craft and sell their products directly to you. For dinner tonight, pick up some produce at the Saturday Farmers Market. We'll have temporary stalls located in front of the Makerspace building, the Millstone, but there's also permanent stalls that will be powered by solar. This is South Morrow Hills' first farmers market. You could also use the electric bike share program to cruise around the village or take it over to the transit center or Melba Bishop Park. If you wanted to eat, drink, or gather, there will be opportunities for a brewery, restaurant, and shops. There's nothing like this in Oceanside, especially north of the river. Families, teams, friends can all meet up to enjoy the view and camaraderie this gathering place has to offer. In the afternoon, classes or workshops will be offered through the Education Center. Later, you could take a ride on the pump track or enjoy some canine companionship in Oceanside's only dog park. The 68 acres of agriculture will be professionally managed by a farm staff. The production farm lies 12 to 15 feet below the rest of the community, which is raised out of the floodplain. The farm will be planted with a variety of seasonal produce, and after a busy day, retreat to the outdoor amphitheater for a concert in the park. If North River Farms were a place you would choose to live, we've planned for a variety of single-family detached housing. Homes in the core are planned to be pedestrian-friendly, walkable to the amenities in the core. In addition to the public amenities, they will have access to their own pool and community gardens. The homes will range in size from 1,700 to 2,400 square feet. Homes north of North River Road are larger in size, ranging from 2,800 to 3,800 square feet. These homes will have multiple recreation areas, including a pool and community building, community gardens, and trail connections. The larger homes are planned to accommodate master bedrooms down, single-story floor plans, and casitas for multi-generational or move-down buyers. The largest amenity in the community by far is the preservation of the farm. At almost 70 acres of agriculture, this will be one of the largest consolidations of agriculture in South Morrow Hills. And what proposes to be different about our farm? It will practice organic methods until it receives certification. It will contribute to the local food network. It will be accessible to residents and neighbors. It will use education to broaden its reach to the school district, veteran community, and for farm training programs. So whether you want to visit or live at North River Farms, fire safety is of the utmost importance. In an unprecedented move, the project will build and equip a fire station and police outpost and fund the ongoing cost of fire staff. Also extraordinary are the commitments for public benefit. Road improvements, sewer, water, storm drain, reclaimed water, and the preservation of agriculture are all well beyond the minimums of what is required by CEQA. To put this in perspective, the requirement for open space per housing unit is 300 square feet. We are providing nearly 6,000 square feet per home, not including their individual backyards. The community will produce nearly 500 jobs, a $600,000 annual positive net fiscal benefit to the city of Oceanside. This project will not cost taxpayers of Oceanside money. Rather, it puts money back in the pockets of residents by carrying more than its weight in public benefit. In addition to those funds, the ongoing funding of the fire station staffing over 30 years totals more than $28 million of benefit for Oceanside and for South Morrow Hills. North River Farms is not just a community, it's a lifestyle. You don't have to live there to enjoy it. A well-planned community with public benefit is important to a local economy. Employers, high-quality retail, industrial, and jobs follow well-planned communities. Throughout this process, we have worked diligently with staff, neighbors, farmers, and policymakers. We've conducted hundreds of meetings that have shaped the community we propose tonight, taking it from ordinary to extraordinary. As you can see from the audience tonight, our support spans far and wide. Many of them are outside and even in the hallways. Organizations.
Excuse me, if you could please, I ask you to please be respectful.
Our support letters include over 600 letters from the Arrowwood community expressing a desire to see the College Bridge expanded, immediate neighbors to the project, community leaders and farmers, the Oceanside Warriors, Solutions for Change. I would like to thank you for carefully weighing the merits of this extraordinary project and respectfully ask that you vote yes in favor of option A to approve the North River Farms project. We have our consultants and we're here ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
So I asked you earlier to hold your applause. If you keep being disruptive, we're going to sit here and start taking breaks. We'll be here all night. So there's close to probably 100 speakers now?
Over 100.
Over 100 speakers. So Councilmember Sanchez, you wanted to make a quick comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I did receive a document, and I wanted to read it so that it can be part of the record. Instructions. Pick up and put on a shirt when you get off the bus. Pick up a little paddle sign when you get off the bus. We will sit together in the City Council chamber. Stay in your seat from 3 to 8 p.m. unless you need a break. If you need a break, please let your team leader know. Team leaders will be solution staff seated at the end of the rows. Team leaders will text reserves to replace those who need a break. If anyone asks you why you are here, say the following. Integral is supporting Solutions for Change and my family, so I am supporting them. Say no more. Do not talk to the media. Refer media to Chris or Paul. Get back on the bus so we have a good count, and don't leave anyone behind. Thank you.
So with that, if you want to call the first 5 or so speakers, and then we can try to make sure we get the people outside as well.
Good evening. Zeb Navarro, City Clerk. We have 2 microphones. I'm going to call the speakers 5 at a time. Our Assistant City Clerk, Vida, will be by the door, and she will call the people that are in the lobby and that are outside. If you can, please hold your applause till the end so everybody can hear when they're being called to the podium. Sounds good? All right, perfect. So our first speaker is Marva Bledsoe, to be followed by Chris Megason, to be followed by Kathleen McGowan, to be followed by Stephen Gender, to be followed by Carolyn Kramer.
Make your way down to either one of the podiums right now.
And as part of your name, I would like to hear if you reside in Oceanside and whether you are somehow associated with a developer or received a meal.
I know Councilman Sanchez is a little passionate about this, but by law, you are not required to state anything, so you could speak freely.
We have our first speaker, Marva Bledsoe.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Marva Bledsoe. I live at 1406 Denise Circle in Fire Mountain. My family has a long, rich history in this city, and I have lived here for over 40 years. I'm here tonight in support of North River Farms. I've seen many projects come to this city during my time here, and most of them have improved the city for the better. North River Farms is another one of those. I hope you'll look at the merits of the project this evening, as well as the facts. Over the past 5 years, North River Farms has worked hard to listen to staff and public input to bring forward this project that is now the right fit for Oceanside. We have historically taken a wait-and-see attitude in this town, and I think it's time we took control of our future and moved forward. This project creates the mix of housing we so desperately need. It will add housing for our executives, our workforce, and allow new families a place to put down roots. It joins those 2.5-acre estates that are already located in the area to broaden the mix. It also brings incredible benefits to our city, money for OUSD, the new fire station, the widening of the bridge, other infrastructure, and it creates a path towards agritourism. I hope you will join me in supporting North River Farms, and as I say, the time to act is now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Megason. I have lived on and off in Oceanside here for 30 years after getting out of the Marine Corps. I'm also the founder and the president and CEO of Solutions for Change. And I also founded the largest aquaponics farming operation in the Western United States that is staffed by formerly homeless folks that grow food so that we can feed ourselves and sell the food to support our efforts. So I really take, I'm not sure how to respond to Councilmember Sanchez's statement other than to say I'm really proud of our people here today that came out today. Many of them are Oceanside residents. We did not come here from Escondido like some folks are saying. We live in this community. We work in this community. We are part of Oceanside, and we're supporting something tonight that we're going to set the tone for our third decade of service here. We have taken hundreds of families off the street, and let me tell you why that's important here to be here tonight in support of this developer. We believe that the homeless need to work, and we believe in drug-free places, the government has told us that we can't do our jobs by setting standards that reject people using heroin and methamphetamine in our programs and offer mandatory work requirements. So what that means is that Solutions for Change is 100% reliant on the private sector. This company, Integral, has been supporting us for 10 years. They have been with us, and I am in no way ashamed of that. It's because of the private sector that we're actually able to help these families here from Oceanside. Without them, without people like them, we're done. We can't do our mission. We cannot support people without them. And so I'm proud to be here tonight in support of them. We have over 50 of our folks here in support, and I urge you to support this project and say yes to this amazing organization here that is going to be good for Oceanside. Thank you.
My name is Kathleen McGowan. I'm speaking as a 32-year firefighter with the state of California. We have many problems with this development, but I'll speak to the fire issues and the evacuations. In 2016, Highway 76 was gridlocked with evacuees. Now I can't even read my own writing. We were lucky that fire stopped because the wind stopped. If the wind had not stopped, we would have lost more lives and more homes. But that gridlock is now going to be more. We have additional homes in Escondido, which are all going to come in that way. We have additional homes in Fallbrook. We have additional homes in Bonsall. We have additional homes now at the Mission that have not been sold out. We have additional homes that you've already approved at the swap meet and on Oceanside. That doesn't even account for the traffic that's going to be on 76. One new fire station, and by the way, that fire station is only staffed with 2 people, which doesn't meet the NFPA standards, which means those firefighters will not be able to go into a structure until the other firefighters arrive from a different station. That's not going to address the wildland fire issues. As we experienced in Santa Rosa, Redding, Paradise, and again, Sonoma County this year, it takes a wall of fire engines to stop these wildland fires. That means they need to be able to get in. If Highway 76 is gridlocked with all of the additional people, where are we going to go? We can't get in. That was established in Paradise. People are going to die. Until the evacuation issues in these roadways are addressed, and we've already said 76 is not going to be widened. There's no hope there. There needs to be another way out. We should not approve any additional evacuation personnel in fire danger. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, my name is Stephen Gendel, G-E-N-D-E-L. I live at 1770 Corte Ventana here in Oceanside. I don't have a nifty t-shirt. I didn't get any pizza. I'm here speaking solely on behalf of myself as a resident of Oceanside and on behalf of my family that lives here, including my 2 little grandchildren. I'm a former television reporter, so I'm not accustomed to speaking on this side of the cameras on an issue, but I'm here tonight for 2 important words: public safety. As a reporter, I'll tell you that last spring I attended a CAL FIRE meeting where they talked about the issues the speaker before me just addressed. There is concern about increased development in northeast San Diego County. Maybe they didn't address this project specifically, but overall, it's nice to have North River Road widened, but where's it going to go? The 76 can't evacuate people, and even when we get to the 15, it can't handle the outflow of people and the income of emergency vehicles. Sadly, this is no longer hypothetical. Monday, I was in Los Angeles, and I drove through the charred remains of the Sepulveda Pass. Last week, I was driving home from San Diego, and on the horizon, I saw a black plume of smoke. When I got home, I found out it was an agricultural fire here in Oceanside, just 6.4 miles from where I live. Fortunately, the winds had died down, but we can't plan based on winds dying down, just the other way around. So it's a nifty community, but anything that impacts public safety, I think you only have one choice. It's either development and money or it's protecting our lives. I vote for protecting our lives, and Mr. Mayor, council members, I hope you will too. Thank you.
Carolyn. Our next speakers are Carolyn Kramer, to be followed by Sherry Mackin, to be followed by Louise Balma, to be followed by David Nidegger, to be followed by Scott Ashton.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Carolyn Kramer, 904 Leonard Avenue, Oceanside, over a 30-year resident in this beautiful community. Please deny the North River Farms project. Please do the right thing for our city's future and do not certify this EIR. This project is not for Oceanside residents. Maybe the people in the green shirts that got their shirts paid for by Integral can appreciate this. I don't know if they can afford it. Can our residents afford a $4,000 plus mortgage payment each month that goes along with purchasing one of these properties? That would take an income of approximately $12,600 per month to afford this. Using Integral's own figures with a 20% down payment, the payment would be $4,190 a month, plus the unknown figures. Using a more realistic down payment of 5%, which is $27,500, that payment increases to approximately $4,681 per month and includes costs they have not disclosed. Increased home insurance due to location, and of course the Mellow Roof CFD fee to be paid by homeowners to pay for the new fire station and the other so-called amenities and improvements. Please take a step back and deny this project. We need to have our general plan updated, and we need time to do our own vision for Oceanside. Please do not let development or developers dictate what our future Oceanside will look like. So your choice tonight is to do do you want to be another Mission Viejo in Orange County, or do you want the future of Oceanside to be something special? Let's give the Morrill Hills Vision Plan a chance to come to fruition. This project is not for any of us or any of you sitting up there. Your decision tonight will shape what the future will be for our children and our grandchildren. Give them something they can be proud of. Think outside the box and let's give Oceanside its own vision. Don't set a precedent for every other developer to come knocking on the door.
Please wrap it up.
It's been said many times before, let's not pave paradise and put up another parking lot. We cannot grow any more land. Please do the right thing and deny this project once and forever. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sherry Mackin, longtime Oceanside resident, and I'll be short, so I'll give my time to Carolyn Kramer. I request that you vote no on this item. Option B is the only way to go. For well over 10 years, farmers, business, and neighbors have worked together to create a plan for South Morrill Hills. Let's let them finish the plan. Update our general plan, and then let the developer submit his plan. Let's not get the cart before the horse. What the developer is asking is nothing more than spot planning at its worst. You can do this right. Please show leadership and vote no on the item. Additionally, Councilmember Rodriguez, you need to recuse yourself from this vote. Don't taint the entire council should you vote tonight. Do the right thing. Recuse.
That's your last warning on the applause. Please hold the applause so we can get through. This is going to be a long evening. I know the emotions are raw, but let's just get through this.
Honorable Mayor and our City Council, Louise Bama, Southmore Hills resident since 1994. You've heard a lot about North River Farms, but one point of significance is stated tonight, quote, significant impact that cannot be mitigated, population and housing. This project has the potential to induce substantial population growth because it would exceed the planned residential and population growth of the area. The overall density for North River Farms is 2.73 dwelling units per acre, which takes into account all the roads and topography and parks and trails and farmland and commercial buildings and bioswales and the dense housing. It's a fair factor to place on the remaining large landowners' lands in determining just what the growth could be in Southmore Hills based on this potential entitlement. And that number is almost 6,000 more homes without a plan. If Integral is entitled, North River Farms will take, in developers' language, all the low-hanging fruit of the available infrastructure, leaving the remaining large landowners that have been in Southmore Hills for decades, the farmers and neighbors whom you and I respect, the burden of building a new bridge over the San Luis Rey River, of widening Sleeping Indian all the way to the 76, connecting and providing new roads throughout the area, a new sewer line all the way to the San Luis Rey sewage treatment plant, or maybe even add a new sewage treatment plant in itself, and maybe a real fire station. Is this a direction you see best for Southmore Hills and those farmers? A plan is needed first, and it's slated to begin with your approval first part of 2020, just a few months away. A plan, a public process that will set the density, determine the infrastructure, and create a neighborhood in Oceanside that respects our rural heritage, the neighbors, the community, the city, and most important, the farmers. I say, what's the rush? Vote no.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, my name is David Neidegger. I've lived in Oceanside my entire life. I went to school here. I met my wife here in the beach. I've raised my children here. They went to the Oceanside school districts, and now I'm proud that my grandson is also attending Palmquist. As someone who grew up here, I know how important it is that this project is to our city. If the city plan, redevelopment plan had been done decades ago, it was written in when was it written? A long time ago. But anyway, it's been 33 years on a typewriter. We should get with a program and so we wouldn't have to do these kinds of things. But we're here. North River Farms is going to allow families to come in, folks that are needed desperately in our community for some of our major industries. For example, Genentech, Gilead, and some of the other folks. These folks need people to come here. The time for this project, we need to prove it now. The developers have gone back, listened to the community, and gone back and changed the plan, 3 times now to appease them and come back, and yet still the people here that don't want it or I just don't understand that. By reducing the homes, by increasing the acreage, the dog park, the fire station, all those amenities are something that we desperately need in our community. And I urge you to vote yes on this proposition this evening. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Scott Ashton, to be followed by Dee Keck, to be followed by Tammy T-A-U-N-T or T-A-U-R-T, to be followed by Colleen Balch, to be followed by Ruben Major.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Scott Ashton. I'm the CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here on behalf of the Chamber to reiterate our support for this project. Our city is at a critical point in addressing our housing crisis and planning for our future. It is important that we approve a wide variety of housing projects that will meet the needs of our business community and our future residents. We believe that it is critical to stay ahead of any possible state mandates related to housing. We know that SB 50 was shelved for now, but we should be prepared for the impacts of similar legislation. In the course of the planning process, we have watched the project change in scope and size in response to staff and community input. The latest modifications feature numerous public benefits, including $1 million toward the long-range planning efforts in South Morrow Hills. The current proposal has expanded to include over 40% of the project area to be dedicated as open space and agriculture, including the 37.5-acre Breeze property. The village core was modified to increase opportunity for more commercial space, restaurant, and retail. These changes, along with the significant traffic improvements that extend above and beyond the requirements, will have meaningful impact on our surrounding communities. As a chamber, we support the project for a variety of reasons, including its heavy investment in backbone infrastructure, and we believe that the time is now for North River Farms. In order to attract and maintain quality businesses in Oceanside, we must address the need for a more diverse housing stock. I ask you to join the chamber in supporting North River Farms. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dee Keck. I am a resident of Oceanside. I came here tonight neither for nor against. I did not come prepared to speak. I'm impressed with those who did and have notes accordingly, so I'm speaking from my heart. When I arrived at 3:45 and found less than half of the seats available because they were being occupied by people in green shirts, people that I recognized as not living in Oceanside, I was prompted to speak tonight. Normally, this is not my thing to do. I live on the 76. It's difficult to come and go at any time of the day. And if this number of houses goes in, I'm questioning the viability of the opportunity to go forth and do our business, to enjoy our community, to retain the safety that we've questioned in the past because of fires, because of our opportunities to come and go. People inland have terrible fires. They come our direction to get out of there. How do we come and go when they are trying to get down this 76 corridor? Where do we go? We can't go because they are on our road already impacted by a very narrow opportunity to come and go inland to the beach. Many of them on a weekend love those people to come to our community. Already that's impacting us. So I ask you please to consider the transportation and the safety of the citizens, those of us who are sitting outside because we couldn't get a seat inside because the seats were taken before 4 o'clock and they did not have the opportunity to be here to be represented, even though they are the taxpayers, the ones who live in our community, contribute to our community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council people, Colleen Balch, South O. You've heard from a few people about the fire hazard issues. My background is 20 plus years as a fire prevention person, always in new construction and setting up new communities just like what's being presented today. It is beyond my comprehension that we are even considering doing something like this without more ways to evacuate people out of this area. Just widening roads doesn't do it. You still need a way in when we're trying to get out. It doesn't work. Prevention looks at things very different from suppression people. However, I commend the gal from CDF for speaking tonight because she's right on. She lives it. I've lived it. I've worked many working fires in my time with Carlsbad, and there is no reason in the world tonight we should be looking at this for this one issue, evacuation. Thank you.
Is Tammy? Oh.
Hi, my name is Tammy Taunt. I have lived in Oceanside for over 21 years. I did not plan on talking tonight, but I am talking from my heart. Esther Sanchez, thank you for your support against and listening to the citizens. I am the granddaughter of 2 ranchers, one of which was, he homesteaded land in the Imperial Valley. So I have a long-standing respect for agriculture. As a realtor, I say no to North River Farms, even though I know that would have been a great place for me to make a living. and help people buy homes. North River Farms project is going to impact our community in a really bad way. I live in Wheelan Ranch that is on the corner. It is bordered by North River Road and Douglas. I drive North River Road a lot, and it's already extremely dangerous. The lilac fire was extremely scary, and we may not have gotten out had that wind not stopped. This North River Farms project is only going to make things worse. We need agriculture. We need open space. We don't want to be Los Angeles or Orange County. We don't want to be a concrete jungle. The city council has a reputation for not listening to the citizens, which is apparent by the high rises downtown that many of us voted down 4 or 5 times. And I really feel like you need to be correct and listen to us. The Proposition Y was so confusing that nobody knew that they were actually voting for something when they really wanted to vote against. Thank you for your time.
Ruben Major, to be followed by Luke Gerling, to be followed by William Fisher, to be followed by Mary Ellen Reese, to be followed by Jody Williams.
Hello, my name is Ruben Major, and my wife and I live here in Oceanside with our 3 children. I'm a paramedic, an educator, and disaster management trainer of over 20 years. I've managed mass casualty incidents and large-scale evacuations. My concern is for the lives of our residents. Last year, over 100 people lost their lives and more than 22,000 structures were burned due to California wildfires. This project sits in an extreme fire risk area. During the lilac fire, my son and I were driving back from helping the residents of Fallbrook at the evacuation center there, when we witnessed heavy flames and fire arrows very close to where this project sits. The potential for people to die is too great for this project to be approved. We must draw a line right here and right now. I have spoken with hundreds of voters who do not want this development. It is bad for our community and sacrifices our environment for future generations. This is a corrupt proposal brought to you by dark and dirty money, which the city council members have either benefited from or accepted. Builders stand to make millions and risk the lives of thousands. Many organizations stand to benefit at the expense of our community. How many people here are graduates from Solutions for Change? Why do previous or former board members who sit on Solutions for Change have history working for or with the Building Industry Association? Why are those who are in charge of Solutions for Change so vested in this vote? Why has the nonprofit Solutions for Change held rallies which include guest speakers such as Rudy Giuliani and Darrell Issa? Follow the money.
Please wrap it up, Ruben. Thank you. And thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute recess. We are going to reconvene the meeting of the Oceanside City Council. If you could please find your seats. Am I on? If you could please find your seats. And Zeb, if you want to go over the list of the next speakers, please.
Next speaker is Luke Gerling, to be followed by William Fisher, to be followed by Mary Ellen Reese, to be followed by Jody Williams.
Council, my name is Luke Gerling. I'm the owner, farmer of Cyclops Farms in Oceanside. I'm here to ask you guys to turn down the proposal from North River Farms, primarily in response to the fire issues that we have in the zone. I could go on a big list of rants on why I don't really like the whole project, but there are a big list of things why I do support developments like this, but not in that zone. You know, I feel like I've gotten a lot of flack from people about not wanting people to move here, and that's not the case. I think the case more for me is maybe a more healthier and a more appropriate development plan that needs to be taken place in the city of Oceanside. I think we've gotten out of hand a little bit. I think the character of the city is at risk. And you know, I went to elementary, I went to Reynolds down in the valley there, I went to Oceanside High. I've been here ever since. I love Oceanside. I've never left. You know, I've grown up here. It's obvious. I know why people want to come here. I know why the Warriors football team families are here and support. They're here to support their kids, and they've been thrown money. I'm a little at odds, you know, where's your character at? Because you're just getting bought by some fancy developers. I think we as a city of Oceanside should just be supporting our own Warriors football team and making the money for your own complexes. In my zone, coming from Oceanside, we tell people like that to kick rocks, and we'll take care of our own selves. I want you guys to really think about where you live, Christopher, at Blue Heron, if you still live there, about being caught in a fire evacuation. I live just behind you in a fire zone, and it's not smart to build stuff where you guys are proposing. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, my name is Bill Fisher. I live at 510 Estramos Court in Oceanside. Your decision tonight on this project will determine the future of Oceanside and your legacy. Do developers have the most influence in our town, or does the council want to be thoughtful and responsive to the community? Do you want to leave a legacy to preserve the city's valuable and irreplaceable farmland and open spaces, or be the ones to erase them from the map forever? Will you follow the established zoning rules and general plan tonight? And will you thoughtfully look to the future and wait for the updated general plan and the South Morrow Hills specific plan before developments like this are considered? Or would you prefer to have the developers determine our development policies and rules? Your yes vote tonight will all but ensure that zoning for all land, including agricultural, can be changed on a developer's whim, as long as any developer adds enough irrelevant bonuses to their project. That makes for patchwork development and will have irreparable consequences for Oceanside's future. We will be watching your decision tonight very carefully, and we will remember it at election time.
Okay, my name's Mary Ellen Reese, and I live in Oceanside in Southo. I don't know whether everybody here realizes it, but Oceanside does not have a code of ethics. It's appalling that how long has this town been here? I'm hoping that you all are going to remedy that, hopefully put it into the laws that run the town. But not having it now doesn't mean that you can't act ethically now. If you own property in South Morrow Hills, if you've taken money from the Building Industry Association, or the Milanos, or the Nagata family, you have a bias. You should be recusing yourself if any of those things apply to you. Thank you.
Jody Williams, to be followed by Terry Emmerich, to be followed by Dennis Cisneros, to be followed by Carrie Lasco.
Can I get the camera? You don't think you would take it ever
All righty, good evening, Mayor, council members, hello, one and all. Here we are again. To recap, I believe these folks want to tear out a farm to make farms. Interesting. Tori Walker, the developer's own water engineer, was the person responsible for shrinking the footprint of the floodplain just before the push for this development began. There's a fun fact. Henshaw Dam's 100 years old. If the rains don't flood the people out, the dam collapsing will. This was merely Valentine's Day of this year, and this is right across the street from the Melba Bishop Center. So that gives you a little bit of idea what's going on, which I'm glad you're going to give some money to the Melba Bishop Center because you'll need to protect them. Alrighty, so jobs. You guys already have a lopsided job to home ratio. Now you want to put in more homes. Recently on Zillow, I believe it was, there were 630 homes that were available. So I'm not sure where this housing shortage is. Mr. Feller, I am elated. Your soundbite this morning in the paper that you're concerned about the public safety. That's a terrific timing. And you guys have an option. You have an option B that you guys can vote on, that you can save the people, be safe for them. There should not be this wild rush to develop this land. I'll leave you with a memory that I have years ago. A colleague of mine abruptly got married, and a very short time later they divorced. He mused, when so many people care and ask you, are you sure you know what you're doing? You should listen.
Mayor, Council, my name is Terry Emmerich. I've lived in Oceanside for over 30 years. My concern is the safety. I live out in Park Lake off of Santa Fe, 76, and we were evacuated, and trying to get out was an absolute nightmare. And putting that many homes with no other access out, what are we supposed to do? You're going to be widening the bridge? Well, the bridge is going to take you to a road that's not improved. So where are all of these people supposed to go? And I find it ironic that they bus in all of these people here, and talking to them, they were here just because they were given money for, not the people were not given money. I'm saying that they were Solutions for Change. They help Solutions for Change. So they wanted to come and support, but they didn't even know what they were coming here for. I've talked to a couple of them, and they said, we were just here because the developer helps Solutions for Change. And they didn't even come here knowing what they were coming here for. And yet the residents are sitting outside the doors here? That's ironic. Thank you.
Dennis Cisneros, to be followed by Carrie Lasco.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I hope you guys vote for option A. One of the biggest issues for my generation is that there's not enough homes here in Oceanside. A lot of people are leaving to Texas, are leaving to Arizona, Nevada, different states because there's not enough homes. The average price for a house in San Diego County right now is close to $700,000. Some of the houses that they're going to be building here are going to be well below that. And so I really, yes, they are. Sorry, they are.
Can you please be respectful? Please.
Please vote in favor of this project. We need more housing. We need keep a new generation here in Oceanside. We need housing for them to live in. Thank you very much.
My name is Carrie Lasco. I've been a resident in Oceanside since 1974. And I do commend Solutions for Change. I mean, I support a program like that because I've always been involved in volunteer work, and I'm a big supporter for working families. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. But I do have a question because I here have this response from the EIR. Traffic has been identified as a significant unavoidable impact that required a statement of overriding considerations to be issued by the city upon approval of the North River Farms Plan Development Plan project. Based on the analysis contained in the final EIR, the following impacts to population and housing and transportation and traffic have been determined to fall within the significant unavoidable impact category. My question is this going back to the EIR to be relooked at again? Can somebody give me that answer?
Staff will address all those kinds of questions at the end.
Oh, okay. Okay. So pursuant to section 21081A of the Public Resources Code and section 15091A3 of the state CEQA guidelines, the city of the Oceanside City Council finds that for each of the following significant effects, specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations, including provisions of employment opportunities for highly trained workers, make infeasible the mitigation measures of alternatives identified in the final EIR. I hope you seriously take consideration in this fact. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Larry Balma, to be followed by Phil Albright, to be followed by Yvonne Albright, to be followed by Jean Eamon, to be followed by Daniel A. Eamon.
I understand, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I understand that we have possibly electeds that are here to speak as well. Could we have them take precedence in terms of the speaking order?
Who's actually number 26, but we'll call him Rocky Chavez. There. Well, let's start with Larry so we don't hold up too much time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm Larry Balma. I'm president of the South Morro Hills Association. I was a manufacturer and publisher in the action sports industry for over 40 years. Our industry was driven by marketing. I'm an Eagle Scout, and my companies were always honest, and we survived on our quality. Other companies made millions on marketing expertise and inferior products while throwing money around like water to buy support. Our very first meeting with Integral, I told how we worked with Arrowwood and how they built estate home clusters of 1 acre aggregate along the golf course for a density buffer to South Morro Hills. Integral immediately answered, that takes too long to sell, we're not going to do that, and we want to get in and get out. At our third meeting, we had proof that they were also lying to us. We confronted them with their lies and they shrugged it off. We grilled them until they loudly admitted that they were in it for the money only. They didn't care about South Morro Hills Association. Integral is a marketing company first and foremost. I have trouble believing anything they say. I look at the written words they turn in, and somewhere in the second or third paragraph of every point, you will be shocked by the actual facts. Have each of you read the agreement that you're voting on tonight? Oceanside City staff has read, studied, reported on all 3,000 pages. The pretty pictures and flowery talk from Integral's marketing group is not the contract. It is merely their sales pitch. Look at the plans. They do not look anything like the pretty pictures. Staff has found no reason to approve the project. Please trust our city staff and deny the project.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss, council members. My name is Jeannie Einman, and I live at 262 Newport Pier Way in Oceanside. My husband and I have lived here since 1991, having raised 3 daughters while working for the Oceanside Unified School District. We have a great devotion to this city and care to see it become an even more robust community, which is why I support North River Farms. We have seen many developments built, particularly down at the coast. These great new restaurants, hotels, and businesses are wonderful for Oceanside. However, we are concerned about the east side of Oceanside. This area needs renovation also, and I believe North River Farms is absolutely what is needed. This will be a first ever planned community with biking and walking trails, dog parks, a village core with restaurants and boutiques, and several educational opportunities. These include the community farm, the ecology center, and an outdoor amphitheater. As an educator, I know the hands-on learning in the community and the work with the ecology center will enhance and enrich the learning for our youth. When I also think of the possibilities of highlighting the arts in the amphitheater, I can only imagine the excitement the children would have being a part of this community. North River Farms would be a positive solution for Oceanside. I also want to point out how supportive integral communities would be to the city. The commitments to building, staffing, and equipping a new fire station, widening North River Road, as well as College Boulevard, and dedicating over 40% of the property for protected agriculture and outdoor entertainment is a testament to their listening to the concerns of safety in our city. This will surely be a bright, shiny diamond, which the east side of Oceanside desperately needs, and I urge you to vote in favor of allowing North River Farms to be built. It promises so much for Oceanside. Thank you.
Council members, esteemed treasurer.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh. Can you hear me now? Good, okay. So, council members, esteemed treasurer, we all remember this, right? Integral has postponed this vote several times because they know they didn't have the votes. They ran a no on why bait and switch propaganda campaign to take the zoning change vote out of the hands of the people and place it in the hands of 5 council members because they think you are gullible and you can be duped and persuaded to vote against the will of the people. Not in this city. Thank you.
Sorry, what was your name again? I'm sorry. No.
Excuse me, sir. Or were you Phil Albright? Phil Albright. Phil Albright. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record.
Thank you. My name is Rocky Chavez. I live at 4985 Calle Aquero. I live out at Sonoma Hills off Vandergrift, so this is actually in my neighborhood. I know a lot of you in here, haven't seen you, and some of you are going to be surprised in the position I'm taking on this. I recommend option B. It's not that I think integral's a bad people, not that I think the other side's busing people in is bad. That's not the issue. I'm looking at the city in a more substantial way in the issue of process. Remember when we had Measure Y? Measure Y argument was that we couldn't trust the council in the process, that we, the people, had to decide what was going to go on and we would vote for it, which essentially mean nothing would happen. Well, significant changes have gone to this project since the last time we had our hearing here. And I think from those reports, it should be going back to the Planning Commission. You need to honor the process. When the staff reports to us that we are not mitigating 2 of the largest issues you look at in projects, population and traffic, that clearly tells me that we have a problem. You know, Carlsbad does well because they have standards, and that's why they have the quality of life in Carlsbad. Oceanside has meetings like this. It doesn't help. However, Carlsbad had a project called the Strawberry Fields. And through that issue, they divided the council, flipped the council, and now they're in a place they probably don't want to be. This should not be our Strawberry effort. What I'd ask the council to think about is honor the process. Listen to your staff, use your planning commission, support option B.
Hello, my name is Dan Iman, and I live at 262 Newport Pier Way here in Oceanside. I've lived here with my wife since 1991. We raised 3 girls here, and they went to the schools here, and we love Oceanside. I won't go into why I support North River Farms because you've heard all the wonderful things that it represents to this city, and I truly believe in them. What I would like to say is that if you wore a green t-shirt to this meeting, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. It doesn't mean you don't live in Oceanside. if you have a paper plate on a stick, that also doesn't mean you're a bad person or you don't live in Oceanside. But both of those things may be true, but it's not the reason we're here. So I don't know why people want to spend time with that. And one lady right behind me called two young ladies that were sitting next to me, who were nice young ladies. She turned to them and called them whores because they support North River Farms. So in the immortal words of Rodney King, why can't we all just get along?
Our next.
Am I next?
If we could hold the applause till the end so everybody could hear when they're going to be called up. Our next speaker is Yvonne Albright.
Okay.
To be followed by Clint McKinnon.
I agree with you. I got to say this right now. I agree, but these people have been used. Strings for money that should have been donated to them because
Please
they
address the
needed
council.
it. They just said
Please
they
address
donate to you.
Please address the council.
Okay, my name's Yvonne Albright, and strings, and I've been a resident here for 42 years, but shame on you for using these people. That's not the point. You're here because they gave money to your organization, and now they duped you into coming here. I'm not saying you're bad people. I don't even, you can come.
Next speaker. We'll go next. Call the next speaker.
Okay.
Next speaker
No, and Christopher, you know why you want me to be sat down, because you need to recuse yourself. There's a complaint at the Fair Political Practices Commission on you as we speak. You need to recuse yourself. Louise Bama recused herself because she lives there. You won't recuse yourself. You won't even address it. Mr. Mullen said you don't have to because you're beyond 1,000 feet. Oh, well, this concerns all of the zoning for that entire area where you live. You know. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Clint McKinnon, to be followed by Teresa Masters, to be followed by Val Torres, to be followed by Diane Vandruff. Okay. Teresa Masters.
Okay, guys. I'm speaking into the mic. I came here because I do support no on North River Road.
Say your name for the record.
Oh, Teresa Masters. I am a homeowner and I live in Oceanside since 1991. I didn't feel comfortable that I had to beg to find a seat to sit down. And I don't know what's going on here, but I do think this is my city hall, my chamber of commerce, my council people, and I'm sorry, I got edged out by green shirts. And if they're residents, of course they're welcome here. If they're not residents and you as many years younger than I am, get off your butt and offer me a seat. These are... Adios, guys. Thank you. And vote no, please.
Val Torres, to be followed by Diane Vandruff, to be followed by Roger Davenport. Last call for Clint McKinnon. Clint McKinnon? No. Val Torres?
Right here. Yeah. This is not directed just at you guys. This is directed at everybody else behind me, too. You guys have to think about what's going on here with these people right here that are offering you guys money. Whoever's getting money from these guys, you need to give it back to them or recuse yourself. Okay? Get off of the seat because you don't belong there. You're not working for them. You work for the Oceanside. You work for us. Okay? You know what I'm talking about, all of you. This has gotten out of hand, man. You guys got to think about what's going on here. I don't need this microphone. You guys need to think what's going on here. You want to bring people in here, 600 homes, 588, excuse me, 588 homes out here. You got 700 homes going down at the old swap meet. You got how many homes going up over here in South O? How many people per household? How many cars per household? How many children per household? Think about it. Where are these kids going to go to school now? Where? 3 elementary schools are closed. They're cutting back on teachers, and there's no more busing. What are you going to do about the homeless? You go down in the riverbed and what? What'd you do? That didn't do anything but just mess things up. Look, there was a fire the other night because how are they going to get warm? Where are they going to go? You got no place for them to go. I could see you going down there if you had some place for them to go to and be a humanitarian and say, look, I got some place for you to go. You don't need to live here. But you don't have a place for them to go. You can't force somebody to do something that they don't want to do. You got to pass laws. You have to do something. State, federal, local governments need to do something. What are you guys doing about it? Now that all these kids
Please wrap it up.
Go to school, you're going to have children that are homeless. Think about it.
Next speakers are Diane Vandruff, to be followed by Roger Davenport, to be followed by Cindy Davenport, to be followed by Doreen Statlander, to be followed by Forrest Fullen.
City Council, Mayor. My name is Diane Vandruff. I'm a property owner in District 2. Relatively new to the area since last 6 years. This general plan amendment will convert prime agricultural land into housing and commercial development that is both incompatible with agricultural operations that exist in South Morrow Hills and is currently inconsistent with the general plan itself. The environmental impact report, once again, people have already listed it, the planner, the development planner and impact report itself states that population and traffic congestion will be significant and unavoidable impacts. The North River Farms project will result in unsafe fire evacuation routes. In light of Paradise, California, where 88 people perished because of unsafe and limited fire evacuation routes, I want to believe that the city planners do not want to create the same tragic and deadly scenario here in Oceanside. The North River Farms project is in the San Luis Rey flood plan. That poses the safety risk of flooding, and with the prior picture of the substantial rain flow we saw and water flow in the San Luis Rey this past year, there's a significant risk of flooding and danger and loss of lives in our city. Please reject the plan and vote for option B.
My name's Roger Davenport. As you see, I live at 541 Crouch Street in Oceanside. Been here about 11 years. Many people have gone over some of the problems with NRF, allowing development in farmland contrary to our planning and climate action goals, bad precedent before we have a comprehensive plan, and sprawl in farmland without any infrastructure in areas prone to flooding and wildfire is a bad idea. So, recommendation is deny the application, But I also have a particular concern about the greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation. Looking through the monitoring and reporting program, it doesn't provide any guarantee that it'll meet the goals that we have. It's expected to generate 10,000 megatons, I think, of CO2 a year. And they're allowed to have mitigations outside Oceanside, thereby providing no greenhouse gas reductions benefit to the city of Oceanside. And that ends after 30 years. Now, I don't know about other people. My house is 84 years old, and it'll probably be good for another 40 years. I have to think that maybe their business plan is that it includes the possibility that North River Farms will either be washed away by a flood or destroyed by wildfires within the 30-year time, so they don't have to worry about it. Anyway, in the mitigation monitoring program, they have rules and things, and they say that they cannot, lost the page here. The MMGHG2 lists the offset priorities for carbon. The highest priority is project design features and on-site reduction, and you have to implement the highest ones first. And so I'm pointing out that solar and all-electric homes are feasible and are available, so they cannot do any other mitigation unless they've done that first.
Please wrap it up. Thank you.
That'll do it.
Good evening, I'm Doreen Statlander. I'm from the Jeffries Ranch area of Oceanside.
Could you speak in the mic?
Oh, sure can. Doreen Statlander, I'm from Jeffries Ranch. Basically, it's what these two signs represent. What we have here are grassroots community, and here we have big money development. And that's really what these signs are representing. Do you know how many meetings this little sign has been to? So I just want to make that clear. It's not individuals. It's just what these represent. It's community, grassroots, and what's good for Oceanside. I don't have to tell the council how important planning is. You all know that. As does the Planning Commission, which has denied this project and which the city staff had denied, at least when it was, it's unusual that there's no recommendation on the revised final EIR for city staff, but I know they previously recommended denial of the project. These recent project add-ons are just another attempt for basically the project to buy their way through. It's the old proverbial lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. I'm requesting that the council deny the project. We need to update our general plan. We need to look at the South Morrill Hills community plan and retain our agricultural lands, and whatever development comes in should be compatible with those plans. And that's all I have to say this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Davenport, to be followed by Forrest Folan, to be followed by Debbie Alla, to be followed by Karen Tandy. And again, just as a reminder, we have two podiums, so please go to the next available podium when your name is called. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Cindy Davenport, 541 Crouch Street, here for 11 years. And I just can't help but think of the words spoken on September 23rd at the United Nations by Greta Thunberg from Sweden. How dare you? Integral, how dare you? How dare you propose a sprawling housing development that has no affordable housing and buildings that are hardly energy efficient? How dare you build homes that don't produce their own electricity and continue polluting with natural gas? How dare you propose mitigating greenhouse gas emissions far away from our community? Our environment will be degraded far into the future. We need to think about future generations and those young people now. How dare you propose this sprawling development despite the city's planning commission recommending against it 3 times? Why don't you abide by the city's climate action plan calling for smart growth in the right places? Why don't you build affordable housing with energy efficient technology that protects our future and makes homes even more affordable for its residents? Why don't you leave agricultural land alone and let Oceanside residents continue to be proud that we can produce really good food here? So, to our city council members, I ask you to please vote no and vote on option B. Listen to Oceanside's Planning Commission, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Forrest Folan. I'm a homeowner in Oceanside, California, with my wife and 3 kids that all go to school in the Oceanside School District. I could speak on the perspective of a homeowner that lives right on the other side of the 76, or I can speak on the perspective of being a proud supporter of Solutions for Change, helping homeless families. But I want to speak on the perspective of myself as an educator of health and wellness of 2 decades and an educator inside of the elementary schools in Oceanside School District. One of them being Libby Elementary School. We went in there and we asked the kids, you know, what do you eat for breakfast? You know, most of the kids don't eat anything for breakfast. The others eat pizza and sugary cereals, right? It seems to me, just as an educator of wellness, that we're turning our back on our kids. And when I found out of the educational opportunities at North River Farms, it really captured my heart. The other thing is, I also have, my son is here, I have 3 kids. There was another kid at Libby Park, 15 years old, with a group of other kids, and they were hanging out at the park, minding their own business. They're not gang members, but they were approached by gang members, and they were all shot down and killed, except for David Garcia, who lived with 7 bullets in his body. One of them is still lodged in his brain. I can't help but think if these kids have more access to opportunity, education, positivity in our neighborhood, that we will be going in a better direction. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm here to vote yes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Debbie Allen. I live at Rancho de Laurel area. I am here tonight to pledge my support for North River Farms. I'm a longtime resident, active member of the community. I serve on the board of the YMCA, and I am the current chair-elect for the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a business owner, and business owners are needing employees to live in their city. I've never seen in the last 17 years a project like this, where a builder went back, made changes, positive changes, to include areas that are active community areas. They're not taking all the farmland, they're actually putting aside some farmland. So we have some area here where we can make both sides happy. I think that this plan is excellent for this community. We are not keeping up with the housing supply. Yes, these houses may be a little expensive, but we have some executives here. We do have people that can afford this. We have areas that that also handle the other portions, those that are a little under the 600,000. So the changes reflected from this and the staff, the feedback that the staff has really given, it's not been a no and it's not been a yes, but it's been positive in my opinion. The time now is River Farms to be a positive influence on this community. So I thank you for your time.
Honorable Mayor, council members, residents of Oceanside, my name is Karen Tandy. And I don't live here yet, but I hope to. My husband and I have made this trip several times. We have good friends in Cardiff. We are ready to retire in 2 years. And the reason that we're down here is to support North River Farms. We followed North River Farms for 1.5 years, ever since I read an article in AARP about another agri-hood, which I'd never heard the name of before. And we live a farm-to-table life in Sherman Oaks, a suburb of Los Angeles. We have a garden, we have an orchard, we have chickens. And the idea of being able to continue that life in a beautiful community, in a viable community, a sustainable community, very much appeal to us. This community, we've heard the pros and cons. We follow the pros and cons. But we feel that change, development is inevitable. And this is a very good development. It may not be without all of its issues that have to be resolved. I've listened tonight for countless stories of fire issues, traffic issues, etc. And so this community would offer so many things, not only to the new people coming in, but to the residents of Oceanside to come together and be one. So I ask for your support, not only for the people going forward, but also for ourselves. We would love to become your neighbors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Bailey, to be followed by Loretta Sharp, to be followed by Kim Smith, to be followed by Rick Kritkowski, to be followed by Bob Waite.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Linda Bailey, and I don't live here. I live in Escondido, but I come before you tonight to share a story. A couple of months ago, I attended a luncheon honoring our first responder heroes. I had the privilege of sitting at a table with several officers from the Oceanside Police Department. Two of these police officers were being honored that day. As our conversation progressed, housing became part of the subject. These two heroes that serve Oceanside shared with me that they both commute to Oceanside from Riverside County. And not only do that, but so do their wives, who are teachers in North County. The reason they couldn't afford to live where they serve. This seems to be the norm for our first responders and our educators. I know that state and local regulations have made it harder to get projects approved, and opposition to housing is at an all-time high in San Diego County. Yet it is clear that young families still have the desire for that American dream and are willing to impact their quality of life in order to have that dream. They are missing meals with their families because they're on the roads, kids' soccer games, and spending their money earned here in Oceanside in another county. My husband and I are also wondering, like so many other seniors, if we will be able to stay close to our kids when we retire. This crisis is real. When you have a beautiful, well-planned project like North River Farms before you, the choice should be an easy one. I ask you to be bold tonight and unanimously say no to NIMBYism and say yes to North River Farms. Your employers and your employees of Oceanside will thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Loretta Sharp. I'm a homeowner on Flora Drive of the South Morrow Hills neighborhood, a registered voter, and the wife of an active duty Marine. This development would directly impact my daily life and create an unsafe environment in terms of traffic and fire safety. As many others before me have stated, this project would create a dangerous situation if we ever needed to evacuate, and I fear for the safety of my family. We were most recently stationed in Texas, where I've seen firsthand the irrevocable impacts of ignoring recommended zoning in favor of housing developments. Take Houston, for example, where those people are still flooded, still displaced, still don't have homes. And then also becoming a burden on taxpayers, because that's who funds the National Flood Program. Also, my husband and I both work, and we couldn't even afford these homes. They only have, I believe, 10% allotted for affordable housing. That's not enough. Oceanside residents need better housing options, and this is not this is not the answer. The lives of Oceanside residents should take precedence over the short-term profits of developers. I implore the council to do the right thing and vote for option B to deny this application. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kim Smith. I am not an Oceanside resident. I do live in Bonsall. I live on the other side of North River Road, where they're not widening the road for the Farms project. We were involved in the Lilac Fire. We weren't sure, well, we were told a fire would not come our way. The winds changed, and within 10 minutes, the house across the street from us was fully engulfed in flames. We had only one way to get out. Via Puerto del Sol was completely covered in flames, could not leave that way, had to go out North River Road. I spent 25 minutes plus in traffic trying to get out of our community to save my animals and my family. And I was worried if the winds hadn't died down, all of these people bumper to bumper in traffic would have died. We had nowhere to go. There was nowhere for us to go. Also, if you look on any given day, going down North River Road, going out towards Bonsall, turning from North River Road onto Bonsall, it is a 25-minute wait just to get out of that traffic light. So if you add more traffic to that area, it's going to be impossible to drive up and down North River Road. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. We will reconvene the meeting of the Oceanside City Council. If you could please find your seats. And Mr. Navarro, if you can call off the next set of names.
The next speakers, may I have your attention, please? Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you. We have the next set of speakers. And again, we have 2 podiums. Please approach the next available podium when your name is heard. Our first speaker is Rick Krakowski, to be followed by Bob Waite, to be followed by Mike Milano Sr., to be followed by Ann Olmsted, to be followed by F. James Greco.
Krakowski, Oceanside. I am dressed as a farmer tonight, but I am not a farmer, just like North River Farms is not a farm either. It's the billionaires trying to steal the San Luis Rey Valley from us. Okay, so enough of that. Sorry, Ryan, I upset you. I'm addressing my 3 wonderful minutes tonight to the 2 non-elected councilmen, Keim and Weiss, because I feel Feller and Rodriguez are too tainted with the smell of Intergold's influence, and both should recuse themselves from this project. You assholes. Okay. Perhaps we could have the city attorney explain to us all why Rodriguez did not have to recuse himself from voting, especially since he owns property in the area. While you're at it, John, please explain to non-elected Keim over here what precedent means. Peter and Ryan, you do know by changing zoning for Integral, you will have set a precedent, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry billionaire developer like Integral that can buy people off, residential developer will be in here expecting the same special privileges you're giving to Integral tonight. You people are corrupt. You especially, you need to recuse yourself. You, Rodriguez, need to be recalled. District 2, you need to recall this guy. He is bad news. He is very bad news. Recall Rodriguez. District 2, recall Rodriguez.
That's enough.
So it goes, but you don't know.
We're taking a 10-minute break.
But from his face.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss and City Council members. My name is Bob Waite, and I live in the Arrowwood community. I'm here this evening in support of North River Farms. I'm an involved member in our business community as well as a concerned and active homeowner in Arrowwood. It's important to my livelihood and the future of my family that I stay aware and educated about business development and housing growth in Oceanside. That is why I support North River Farms. North River Farms provides a fashionable and functional segue that will join the northeastern suburban community of Oceanside with the more rural South Morro Hills region. The community with its village shops, restaurants, farm-to-table markets blended together with affordable housing, walking trails, and sustainable agriculture will set a precedent that will hopefully inspire future Oceanside growth opportunities that are more exciting, innovative, and thoughtful. As an Arrowwood resident, I speak for myself and many of the neighbors when I say we seriously need the upgrades and investment in infrastructure that the developer will provide and our city unfortunately can't afford. The $4.5 million College Bridge expansion will provide the smooth flow of 10,000 additional cars, which is 3 times the project's impact. The widening of North River Road and timed intersection upgrades to the 76 will improve the daily flow of traffic as well as emergency evacuation. For years, there's been talk of a South Morro Hills vision plan. The $1 million investment from the developer towards the vision plan may finally allow it to become a strategic plan rather than just a vision. New restaurants in the village core of the project will be a welcome addition to us Arrowwood residents since we currently only have 2 restaurants close by. This project will also bring new members and business to the Arrowwood Golf Course, a welcome and vital contribution. And lastly, many of us need to move past the not in my backyard mentality and invest in our future with projects like North River Farms, where the developer is truly investing in our city.
Please wrap it up.
These are few of the many benefits that North River Farms brings to the city of Oceanside, and I encourage you to please vote with your support today. Thank you for your consideration of my thoughts. Good evening.
Our next speakers are Mike Milano Sr., to be followed by Ann Olmsted, to be followed by F. James Greco, to be followed by Sheila Cada.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I live in Oceanside, and I'm here to speak in favor of the project, primarily for 2 reasons. This project is going to provide much-needed housing in Oceanside, contrary to what people say. In addition, this company is going above and beyond what should be reasonable relative to providing off-site improvements that are very, very necessary and desperately needed. Relative to the point of denying it because there's no updated master plan, it is true that there's no updated master plan in South Morro Hills. But it's been 35 years of updating the master plan within the city, and South Morro Hills has been excluded from that. So now it doesn't seem to me that it's right or even legal to deny this property owner the ability to do what he wants with his property when the city has not updated the master plan in the first place. So, in closing, that's all I have to say. I'm very much in favor of this, and I think it's the best thing for Oceanside. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Ann Olmsted. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters, North County, San Diego, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Oceanside unit members of the League. Mayor Weiss and council members, the League of Women Voters does not take a position on issues without first conducting a study of the issue, developing a consensus position, and evaluating the proposed action for consistency with that position. We conducted such a study of agriculture in San Diego County in 2015. A key recommendation of that study is to, quote, support the preservation and expansion of land used for agricultural purposes through A, adopted general and specific plans, B, zoning, and C, permanent dedication programs in order to encourage the long-term presence and viability of the agricultural industry. Oceanside is one of the few North County cities that currently has zoning in place to help preserve agriculture. The proposed North River Farms project is located within the area of this protected zoning in place. Converting this land to housing and commercial uses is not consistent with the objective of preserving these important agricultural lands. Furthermore, converting this land is not consistent with the city's adopted housing element or Sandag Sustainable Community Strategy. The regional plan is built upon principles of smart growth, concentrating new housing at designated smart growth opportunity areas where there is access to jobs and alternative transportation. This project is the kind of sprawl development that leads to increased traffic congestion, more air pollution, increased greenhouse gases, and increased costs for public infrastructure. The proposed North River Farms project is not consistent with our goals to help preserve agricultural land uses or to grow our region in a sustainable way. We urge you to deny the project. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is James Greco. I am a resident of Arrowwood here in Oceanside. I am a former professional land planner for both public and private entities. I worked as a planner in the city of San Diego for 5 years, and for almost 25 years, I was in my own land planning firm. We also did environmental impact reports. Because I've also taught master planning and drafted a text that I use in master plan courses. I'm giving you all of this because I don't just jump into a project and say I like it or I don't like it, because I'm trained not to do that. Before I go any further, I heard a comment earlier about ethics, so I want to make sure the ethics are on the table here, and that is that in my firm, I would walk away from projects that I did not feel were appropriate or right. I want you to know that a decade ago, the applicant tonight was a client of mine. I have no financial connection to this project. I have no interest in this project. I'm selfishly living in Arrowwood. I'm going to be impacted by traffic. That said, I want to get to the point here quickly. I really believe in sustainability. I really believe in the concept of what we're trying to do with the South Morrow Hills agritourism business. In my professional opinion, my humble professional opinion, I don't know how we're going to make that work if it doesn't have a core, a basis upon which to build. And this project, even though it may have some disadvantages, as all projects have, the advantages far outweigh that, particularly as it's going to create the basis for this being able to work as an agritourism community. I beg you to look at Napa, Sonoma, any of those places that we know, they all have a community center of some kind, an urban core where things can take root and work, where a certain recording artist could possibly come down to an amphitheater and operate it, where people can bring their farm goods, whatever else they might be making in the area, and sell them. I wrap up. I think it's a fantastic project from a professional point of view. I will take some hit on it as far as being a resident near it. I'm willing to take that hit because it's a great project for our community. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Sheila Cada, to be followed by Jane Marshall, to be followed by James Hexo, to be followed by Phil Kogan, to be followed by Joan Bachman.
Hi, I'm Sheila Cada, and I do live in Arrowwood also. And in the Lilac Hills fire, I was stuck for 45 minutes when I couldn't even go a couple of blocks. If the fire had jumped or something, I had visions of us being just burnt alive in our cars. It is not. I'm not for North River Farms because of this reason. It's going to impact how to get out of there, and it's not safe. It's not smart. We need smart growth. We don't need something that is going to go where it's a fire danger and it's going to impact the roads even worse than it is now. We need to get out. We need to build in places where people can get to safety when there is fires like that. It's not smart growth. I hope that you will not support it. And also they talk about we desperately need homes. Well, the mission where they have the homes on Mission, those haven't sold yet. There's hundreds of homes for sale in Oceanside that haven't sold. I don't think that's true that we need these homes so bad, because if it was true, all these homes would be sold, and they are not.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jane Marshall. I'm a resident 30 years. Raised my family here, I have several businesses, and I'm invested in the community. And you know, this is a pivotal moment, because this is the time where the 5 of you are going to be held accountable for what happens. And you know, the staff has gone through great ends of looking at this project 4 different times, and yet still finds 4 significant reasons why this should be denied, the option B. The first one is that it conflicts with the general plan and the update that's in progress that's coming in the next quarter. It seems kind of premature and a waste of time to go through all of this when they are just about ready to present the general plan, which includes the zoning and some of the other areas for this, and also includes the smart growth element that the climate action plan that you all approved several months ago. The traffic and circulation impacts are still unmitigated. So there you go. I mean, here everyone's talking about evacuation and fire and concerns, and they're still unmitigated. The bridge will not be done in time, and the right turn lane is a right of way that needs to be purchased, and that's not done yet. So there are unmitigated traffic implications. And just so that everyone knows, it seems that every time there's a spot rezoning that happens, that goes against whatever plan is in place, that we have more traffic and more issues. The third and fourth, is that the financial impact analysis is not guaranteed. So there's no guarantee that the city's going to make any money. In fact, it's likely we'll lose money on this project. And finally, the zoning and general plan updates will decimate our agricultural lands. So here's our crest, right? You could see it has the mission, the state bear, the water, and the agriculture. This is endemic into us. But with this plan, are you willing to change the city's crest? Because it will be this council that does that.
Hello, my name is James Hetchko. I am a resident of the city of Oceanside and a resident of South Morrow Hills. I am a past president of the South Morrow Hills Association and have watched that community go through various debates and discussions. I'm also a professional investment analyst and have been so for about 30 years. In my capacity as the South Morrow Hills Association president, I've seen a lot of intelligent but hard discussion in working towards a new plan for the community. Large landowners have been involved, small landowners. A broad community effort has been made to create a new plan for the community in the next 30 years. I believe this effort is throwing a wrench into the middle of all of that. In my capacity as an investment analyst, it's easy to see that there's a lot of money at stake, literally hundreds of millions of dollars. A lot of green. And I think money is just fine. It's a good thing. We just have to bear in mind its potential to distort the dialogue of a process, the potential to dress up bad projects as good projects, and we have to look at how the incentives are aligned. We have one party that stands to make hundreds of millions of dollars, but we also have thousands of residents of Oceanside that stand to lose hundreds and thousands of dollars each, as in the future we are left to bear the traffic problems, the fire problems, and all the inevitable problems that come out of a growth plan where the developer comes in, gets a rezoning, and then walks away. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are Phil Kogan, to be followed by Joan Bachman, to be followed by Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by Joan Brown, to be followed by Barbara Hazlett. Is Phil here? Joan
I don't
is?
know.
So
Go
Joan,
ahead.
we'll start with you.
Joan Bachman. If you're wondering, my shirt says the earth is worth fighting for. And that is so true. We have limited resources, and we've got to use them more intelligently. I want to state a few things. I own over 100 acres of agricultural land in a much drier state than here. You should try it out there. So don't ever underestimate the experiences of the public that's before you. I have served on many school and city committees, and I learned that our children are predominantly in apartments. So you need to be planning for that. This is kind of a bag of tricks. We need to be thinking about those kids on Greenbrier and other places. I've also donated to Solutions for Change for probably about 10 years. I also donate to Brother Benno's. I'm very concerned about the political nature of what they're doing. We need both programs, but not like that. I also work with kids in 7 school gardens. So the school gardens need to be at the schools. I am unimpressed with what I see. The amenities here are red herrings. All of the promises that you saw, the pretty pictures, required density. They don't have density. They're going to fail. We didn't just fall off the turnip cart. We have been there before. We have seen this happen. We have seen things that got promised and were never built because there was no demand. Wider roads, just make wider roads. And evacuation is really a thing of the past. Shelter in place is the future. You can't evacuate Southern California. And so this whole thing is very much sprawl-inducing. So what will be your legacy? Will you be the ones that open the floodgates for sprawl? They're not spending this money for 530 measly homes. There has been a lot of money spent here. And so we know this is the beginning of the floodgates opening, and it's just going to march all the way out to Temecula. They even called it Riverside. So you know that we can meet our housing needs. We've explained this to you by putting our density on our major streets. That is the future. That's where we need to be going. So and all the density needs to be going west, and we need to be saving our neighborhoods at the same time. We have a win-win solution here. You don't have to give up this land. So will your legacy be a well-planned city from an urban core through wonderful neighborhoods to agricultural urban space, open space, or will it be endless sprawl? It's up to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Arlene Hammerschmidt, 35-year resident of Oceanside, OHS State and Nationally Recognized Teacher of the Year. Retired from OUSD, Physical Education and Coaching, and afterward a little extra at San Diego State. I have homestead roots. 4th generation Riverside County farm kid. Right here, you'll learn a few things. What makes a city great to live, work, worship, and play, where residents feel safe and are healthy? An excellent, comprehensively studied general plan facilitated with vision that looks 7 generations forward, and then following that plan. It's engineering 101, right? First, you got to have a plan, including rock-solid foundations. Option B is the only logical, sustainable choice here. Any other vote is, as Spock would say, highly illogical. Our excellent and impartial staff wrote the denial resolution, and every smart, logical reason to deny this is right there. Excuse me. We would be shooting ourselves in the foot, paving paradise with this developer-driven, cart before the horse proposal that is the epitome of the tail trying to wag the dog. We'd be letting the camel's nose under the tent for sure. We don't have to kiss developers' rear ends with special treatment in the form of a general plan amendment and all of the rest of that list. No matter how much money gets thrown around town trying to grease the skids, excellent, smart projects don't require that kind of grease. The project's benefits do not outweigh its significant unmitigated adverse environmental impacts. In other words, don't be distracted by the shiny objects and bright colored beads. It's not smart growth. There's smart growth and there's dumb growth.
Please wrap it up.
Let's be smart. Put the horse in front of the cart where it belongs. Support a vision for a vibrant, sustainable community based on our plan.
Our next speakers are Joan Brown, to be followed by Barbara Hazlett, to be followed by Russ Gentile, to be followed by Mary Gilman.
Good evening, Council. Joan Brown here. I feel like this is deja vu. How many times have I been in this chamber, council chamber, and people are against these projects, and yet they come back. All these projects keep coming back, and they finally get approved. And I just don't understand. And all these beautiful renditions that you see, that everything is so beautiful, when they're finally built, they don't have half of the landscape. When I saw the buildings downtown with their little palm trees by that new building, I thought, how sad. Nothing is beautiful down there. And when I was looking at all those things when they were going to be built 10 years ago or whatever, they were much different than they look now. The same thing about the Vine Street that was just approved with no one that wanted it, and it was approved. They have 3 trees in that great big landscaping, and the condos are so close to the street that when they come out of their houses, they're going to fall right on the sidewalk. So when I see this beautiful project that's before me, I don't think it'll look like that. And it'll probably, after they get all the goodies that come with this now, they'll probably sell it to somebody and they'll get their couple million more for it. So I say no to this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss and City Council. My name is Barbara Hazlett, and I've lived in Oceanside for 18 years. I haven't lived here, but I have watched the changes, and I've been very much aware of the last update of Oceanside's general plan, which was over 30 years ago. To put that in perspective, the movie Top Gun, an Oceanside claim to fame, was just released, and Ronald Reagan was President of the United States. And speaking of Reagan, he once said, "There are no great limits to growth because there are no limits to human intelligence, imagination, and wonder." North River Farms embodies these principles. It is sustainable, forward-thinking, well-planned, smart growth, and it imagines a place that brings you a better quality of life. I have supported this project in the earlier stages, and I support it today, now more than ever. They have responded to feedback by continuing to make the project better. There were concerns about density, so they reduced it by 40%. There were concerns about safety, so they added the staffed the fire station. There were concerns about traffic, so they are widening the College Bridge, a $4.5 million improvement, and something they were not obligated to even do. There were concerns about farming, so they doubled the size and added more open space. This community is not urban sprawl. It is a tightly fit into a rural neighborhood and a 1/2 mile from transit and directly south of Arrowwood, a development with over 1,000 homes, which also forced opposition back in its day. And I know there are people here from that area. But now is not one of those notable housing, but now it is one of the notable housing developments. Please vote yes on North River Farms. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss, council members. My name is Russ Gentile. I live in Oceanside, a place called Island Club Apartments on Oceanside Drive toward Melrose. I'm at an age where, and I'm an engineer licensed in California, so you can expect me to be analytical and so I get up at 4:45 on the road at 5:30 because I'm safer driving at that time. But not everybody can do that to deal with traffic. I support the project, and I ask you to support the project. I think it is valid. I've been in the chambers before. This is my first time in this chamber, but in a different community. I've been on park board, I've been on school board, and I understand when there's division in the community, or at least many perspectives, and it comes on you, but I believe that's been a valid position for the leaders to make infrastructure decisions since the time of Benjamin Franklin. Thank you for your time. I hope you support open space, recreation, and farming that we can all learn from.
Our next speakers are Mary Gilman, to be followed by Stan McNeil, to be followed by Victoria Higgins, to be followed by Robert Gleesberg, to be followed by Eric Bruvold.
Hi, I'm Mary Gilman, and I live just south of the 76. And I'm concerned about matters that have been raised here, and in particular, the fire hazard risk and the traffic congestion, which are both obviously critical issues that we all face. I'm also concerned about the fact that this project is not what it appears to be. It's really not going to have affordable housing, and it is going to be higher density than the plan and the neighborhood will allow. I'm mostly concerned that the farmland that is in the area, and from this you can see that most of the site is considered farmland of state significance or state importance, and this is one of the last large farm areas in the region, and to take that away in order to build more of the same housing really is a very sad and serious matter. To go and replace sustainable farms and agribusiness with more housing than I see the area needing is really a travesty. So I would hope that you would deny this project and preserve our agriculture and preserve our environment from further degradation. Thank you.
Good evening. It's a little later than I thought, but I'm glad to be here in support of North River Farms. I'm Stan McNeil. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a resident here for about 30 years in North County. And as a real estate professional, I've made a niche of working with nurseries and growers and helping one grower buy another grower, and exit plans, and in some cases, yes, a grower selling to a developer or a builder because the highest and best use of the property has changed from rural to urban. This North River project is far superior to a lot of projects that have been built in this area, North County and North County Coastal, for many reasons. It is intergenerational, it's walkable, it's sustainable, it's community driven. It's going to have neighbors that get to know each other all the time because of all the activities from young to old that will be promoted within the community. It's also got attainable prices compared to many projects in North County. Oceanside has the opportunity to be the first agri-hood community in San Diego County. And this is a trend in real estate throughout the United States. The agri-hood kind of community is working strongly, and it's been proven successful elsewhere. You have the opportunity to be the very first in San Diego County. That'll attract many other strong elements, I can tell you that for sure, and bring great distinction for your city. I hope you'll plan yes and go yes.
Mayor Weiss, Eric Bruvold. I'm the CEO of the San Diego North Economic Development Council. And if you'll pardon me, I just want to say, first of all, you made a great choice for your new city manager. Deanna is a great, great hire, and she's going to do testament. We've got great city managers all over North County, but Deanna's great. I also want to thank Jonathan. He was at a luncheon that we had here about 3 weeks ago to talk about all the great things that you're doing in Oceanside. So that's fantastic to get that news out to the real estate community. I'm here to support North River Farms really because of two numbers. So if we look at Oceanside, Vista, and Carlsbad together, and we just had a presentation from Sandag, your citizens don't, the majority of them don't work within your city limits. They disperse. Similarly, the businesses that are in Oceanside draw from all over the North County region. And since 2010, those three cities have net added almost 46,000 jobs. Conversely, inside those cities, they've added, according to the Department of Finance, and you can go look at those up, 6,000 homes. So think about that for a second. 46,000 jobs chasing 6,000 homes. Where do those people go? They don't get beamed up by the Starship Enterprise. They get on the roads and they go to Temecula or Winchester or Chula Vista or further east and commute in. And we push rents higher and people double up and become more housing stressed. So again, these are really hard votes. I know that the community is really divided, but if we keep saying no to housing projects because we find flaws in them, those numbers will continue to get worse, and we'll continue to see housing affordability and housing stress on families be a drag on this economy and be a detriment to the quality of life people enjoy in North County. Thank you very much. Best of luck tonight.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, I'm Bob Gleesberg. I live at 3025 Sonia Court, and I've been a resident of Oceanside for over 41 years. In fact, I've been here long enough to watch El Camino Real go from a 2-lane to a 6-lane. And that golf course, El Camino Real, it was just beginning. All that development you got over there on Rancho del Oro, that was all development that was planned well in advance. And what's interesting is we don't put the cart before the horse. You don't build all the roads and then you build all the houses. The developers work with the city to get that done. So my point is this moving and shaking about North River Road, if you don't widen that road, all these complaints about the fire, you're going to constrain even more hazards on that road and prevent those people from getting out. So there has to be some give and take in terms of the city, the county, and the developers in order to mitigate that problem. So I'll go on with the other part. North River Farms is a planned community. I wish Oceanside was a planned community. I wish that master plan that goes back 35 years had been addressed by the city council, and there's 3 of you on the city council here that have been through that. The city council is so divisive you can't agree, and your funding has been so tight you haven't been able to fund a well thought out master plan. North River Farms is committed to a significant contribution in infrastructure. Do you know that they're offering over $80 million in infrastructure? And yet Measure X is $81 million. Measure X is putting most of its money into infrastructure, and yet none of the items on Measure X fund any of the construction that's proposed by North River Farms. The Oceanside Unified School District will benefit. You heard them say $5 million. That's coming in from the backside. But if the ADA, the number of students go up, for every student, it's about $10,000. So in this particular case, my support is absolute for North River Farms because you got to have a development that's done right. There's been no opposition to any of their other developments in any of the other 8 areas.
Please wrap it up, Mr. Gleason. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Victoria Higgins, to be followed by Jan DeRosiers, to be followed by Jeffrey Bolt or Bielt, to be followed by Kellen, to be followed by Diane Nygaard.
Hi, I'm Victoria Higgins. I live in Oceanside and have for 25 years. I recommend you do not vote for this plan. There's a pending general plan update and a South Morro Hills community plan. There's also the city and the South Morro Hills Association been working on the AgriVision plan. Let's wait until this gets done. I highly recommend that you take the advice of the city staff and the Planning Commission and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilperson Jan DeRosa from South Oceanside. I've been in Oceanside for 35 years now. When looking at this project, the first thing that comes to mind is those pretty pictures. Every single developer comes in with these pretty pictures, and that's how they lure us in. How many developments do you know in this city actually look like those pretty pictures that were presented at one time? The items listed as additional benefits, the community center, the fire station's not being funded by the developer. They're giving the land. They're not staffing the fire station. We are. They're going to staff the fire station, John? With 2 people. I'm sorry, I didn't see that in the, excuse me. Basically, all of the things that they're offering or they went back to propose are part of that community. It's not a benefit for all of Oceanside. It's a benefit for that little capsule, that little community that's there. So I urge you to vote no on this. Think about the whole of Oceanside and the South Morro Hills, where they do have projects coming up. And just to mention, Mr. Rodriguez, I found it really offensive a couple months ago when you were touting this project on social media. I don't think that that's something, I don't think that's ethical for a council person to do that. And then just like a month ago, when there was some conversation back and forth on social media, you said, well, this is a done deal. Why are you even talking about it? So is that a violation of the Brown Act?
Please wrap it up,
Do you
Jan.
know what all the other council people are going to vote?
Please wrap it up, Jan.
I'm gone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Bott, B-O-T-T. I apologize for the bad handwriting. I live off of Mission and Cary Road. I'm a newer Oceanside resident, moved here last summer. Always loved the city. I've been working here in the community for over 17 years now. Very familiar with the people and the businesses. I'm here tonight in support of North River Farms. It will be a project that will benefit us all, not just the people that will live here. $5 million will go toward Oceanside Unified School District, who needs not only the funds right now, but also the students. The infrastructure in the area is failing, and if the vision plan were to come forward, they would be hard-pressed to find the resources to make the improvements that North River Farms is doing, like widening the College Bridge and North River Road, expanding the sewer lines, and making intersection improvements along the 76. They also plan to build and staff a fire station. We've talked about that. I have never seen a developer make these many commitments before with any project. Lastly, it's no secret we are in a terrible housing crisis. We need more housing of all types, as many people have talked about, to stop these horrendous commutes that people do every day so they can live where they work. We need more for our employees for that. This intergenerational community will bring us closer to meeting our housing needs as a city and thinking toward the future. I hope you approve this project, and thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelland. I work for a law firm and I deal with real estate and business transactions every day. I am also a resident of South Morro Hills and my last name is Morrow. What a day, right? It's been a long day. So I love development. The way they present it, I want to raise my children in that community, okay? But when you really look at the plan on the paper and break everything down, what they're presenting is not the same as what's on paper. Today I reviewed it and in the paper, I don't know if it's been updated that you guys have seen, but it said there would be an increase in 100 jobs. 110 jobs. And during the presentation, it said there would be an increase in 485 jobs. And as soon as someone says something that is different than what is stated in paper, you have to question everything that is being stated. As a person who is a family member of 7 first responders, it would be negligent to staff a 2 firefighter station in that community. Their blood would be on your hands. Also, if they are saying they're going to commit to 68.1 acres dedicated to agriculture, I am officially requesting that they, under declaration, under oath, state and hold them responsible to their word instead of selling out to another developer. Take a look at the North River community, how many storefronts there are, and how much are currently being utilized. It's pathetic. The bus stop, I've seen a maximum of 4 people. There's no parking structures for them to park their cars. There are 244 parking structures in the proposed community, which is not sufficient for the flow and safety of this community.
Our next speakers are Diane Nygaard, to be followed by Zach Barrington, to be followed by Leonard Grossberg, to be followed by Chris Lindsay, to be followed by Mark Bragan.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Diane Nygaard, here tonight representing Preserve Calavera. We refer to this as the egregious North River Farms project. This is a project that's not just a little bit bad. We rank it as one of the 3 worst projects we've seen in this region in the last 20 years. And 2 of them were in Carlsbad. It's just the wrong time, wrong place, and wrong project. In May, you approved 2 new elements of our general plan, economic development and sustainability. This project violates both, and it moves us backwards. Numerous technical experts have submitted comments that document how it damages the viability of agriculture, violates requirements to reduce greenhouse gases, and has not assessed roadway capacity, the key to safe evacuations. It is extremely rare for staff to recommend denial of a project, yet they have done so at every prior hearing on this. It is not smart growth, it's not building new housing where it should be built, conflicts with our general plan, premature, not affordable housing, not consistent with our adopted housing element. These are their words. They irrefutably support denial. Say no tonight, this developer can come back with a good project after we have a general plan that lays out our future and a vision plan that preserves agriculture. We all want the same thing for Oceanside, a vibrant, sustainable community. We urge you to deny this project tonight so we have a chance to achieve that. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to please, again, hold the applause, or we're going to take another break. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Zach Barrington. I'm a native of Oceanside. I've lived here my whole life. I've lived in almost every neighborhood in this city. I apologize for not being as up to speed on this project as I should be. I'm a father of 6. I have coached for a total of 11 years. My wife and I are board members of the Oceanside Warriors. For the record, the Warrior organization itself is not a political pawn and never will be, nor am I. I am here on behalf of my children of Oceanside, who are in need of fields for all sports. I'm sorry this is a little off track from what this meeting is about. Our kids need a break. We have practiced football on baseball fields since I played Pop Warner as a child. This is my 4th time coming to the city council meetings in the hopes of providing the taxpayers' children places to practice the sport we love, which is football. I am pro Oceanside. Whatever is good for my city and our people, I am all for. The city of Oceanside is unable to provide fields for our children, so I ask you, the city of Oceanside, please provide what our children deserve. I vote yes for Warrior football. Have a great evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Leonard Grossberg. I'm retired Director of Environmental Health, Director of Sustainability. I have over 30 years of experience and familiar with CEQA and environmental impact reports. I'm also a resident of 1310 Paseo Hermosa here in the city of Oceanside. And I'm here to oppose the North River Ranch farm project based on the following. Number one, it violates the city general plan. Listen to your planning department. They are experts who have concerns about the project. Number two, it increases traffic congestion. I've reviewed the revised CEQA report, and it doesn't mitigate the problems associated with the proposed increase in traffic. As a matter of fact, it clearly states that the major traffic impacts along North River Road, quote, will remain significant and unavoidable. This is unacceptable. We need a better plan that addresses and mitigates issues such as new roads of access for emergency access during fires, earthquakes, or floods. Number three, it increases wildfire danger. Several years ago, fires ran through the San Luis Rey River from the I-15 through Oceanside, including the evacuation of my home. The addition of North River Farm homes with only limited evacuation routes is a recipe for disaster, not only in loss of homes, but potentially in lives. Number four, it conflicts with the Smart Growth Plan. The Climate Action Plan promotes projects near existing infrastructure that have already been in place. Not the case for this project. The CEQA clearly states that the infrastructure will come later. Look at the report. I fail to see where the project reduces energy consumption. Why aren't we requiring solar panels on new construction? Why aren't we installing solar panels in the parking lots, the dog park, some of the other public areas? Don't fall into the trap that this is the only project available to you, and even with its flaws, it benefits the city. It doesn't. And long term, we will be addressing the infrastructure problems we fail to address today. Short-term gains do not merit consideration over long-term problems. I urge a no vote on this project. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Please take your seats. We are ready to begin. I'm going to call out the next 5 speakers. We have 2 available podiums. When you hear your name, please make it to the next available podium. A popular question I'm getting tonight is how many more speakers we have left. We have about 40 or so left. So if we could practice some decorum, we could get through this without any more further interruptions, and the council could begin their discussion. So our next 5 speakers are Chris Lindsay or Livesey, followed by Mark Bragan, to be followed by Cynthia Medina, to be followed by Stacy Green, to be followed by Christine Gorman.
Good evening. My name is Chris Livesey. I'm a City of Oceanside resident off Alameda Drive. Thanks for allowing me to speak here. You've done some great things in Oceanside. I want to keep this short. You have a great project in front of you. I think it's well planned. There's amenities that I would take advantage of as far as the infrastructure. So I'll take that any day. So I implore you to vote yes for the project. Thank you.
Hey. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Bragan, an Arrowwood resident. I think on any project, the first thing you need to look at is the safety of the project. I was here when the Lilac fire occurred. The exit route was Douglas Avenue. I went about a mile in 2 hours on Douglas Avenue. We just stopped. I was on the phone with my son, who's up in San Francisco, for about 45 minutes, and at that time I moved 100 yards. So, you know, I don't think there's been any mitigation for the traffic issue. I don't really think we have a safe evacuation plan. I'm in a cul-de-sac. There was police there telling us to evacuate. When I had a conversation with them, and it was the news media that was out there too, taking pictures, they were saying the riverbed is highly flammable. If the winds continue the way they were going, that riverbed would be on fire all the way down to the ocean. So all the houses on both sides of that riverbed would be at risk. Fortunately, the winds died, didn't happen, nothing happened to anyone in Arrowhead's homes. The second thing is, you know, many people have said it, have a plan, follow the plan. I think, please, follow the plan and the process. The general plan does not support this. The process that Robert, I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it, Domhowski has published many times and read many emails and gone through the details. It's not recommended. The Planning Commission has gone through this many times. They say no, it shouldn't happen. From an integrity standpoint, I don't like the way this has been presented. This is not a farm. This is not how they're making their money. This is a housing subdivision. There's this little marketing effort that says it's a farm. So the project is not accurately portrayed. So please vote no. Thank you.
Cynthia Medina, to be followed by Stacy Green, to be followed by Christine Gorman, to be followed by Aaron Morin.
I'm Cynthia Medina. I actually am a resident of Oceanside. I don't look good in green. I wasn't paid to be here. I wasn't bussed in. I parked around the corner. I wanted to, actually was asked to please come here and play a video for the young professionals of Oceanside. But as a resident of Oceanside, I wanted to just thank you all for letting me live here. I haven't lived here for 30 years. I would like to say that at some point in my life. My kids and I have been here since 2010. We've ridden our bikes to the Sunset Market. We've spent weekends at the harbor. We've enjoyed all of our time here in Oceanside, and we've actually decided that we'd love to live in a multi-generational home where a farm is in our neighborhood. So I don't know if that video is going to play. But I wanted to also address the 2 firefighters at the fire station. Those 2 firefighters are there so that we can, so that they can respond within the 5 minutes. And in the event of a fire, the follow-up fire departments will be there. But most of the calls that firefighters get are actually, those are actually non-fire emergencies that are happening. So they respond to multiple non-fire emergencies on a daily basis. So I'm not sure if the community is aware of that. And that, and so at any rate, the fire emergencies, they're there to be able to at least stop whatever's happening at the beginning. And also, I think that the fire station, or the Firefighters Association Local 3736 has also endorsed the plan. So if firefighters are endorsing the plan, obviously they believe that it's a safe plan, which I'm excited about. I'm not sure why the video is not playing. But
not going to matter. You have 3 seconds left.
Sorry, I don't know if that's... And I'm out of time. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Gilligan Morin. I live at 1241 Chambord Court in Oceanside. And I also own a farm in South Morro Hills with my family for over 50 years. We have been in this business. This is a very bad project, especially where I'm growing my avocado trees. Yes, water is an issue. Yes, labor is an issue. But guess what? We had a little meeting and a powwow this past weekend. Our family did. We want to continue giving this to our next generation of Gilligans and Krolls and Gilligans and Krolls. And we still want to be in this business. And it's really important to us that we continue in this business because selling will kill us. The environment will die. Where's our wildlife going to go? The biggest issue is you're going to have a coyote problem if you have all your little mutts out there, because they're going to come out and they're going to eat your mutts. Yeah,
they eat your dogs. Like, no kidding. And the other issue is that I do not want to see an unstable planet for our next generation of kids. Greta Thunberg nailed it on the head when she said, "You're robbing us of our future," because you are. Because these people in power
Please wrap it up.
taking away our next generation. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stacy Green, and I appreciate and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have, for over 30 years, lived in San Diego, came here in 1974 when the population was 300,000. Today, putting in front of me on Google, it says San Diego's population exceeds 3,325,000, with a growth rate just this year alone of 0.46%. What does that mean? Well, to the housing business, it means that we have an ever-growing population, and it is a fact that in San Diego alone, that we need to build over 125,000 homes to meet over the next couple of years, just to balance housing for the ever-needed population that currently lives here and resides. Oceanside is a desirable family place to live. And here, a developer, a fact that is well respected, as I've been part of the business marketing for development for over 25 years, is a very well respected builder who has built consistently and is financially secure throughout the county. I have been to many development meetings and have never seen a project of infrastructure development and giving back to a community and understanding the values of a community, that this is a family resident. They're not building 500 square foot apartments for $3,000 a month. They're building a family community. I urge you to support and vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Christine Gorman, to be followed by Jerome Kern, to be followed by Leslie Davis, or Davies, to be followed by Scott Sandstrom, to be followed by Bill Burney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Christine Gorman. I've lived in Oceanside for more than 20 years, and I want to back up with the other people who are asking you to vote no on North River Farms and vote yes on B. I support them, and they have, said it better than I can say it, but the one thing I would like to add to that is just my personal experience when we had those fires a couple of years ago, and I was listening very closely to every single report. I had my bags packed because I'm concerned not just about the flames overtaking homes, but we have to be concerned about the smoke and what's in the air. I have very sensitive lungs, and I knew that I didn't want to be there when the smoke started coming in. And as I listened to the reports, they said that they were going to let it burn to the ocean because the winds were too fast, and luckily the winds shifted. That's what saved it. Our firefighters could not be expected to handle that. And with gridlock, people would not be able to get out. I think that's a key point. They even admit it when they talked about this plan. They cannot mitigate the gridlock problem. This would be a definite disaster in case of fires, which we have more and more. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Well, almost. Thank you. Just to answer a question I was asked about 15 times tonight, I am not running for office anymore. So I'm done. I'm retired. I'm not doing it. I am actually a resident of District 2, and for those that don't remember me, since it's been a year, my name is Jerome Kern. For many years now, California has suffered from underproduction of homes. Prices have risen, but new supply has not been allowed as local opposition has stood in the path of new construction. Currently, California is 3.5 million housing units short. Each project that would add housing stock faces a flurry of NIMBY opposition, as well as objections from anti-housing activists parading as environmentalists. What it comes down to this, people that have housing don't want any more housing. They come out to stop it. We've all heard the same tired arguments. We like the project, but just not here. But when you propose someplace else, the same people come out and oppose that one too. So right now, we're in a position that every project, you have meetings like this. California housing is a man-made problem. I'll skip that part. I'm running out of time here. This is an opportunity for the city of Oceanside to invest in a lifestyle community that the entire region can enjoy. Updating a decades-old general plan will take years. I asked for a general plan update in 2006, and it never happened. Because, as stated earlier, I think Bob Gleesberg said it, money was tight. We never did it. So we kept kicking the can down the road. Now it's starting to kick back. You know, don't wait for a general plan. This is a good project. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Weiss and council members. My name is Leslie Davies. I live in Oceanside, and just like the former councilman said, yes, we do need housing. We desperately need housing, but we don't need sprawl, and we don't need it on our farmland. We need it along a corridor where we have public transportation. This is absolutely crazy that the Oceanside City Council wants to take what is left of our precious farmland and rezone it to appease some developers who don't even live here. For what, a campaign contribution? The Planning Commission has turned this project down no less than 3 times. Why do we have a Planning Commission if you choose not to listen to them? Why spend resources on developing a general plan knowing you have no intention of adhering to it? Thank you, Councilman Sanchez, for standing up for the people you represent as opposed to standing against them and only looking out for the developers. Another huge concern of mine is how this project will impact our wildlife. I don't think anybody is even taking that into consideration, and I think it's something that is very, very important. And with all due respect, Mr. Rodriguez, I do believe you ought to recuse yourself from this project. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Scott Sandstrom, 47-year North Inland resident, 30 years housing advocate. And I'm here to talk about it. The crisis is real. You know that. You see the numbers from the state, the RENA numbers, and what we need. If you're not going to approve this project, I ask you, what project would you ever approve? This does everything. It builds roads, widens them. I drove myself. I have no relation to this project. I come from Rancho Bernardo, where in October 2007, I evacuated my home east of I-15. You know where I went? I went to Forest Ranch, a project that was hotly contested, just like Del Sur. New communities, large new communities, all the same issues. Oh, I-15 traffic. Oh, the fire. Well, new home developments have proven, studies have showed, between San Elijo Hills, Forest Ranch, and Del Sur, you shelter in place in these new subdivisions with a building of fire, sprinklers, setbacks that are much greater than projects you approved even in 2000. All that same hysteria that I heard, and I was here for Arrowwood, same hysteria. Only thing I will say, instead of deja vu all over again, at least back then it was a little more civil. So I urge you to please approve this project. It is well needed. And if you don't approve this one, ask yourself, what would you ever approve? Thank you.
Our next speakers are Bill Burney, to be followed by Chuck Badger, to be followed by Luawana Hallstrom, to be followed by Carrie Jaffe, to be followed by Rachel Jonty.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Appreciate you having the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Bill Burney. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Front Wave Credit Union, a member-owned, not-for-profit financial cooperative, and I believe the only financial institution headquartered right here in Oceanside. I'm also the Chairman of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, and I'm here tonight in that capacity. Like our CEO, Scott Ashton, talked earlier, and our Chair-elect, Deborah Allen, spoke earlier, the Chamber stands in support of the North River Farms project. We stand in support of the North River Farms project because we believe it is aligned with our mission of fostering economic prosperity and a vibrant community. We stand with the North River Farms project because we believe it is a catalyst for agritourism. We stand with the North River Farms project because of the infrastructure that we've heard much about tonight that's going to be brought to the area. We believe that infrastructure building is generous, impressive, and impactful. On a personal side, as a retired Marine Sergeant Major, I happen to notice in the literature about this project that 50% of the homes that will be built will be eligible for 100% VA financing, allowing our active duty military and veterans to pursue the dream of home ownership. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Chuck Badger, and I'm dressed like a farmer tonight, because I am a farmer. I actually live on my family's 6-acre lot in Elfin Forest and farm organic lemons and coffee. Yes, coffee. I have lived in Bonsall, off the 76, and during the Lilac Fire I evacuated, and I had to evacuate my animals off the property in the Olive Hill area. So I know it's stressful, and it's tough, but we did it. My family's been farming here in San Diego since 1923, and I'm here to support this project. My grandfather moved here from the Santa Maria area because he wanted to come to an area that was beginning to allow urban and agriculture to interact. There was a village core, and 100 years later, my family is still farming there and still enjoying that community. I have 24 employees, including my son, who farms with me. He's our 4th generation farmer. We earn our living by growing citrus, a small amount of cut flowers, and as I said, coffee. Just as my grandfather's venture nearly 100 years ago continues to benefit his community and our family, so can the North River Farms project benefit the local community for generations. Ag has to continually change and grow to survive. The North River Farms project is an exciting next step in ag. The chance to be embedded in a community will benefit both farmers and neighbors alike. Both will enjoy the local food, fiber, and flora connection well into the future. We are not a farming community like Iowa corn farmers. We're not even large operations like our fellow Californians in the Central Valley. San Diego farmers are small family farmers. 70% of us own farms of 10 acres or less, and we need access to neighborhoods who are looking for locally sourced, sustainably grown products. That's what this North River Farms project can provide. Today you have a choice. You can choose to be part of an exciting new step in a community-centered planned ag development, or you can choose a provincial mindset and remain stuck in the status quo. I hope you'll opt for the former and the farmer.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Rachel Jonte. I live in South Morrow Hills. I am a resident and farmer in South Morrow Hills. I have called and written to you all on numerous occasions regarding many concerns I have with this project, but for the interest of time, I'll focus on just a few. The enormous risk it poses to me and all of my neighbors for evacuation. There's a reason why South Morrow Hills is the last remaining agricultural land in Oceanside, which was once thousands of acres of farmland stretching all the way to the 5 freeway. All of the most reasonable land for development has been developed along the highways, having access to roads. These last remaining farm-zoned acres in South Morrow Hills do not have the roads or infrastructure to support this type of development safely. I don't have to tell you about the wildfire risk. Many people have talked about this, but imagine if you lived here, what you would do with one road out. The fire study done by the applicant only includes the area they intend to occupy. It doesn't even include beyond the streets that they're proposing to be in. So all of us who are living there are really sitting ducks with no way out. The other thing I want to point out is that the $1 million that this applicant claims to be including for the South Morrow Hills Community Plan is actually only also for the area of their proposed project from Wilshire to Stallion. There are 3,300 acres of Southmore Hills that are not included in that $1 million. That's not included in the road widening. It's all building money in for their own community and ignoring the needs of those of us who actually live there and have been participating in this community for decades. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Today, I am here to voice my support for North River Farms project. As a longtime advocate for a strong ag economy, I began
Your name,
my
please.
career,
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Luana Hallstrom. As a longtime advocate for a strong ag economy, I began my career as part of my family's third-generation farming operations in Oceanside. I served on the California Board of Food and Ag. I co-chaired the California Ag Vision, and I served as president for the National Council of Ag Employers, known as NCAE. I understand the need for agriculture to evolve and change if it is to remain sustainable, and I know firsthand that agriculture has many faces. This I learned to appreciate while visiting agriculture nationally as president for NCAE. San Diego County has the largest number of small farms in any other county, and like other farms, faces challenges in terms of water, labor, regulation, market, and competition. Oceanside is home to a variety of unique agricultural operations that are working hard to define and redefine what a successful business model looks like today and for the future. North River Farms' inspirational farm hub community will engage in passion and share the importance of agriculture in this region by including a professionally run farm, community gardens, 40% open space, maker spaces, retail, all centered around community. North River Farms will serve to support the greater agricultural area, build agritourism partnerships, connect people, bring in young farmer programs, and will get people excited about ag through educational venues. Over 200 agri-hoods currently span America, encouraging the creation of farming enterprises by providing much-needed access and economic partnership opportunities, reconnecting the disconnect to our agriculture roots and where our food comes from. Does revitalize agriculture's importance in society and our daily lives. I'll end with this. A third-generation farmer and former Secretary of California Department of Food and Ag, A.G. Kawamura, in his support of North River Farms, and I quote, "The building of a farm hub community development introduces new texture and context for residents and visitors who benefit from a cornucopia of..."
Our next speakers are Carrie Jaffe, to be followed by Allison Brown, to be followed by Evan Marks, to be followed by Kim Murray, to be followed by David Arnold. Carrie Jaffe.
Next one.
Allison Brown.
Allison Brown. Okay. Give me a second here.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me okay? I'm Allison Brown. Good evening, council members and mayor. I've been before you speaking against North River Farms. I've told you in the past that I've lived here for over 55 years. 50 years ago, I lived 3 blocks or so down Ditmar with my 2-year-old daughter. I live in the house my folks bought in Jeffrey's Ranch. They bought it in '87. So, long-time person here, went to schools here. I have seen a lot. This really nifty project is in the wrong place, and it is the wrong project for that place. So it's not giving me anything. Okay. It's big bucks, Orange County developers' dream, but it's not the dream of the people in the area that is impacted by this particular project. You well know that there has never been approval from the Planning Department for this project. The Planning Commission has recommended denial every single time. 3 times from the Commission itself, and a 4th time from the city, all city departments, staff. Those of you in this arena tonight need to realize that the provision of 2 choices is the staff of every city department throwing their collective hands up in frustration. They didn't say deny it because they've worked too hard for too long to try to get you all to realize that this project should be denied. So I will say to you all, don't be shills, don't promote this project, vote option B.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Wise and Council. My name is Kim Murray. My husband George and I own Beach House Winery in South Morrow Hills. I also co-chair the Agritourism Committee and participate on the AgriVision Committee. This past week, I sent you an email with regards to the Ocean Breeze Ranch development, formerly the Vessels Ranch. And the Ocean Breeze Ranch developer worked with the community of Bonsall, the Bonsall Community Support Group, the Bonsall Unified School District, and the Fallbrook Planning Group. They worked together for a successful development plan. No zoning density changes of 1 dwelling unit per 3.5 acres. Okay, it can be done, and it was done. That developer spent many years, gathered the support of the community to bring them all together. This isn't being done on this project. You can see the fracture it caused in the community. This meeting is incredible. I've never, ever attended one of these meetings to be like this. It's like kind of crazy. But, so I support the council members to vote option B. We requested to have a vision plan back in 2016 when agritourism was presented to the committee or to the council. The council approved phase 1 with the exception without a vision plan. And we would not be here today if we had that vision plan. The residents of South Morrow Hills, our agritourism committee, had a vision. We needed your support. We needed your support then. We need it now. Vote option B.
Our next speakers are Evan Marks, to be followed by David Arnold, to be followed by Philip Schwartz, to be followed by Bob Nelson, to be followed by Natalie Shapiro.
Well, my name is David Arnold, and I'm a resident of Oceanside, and I live at 5581 Thoroughbred Street in the project formerly known as High Hope Ranch. I am a developer. I've been a developer for 30 years, and I was drawn to Oceanside originally because it was the most affordable beach community in Southern California. I have developed the High Hope Ranch Estates, the Juani's View Estates, Rancho Del Oro Village 7, including the In-N-Out Burger on 76. I've worked with local activists Peggy Malik and Melba Bishop to achieve a compromise on all of those projects, and I believe that the River Ranch project has done the same outreach. I am interested in seeing Oceanside progress. I own 14 acres contiguous to the project. I think Oceanside needs North River Farms. It's a well-designed, progressive, agricultural-based community that will supply much-needed homes for a wide range of family types. The public benefit that comes with the project is extraordinary, in my opinion. It's really unprecedented. I see this project really as the start of an agritourism movement in Oceanside, and I would encourage the council to approve the North River Farms. Thank you.
copies for the...
Was your mic on? Zep?
Now it's working. Yeah.
People may not have heard you.
Thank you for staying awake. My name's Bob Nelson. I live on Belmont Park Road in Oceanside, 32-year resident. I'm a licensed architect for over 40 years. I've worked EIRs both sides. I've worked with city committees previously. I have given you here a letter that I'd sent on September 26th, and I wanted to emphasize what that letter really spoke about, and I have a couple extra issues. Number one, the reduction in the housing units proposed is equivalent to the total allowed for the current zoning. The proponent said they've reduced 40% from their initial submittal. They are still 800% over the existing logical planning to go from the urban area to the less urban areas east in Morrow Hills and beyond. The majority of the homes proposed still within the San Luis Rey River 100-year floodplain, creating over 4.5 million cubic feet per second diversion of river water in a flood, which will go to Guajome Park, the city's sewer system, the San Luis Rey River Trail, and it's in the EIR. It increases the velocity of the river and raises it 1.5 feet. That's what I'm trying to show in this plan as an example that the floodplain comes up to here, all the way over into Guajome Park. The only area that should be built on in that side is just south of the road where the existing homes are. Don't allow the isolation and island of the Bree property. That's already been entitled. Allow that. Provide some additional housing coming down to North River Road, the rest of it in agriculture. You can probably read the rest of my requirements. And the homes are not intergenerational. They are 2 to 3 story high. I could touch them on either side of my arms.
Please wrap it up.
Going 30 to 40 feet high. Thank you, and I have my phone number, so unless you want to ask about other questions.
Schwartz, Natalie Shapiro, to be followed by Patty Hughes, to be followed by Robbie Calderon-Haas, to be followed by Tony Davia.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss and council members. My name is Robbie Calderon-Haas. I am an Oceanside resident, business owner, and philanthropist, mother and grandmother. I have lived in Oceanside for 19 years. When I first moved to North County, I was told that I would not want to live in Oceanside, so I moved to Carlsbad. After a year and a half of living in Carlsbad, I decided Oceanside is where I wanted to be. I love Oceanside. I support North River Farms. I hear people say too many people already live here, that there is a house for sale in my neighborhood and we don't have a housing crisis. Well, I'm here to tell you we do have a housing crisis. The reality is we are in a housing crisis and we continue to grow, not because people are moving here in flocks, but because of natural growth, meaning the people who are struggling to live here are a product of the generations before them, like many in the demographic speaking here tonight who choose to live in Oceanside and have children. California has tried to stall growth in the past. We stopped producing the units we needed to keep up with demands, and as a result, we are in a housing crisis with sky-high prices and lower than ever inventory. I should disclose to you that I am a realtor. I also sit on the board of a nonprofit affordable housing. I am in Oceanside currently, there are only 64 homes under 600,000. Research shows that building more homes does not help. Building more does help the housing affordability. As a city, we need to start doing our part with projects that will be positive benefit to the city, like North River Farm.
Thank you. Please wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tony Dola. I'm actually probably the only resident on North River Road. Actually, I live on North River Road, 30418 North River Road, at the corner of Via Puerto del Sol. The traffic outside my front yard every day in either direction is unbelievable, to the point where we could barely even get out of our driveway. Today, as I was leaving here to come here tonight, I couldn't even turn left out of my driveway to go down toward the 76. The traffic was backed up past the dog leg by Cary Lane, and there was no fire happening. This is just daily occurrence. While I have it in mind, I'd like to thank Ms. Sanchez for exposing the fraud of the green shirt scabs coming here tonight to fill the seats. Scabs is the only word that I can think of to describe you people. And Mr. Rodriguez, you're a disgrace. You should really recuse yourself. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speakers, last call for Natalie Shapiro and Patty Hughes. Kevin Byrne, to be followed by Amy Crahill, to be followed by Bruce Sotier, to be followed by Matthew A. Beck.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Byrne. I live here in Oceanside, have for 40 years, and I've been living in Wayland Ranch for 30 of them. One of the things that I haven't heard tonight and that I haven't heard discussed is the tremendous pressure that the state of California is putting on every community in San Diego County. They are mandating, they are demanding that all these, that the whole San Diego County issue 171,000 building permits in a 5-year period, and that period is to start pretty soon. I forgot the exact date. Oceanside's cut is going to be around 5,500 homes across the economic spectrum. So, taking all that into consideration, there's a lot of pressure to build. And so what I suggest is that you start the process, or the state is going to do its own planning. They're already trying through SB 50 to take over the planning process from local communities, or at least allow themselves to do that. That Senate bill is on the floor, or it's been tabled, but there are alternates coming up. Now, if we don't do something soon, they'll come in and do it for us. Thank you.
Right. Hi, Mayor, City Council, thank you so much. I've been jotting notes as I've been in here. I grew up in Orange County, and as a single woman, wanted to buy a home, not just a condo, so I moved down.
I'm sorry, your name again?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Amy Krajak. I came down here because I didn't want to buy a condo in Orange County, so I moved down here where houses were affordable, and I could afford one as a single woman. Now, what my so-called affordable home is worth is more than $75,000 than when I bought it, which is great, but as a single person, I don't know how anybody can afford a home anymore, and they're talking about affordable homes for families. What about those of us that don't have a significant other or don't want that? How are we to be able to afford these homes? You know, I look at my income, I make a lot of money, I'm a registered nurse. I make double what the average person in Oceanside makes. The average income in Oceanside is $60,000. A $600,000 home makes someone house poor. So if we look at what lenders are supposed to be providing, you're not supposed to pay what, more than 25, 30% of what your total income is. So I don't think these homes are affordable. I also want to say that, you know, it may create jobs, but the problem is the people that work there aren't going to be able to afford homes there, because I bet they're probably going to be minimum wage jobs. It also, besides the traffic, it's ridiculous. I urge every single one of you, I live right off the 76 in Frazee, please spend an afternoon between Old Grove, Frazee, and North River and Santa Fe on the 76. every single day. It doesn't matter. The traffic is insane. They might be increasing and expanding the bridge at College, but that doesn't affect the rest of the area. And I think we're looking at this specific community and not looking at the bigger picture. My other thing as a nurse, how is Tri-City Hospital going to accommodate the extra 1,200 plus people in this community? You have to look, ER wait time sometimes, 12 hours, 24 hours to even get a bed in the hospital. So I urge you guys to all vote no and think about the larger community and not just this community. Thank you.
Speakers are Bruce Sotier, Matthew Beck, William Howe, Vanjie Barrington, and Jeff Bolognese.
I am Matthew Beck. I am actually not very good at this, by the way. I am concerned about the traffic. I live off of Fireside, and as you all know, there is a wave park going in next to my house, which is also going to produce another 20,000 cars on top of the 20,000 from this development. I am smack dab in the middle. I take the brunt end of everything coming down North River Road from Douglas, period. I drive every day. I do all the lighting and electrical for every 7-Eleven in this county. I drive every freeway. I know for a fact it takes roughly 45 minutes to go 30 miles. In LA, it is 45 minutes for every 15 all day long. I'm not sure we all really want to keep enduring this. At what point do we just start to live in our cars? Because I actually technically do on some days. It is painful to drive. I sleep in my company van if I have to be at a job the next morning. I go above and beyond outside of all this. And let alone 400,000, nobody can afford this. The average annual income in this county is $70,000. The average cost of a house is $600,000. I am not married and I have no kids. My salary will cap out at 80 grand and I will never buy a house here. That is the truth of the matter. And more importantly, this is a safety hazard on every level. Thank you.
William Howe. By Vanjie Barrington, to be followed by Jeff Bolognese, to be followed by Stephen Glasser.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm William Howe. I live at 686 Sleeping Indian Road. I think just about everything's been addressed at least once or twice or maybe more at this point. But in any organization, to have paid staff and you have a good staff and ignore them, to have a planning commission who our District 2 council member just said we should refer everything to and give our input and ignore them, and to ignore all the residents doesn't make really good sense. I would urge you to listen to what those are saying. A lot of those that were speaking in favor got on a bus at 8 o'clock. The rest of us that are still here, or a lot of us that are residents, are going to be the ones paying the taxes to produce the infrastructure out there. If you want to disband your staff and all, let the developer write the general plan and let them provide the infrastructure, then we don't need much of a city government.
Last call for Vanjie Barrington. Jeff Bolognese, Stephen Glasser, Haley Woonsley, Thomas Dennert. No, Haley's here. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It may not be politically correct, but I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just sort of neutral, but I tend to be an underdog supporter.
Your name, please, sir.
Oh, Thomas William Dennert. 30-year resident near Mission and Mesa area. But I don't like some of the things that I've heard tonight For instance, I did get an email earlier this evening, or actually, no, take it back. It was Monday evening. At the top of the email, it said we must pack the council chambers because, let's say, November 6th NRF hearing, we have to fill the chamber. At the top of the email in big green letters, it says we have to pack the chamber at 4 p.m. Join us. We have signs. Speak at the council meeting. That didn't come from the people in the green shirts. That came from SOAR. And on Facebook, there was Calavera, or Preserve Calavera, putting out their publicity. So if you're trying to put down the people in the green shirts, you might want to look in a mirror and to say fraud. No. Again, if you're trying to work with the homeless, wouldn't you try to work with the people that build the houses? So if they're working with the building concerns, construction, and they're supported by them, well, that makes sense. There's concerns for fire and so on, but maybe we need to get rid of the fires so we don't have to evacuate. Maybe we need to build some dams so we have some water rather than just complain about it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Haley Wansley, and I'm an Oceanside resident, and I work with the developer. I'm here to read a letter in support from Mary Kimball of the Center for Land-Based Learning. It's shortened for the time. 9 years ago, my organization embarked on a mission to establish one of the first agrihoods in California in the city of Davis called the Cannery. I'm reading this letter because there seems to be a lot of misinterpretation of what an agrihood actually is. This has been a project that has not been without its challenges, as any new idea can have. The Cannery continues to refine, evolve, and expand the offerings of this agrihood in order to meet community needs. I understand from colleagues in your region that there is concern that an agrihood is not a real farm, and I'd like to discuss those concerns here. We run a program called the California Farm Academy to train these beginning farmers, apprenticeship in farm management, and a lot of programs for veterans. We have high school workforce development programs throughout the state, serving students in 27 countries, and work with farms and ranches of all sizes, from 1 acre to 30,000 acres. That being said, we know that this country and this state need all kinds of farms and farmers, all sizes, all methods, all approaches, and people from all backgrounds. We need to find new ways to encourage and motivate the next generation, seeing as the average American farmer is almost 60 years old. We will have major problems on our hands if we don't grow our own food. We will have a food security crisis in the very near future, and we must work to change the course of this situation. Agrihoods provide the opportunity for this living and the development and those outside of it to experience and connect with agriculture, likely in ways they never have before. While people can provide ridicule that these farms aren't real, my answer to that is that we, our society, must provide all kinds of different levels of access and connection to the land, to the food they eat, and to the future of the production. I encourage you to support the development in North River Farms. The Cannery is an award-winning agrihood whose urban farm is 7 times smaller than that of North River Farms. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Shenya A., Lisa Hamilton, Angie Matthews, and Maggie Matthews. We have 2 available podiums. Please make your way to the next available podium.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Lisa Hamilton, 323 South Ditmar. I urge you to reject this project. And I'd like to know why Oceanside voters were shut out this evening by people who do not live in Oceanside, or very few who live in Oceanside. They were subsidized to get them here by busing and pizza. As a 501c3, Solutions for Change seems to me to be getting perilously close to the legal line for illegal lobbying. Please count the number of Oceanside citizens in favor of this project. They are far outnumbered by people opposing it. I urge you to deny this project for all the reasons speakers and staff have laid out for you: traffic, fire danger, lack of infrastructure, and water shortages. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Anj Matthews. I'm at 1025 Schaefer Street. We moved Oceanside from Pacific Beach because we saw a gem here, and I'm really afraid that we're becoming LA. I commute to LA for business. That's what I do every other week, and it takes me 4 hours to get to work, just to go to Santa Monica. It can go, just to go from Barrington up to Sunset, it can be 45 minutes. We're becoming LA because you're not following a general plan. You have to listen to your planning commission. You have to listen to your staff. If you want to have this city actually be something that people like me want to stay in, you've got to make it worth it. Frankly, I spent $1 million buying a house and then remodeled it, and I'm afraid to go down my street because I don't have enough police able to manage my infrastructure right now. I couldn't go get pho right now without being afraid to leave my car to go into the restaurant because some tweaker is going to be messing with me. That's a minute from my house. It costs, if you want to buy a house in my neighborhood, you need $1 million. But it's not $1 million place. It's a place that people have to believe in. And we did. We bought in 2015, and we've done nothing. If you look at 1025 Schaefer, just look at every single permit that we've been doing. We've been investing, investing, and investing in this city. But I still can't walk out my house without feeling I'm going to get knocked out by a gangbanger or some tweaker or some guy sleeping in the alley. And you want to build more and more and more without following a plan or listening to your staff? Come on. I should be able to trust you. I believed in you. You need to believe in us. Not these green shirt people that are paid, but the people that are believing in the city, that want to retire here, that want to help with everything, that want to volunteer. So please vote no on this, because we want to believe in you too.
Mayor, City Council, Maggie Matthews, Seaside District. So I think critical problem with this project is the infrastructure. Is there really anything more terrifying these days than California fires? Does this project have the infrastructure to protect all of the incoming residents, all of the farmers? Does it? Because if it doesn't, it's gonna be devastating, absolutely devastating. Aside from that, there have been so many recommendations by the Planning Commission and by your planning staff to vote against this project. Why don't we listen? How many more times do they need to weigh in? This is a project fraught with so many issues and complications and compromises. Let's listen to the experts. Please deny this project.
Last call for Shenya A. Shenya A, last call. That concludes the speaker slips, but this is a public hearing.
So is there anyone else to speak?
What was your name?
Just come up, Dennis. It's all right.
Yeah, just come up.
I'm not going to give him a chance. If you didn't submit a slip and you still want to speak, just come up to the podium right now, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dennis Martnick. I've been a resident of the Morrill Hills area of Oceanside for over 40 years. I'm a retired professor of business economics and urban planning. I also served on the Oceanside Planning Commission for over 16 years. The basic premise in urban planning is that you develop a plan, then developers submit projects that conform to the plan. You don't submit a project or approve a project and then to develop a plan around it. It's putting the cart before the horse. It causes severe impacts. On the screen is a list of some of the reasons to vote against the North River Housing Project. The problems have been verified in the Environmental Impact Report, the Planning Staff reports, and by the city's Planning Commission. The North River Housing Project would have irreversible impacts. It would negatively affect Oceanside's environment and its financial and economic stability. It would negatively affect our citizens' safety. It would have a long-term negative impact on jobs related to agriculture and agritourism. It will require more than twice the water presently used and required by farmers. And it would require farmers to cut back on their water by 30% in times of drought. It is clear the North River Housing Project conflicts with the existing general plan. Our city planners will soon begin the process of updating Oceanside's general plan and develop an agrivision plan. Good common sense should lead to the decision to have this developer come back after the plan is updated. Moving forward without a plan in place puts our city and its citizens at risk. Vote for option B, deny the project, and do not certify the EIR.
Good evening, or is it good morning yet? No. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. One of the things I wanted to mention was they keep saying how the density is getting lower and lower, but 169 of those homes are on lots that are 37 feet by 56 feet. You know, I think our mobile home lots are larger than that. Yes, they might have bought 30-something acres on the outside of it, so it brings it down, but the livable density, what people have to live in, is just shoulder to shoulder. You're going to hear him toot. One other thing I wanted to read was something that Mr. Rodriguez put on Facebook. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so they may retain control over the instruments they have created. And it's excerpts from the Brown Act. And he had put that on Facebook.
Can you state your name, please?
I'm sorry, Donna Garman, born and raised North County. I live in Oceanside for 15 years. Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Rocco, Oceanside. I just had a couple things to say. I think that right now you're actually obligated, or should feel obligated, to vote for smart growth, especially because right now, especially with the state mandates and with the transportation-oriented development, we're going to be doing we say we don't do general plan updates. We just did the economic development and the ECAP. We're going to be working on our circulation element and our land use plan. We have the RENA coming through, and even from the state, I heard today that it is going to be very TOD. This is not TOD. I take the bus. It doesn't work. You can't just go to your grocery store or go get some groceries. You can't just go to the pharmacy, you know. And right now, urbanization is the way to go. And yeah, this is under 600 houses here, but we have development projects in the plan, well, being looked at right now for over 400 homes on 12 acres down at Crouch Street at the Sprinter Station, which Sandag now is saying, Sprinter Station, that's your TOD. Maximize that opportunity. Also, we're going to be having North County Transit Department is putting in a plan, I think, for like 300 or some odd homes right at the North County Transit stop downtown. It will take up 12 acres and some parking, but anyway, so, and the 700 homes down in Fireside, not the best for transit, but it does have a more frequent line. It's just in the, and that's where the job centers are, and that's what the head of Sandag was saying. That's where you need to build this, is where if you have job centers, which, for example, Rancho del Oro, Sprinter Station, Ocean Park, Genentech is there. those are the kind of employers that you want, it's going to be easier, and that's where we should be putting our emphasis. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ariane Brandt. I've lived in Oceanside and in Fallbrook my entire life. My parents were divorced. I lived in both places. I am a business owner. I went to college, so did my husband. We make good, decent money. We have a great business in Carlsbad now, and we would love to live nearby, but Carlsbad is too expensive. If you want to know the person or the type of people who would buy at North River Farms, it would be me and my husband. Every night I look at Redfin, I look at Zillow. We've been to countless open houses. I know there's a ton of inventory, but none of it is inspiring or somewhere where I'd want to raise my kids. And North River Farms is exactly that kind of place. I know there's a lot of people opposed to the development tonight, but I would ask you or urge you to be innovative, to push beyond what seems like the simple answer, which is to say no, but the right answer is to say yes in this situation, because we need you to be, we just need you to go beyond what you're wanting to do or what everyone else wants you to do. I speak for my generation, and we want North River Farms.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Chaparro, and thank you for the opportunity to address the council. A number of the facts I would have mentioned have already been talked about this evening. I support North River Farms. I am a local realtor. I'm a native San Diegan. I have worked with families throughout our county here, specifically in Oceanside quite a bit, and we have a tremendous housing shortage. And I think what happens here is there's fear when you have development that's coming in. You're not sure how it's going to impact the community. I think with the council, it's a tremendous responsibility as well, but I think that the facts are there. And I just want to share, I live in Carmel Valley. I live right adjacent to One Paseo. That's a project that literally took over probably 12 to 14 years to get approved, and I'm a resident there. There was, of course, concern over traffic and change, but it is built. I supported it. It is wonderful, and it is a great example of what this type of community and development can mean to a city. And I think Oceanside has a tremendous opportunity to make a difference and to have a wonderful community that will bring housing in. And we need affordable homes in the community here. And they are. And we call it, let me change that. You're correct. It's attainable housing. When I'm speaking of affordable, it is attainable housing. And you look at the average price of our home here, these homes and these communities will provide housing for people in Oceanside and our workforce. So, no, it's beyond that.
Can you please let her finish talking? Thank you.
And I respect your opinions.
And can you please wrap it up?
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can you please be respectful? We're going to take another break. Thank you.
Anissa Kramer. I'm speaking on behalf of millennials who live here in California and want an opportunity to stay in California. I make a decent salary, so does my husband. We currently are renting in Carlsbad, and we're trying to save money right now to buy a home. This is exactly the type of community that would draw us to move to Oceanside and buy a home and raise a family. We need these opportunities. As millennials, we need these opportunities to stay in California. I'd much rather stay here and invest in a home in an amazing community. I know that it's not technically affordable housing, but it is affordable for at least a middle-class household. That's exactly the range that we're looking in. So I hope to see more communities like this being approved, so I actually have a shot of staying in California and raising a family where their grandparents would be. My parents are here and settled. I would like the opportunity to stay as well.
Good evening, Kevin Bachman. I live in Oceanside.
I really didn't want to get up and speak either pro or con in this project, but I think I want to really emphasize the point that city government has processes, and we elect our city officials to support those processes. And what I'm hearing today is that we have our city staff, our city planning groups, and general plan is what we use to govern ourselves, and we are completely ignoring that process. Why don't we get back to the basics and do the process, please? Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, the applicant has about 5 minutes left for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor. The issues that we heard that I have high on my list are fire safety, evacuation, infrastructure, attainability versus affordability, and the general plan versus community plan. So as it relates to fire safety and evacuation, I defer to some of the professionals that are on staff, but I would like to point out, and I can show one of my slides from my presentation. Part of evacuation is widening roads to enable people to get there. And as I mentioned at the initial part of my portion, we are widening roads miles away. So it's not just North River Road. We are widening Vandergrift. We are expanding the College Bridge. That expansion goes all the way to Adams, making that improvement 6 lanes. We are funding a large contribution to the expansion of College and 76. And then probably the most important improvement related to the 76 is a $400,000 contribution to Caltrans to optimize traffic signal timing and to help the 76 flow more efficiently. So as it relates to evacuation, and then of course fire safety, there is a 5-minute response time standard in the city of Oceanside. So in order to mitigate our impacts, we located the fire station on site. As it relates to the amount of infrastructure, we spent a lot of time talking about traffic improvements, but it's also important to note that within our property boundaries in the road lies sewer and water. We are upgrading those facilities, but the idea that this is rural and doesn't have services or is sprawl is a misnomer. Those services exist today and we are connecting to them. We are also upgrading them to allow for our community to be built as well as future planning efforts. And, you know, all the while we've been talking about community plan efforts. So we've tried to plan for opportunities that come in the future, but your general plan land use element is from 1986. It's older than some of the people seated in front of me, and definitely some of the people behind me. So the idea that that's biblical in nature, it's allowed to have amendments and it's extremely out of date. We fully support an update coming forward, and that's why we've contributed $1 million towards the community planning effort. And we've got our professionals here to answer questions. Thank you so much. Oh, last but not least, if I have 2 minutes, as it relates to the affordability, affordable housing is a category unto itself. It's subsidized housing. We were so happy to have Solutions for Change here tonight because we have built affordable housing. We partner with affordable housing developers to bring affordable housing forward. In this case, we are looking to do it either on-site, off-site, and there's also the option to pay the fee, but we are huge proponents of affordable housing as a need for the Oceanside community. As it relates to attainability, our pricing, 50% of it qualifies for 100% financing under the VA loan category, as well as the FHA loan category. So these homes are attainable in nature. They're lower than the median price in Oceanside, as well as the median price in San Diego County. Thank you.
And with that, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. And staff, if you want to look at some of the key issues and see if you can answer some of the questions that have come up.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, there were obviously a number of issues that were raised. Actually, very few direct questions, as it was. One of the questions I know that was asked very early on in the testimony had to do with the overrides that were identified in the environmental impact report, and I believe the lady who asked that question asked if those overrides would necessitate the recirculation and reanalysis of the environmental impact report. I can answer that question saying no, it does not require the recirculation of that document. As I mentioned during my presentation, part of the action that the City Council would be taking tonight would involve a statement of overriding considerations, and the findings to make that override are included in the documentation that's before the City Council tonight. You know, I would probably just ask if there were any specific questions that Council might have in relation to some of the testimony that we received. Obviously, we do have staff from traffic and fire sitting up here with me that could speak to perhaps some of the questions.
And I think one of the biggest issues has been the fire issue. So, Chief Robinson, if you could address both the fire risk and then the evacuation issues that came up.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you. Rick Robinson, Fire Chief. And if I may, I just want to point out that I have two of my division chiefs here tonight, Chief Pete Lawrence and Chief Dave Parsons, who were very integral in helping us work through the mitigations and the strategies that were put in to the things that were talked about tonight. If I could have a little leeway, I'd like to maybe set my response with just reading a brief excerpt from the June 29th NFPA magazine, written by Michelle Steinberg, who is the director of the Wildfire Division. And I think this will really set my answers for everything else. So she's talking about her visit up to the Paradise, the campfire in Paradise, and that seems to be a big concern. So here's what she says. And there's another town also, Magalia, that was involved. Paradise and Magalia are among hundreds of communities across the country that have been traumatized by wildfire in recent years. What many of these places have in common is a legacy of homes and infrastructure developed and built without taking wildfire hazards into account, despite the inherent danger. During the campfire, high winds sent blizzards of embers miles ahead into towns and subdivisions where homes and businesses provided ample fuel for the fire. But not everything was equally vulnerable. In Magalia, tall pine trees, and for Oceanside, you could think of palm trees, barely scorched by the fire, stood directly beside rows of incinerated homes, many of which had been dusted with combustible dry pine needles. The houses were easier targets for the embers than the trees. Once ignited, fire spread horizontally from one structure to the next. Nearly 19,000 structures were destroyed. Now, this next part's important. Wildfire experts know that it is possible right now to build and prepare homes in a way that makes them nearly ignition resistant. As I looked at the destruction before me, I wondered what would have remained if those steps had been taken. So thank you for allowing me that leeway. And why that's important is because as the fire department looked at how do we mitigate it, we looked at all those factors of a safe community being built. And I've heard a lot tonight about the fire risk being increased. And as one speaker said earlier, when they were evacuated into a fire-safe community. And that's what I believe that this would represent. So when we talk about evacuation, and I know there's a lot of concern and from the Lilac fire, and the thing that I like to say about the Lilac fire is that wasn't by luck. The reason we stopped it in Oceanside is because some of the best firefighters, I think, in the county were there with chief officers in command who knew what that fire was going to do and predicted. As a matter of fact, when I went by and I talked to one of the chief officers, I said, don't let this come into Oceanside. And they said, no, sir, we won't. And in fact, about 1/3 of an acre or so, I think, is all that. It was a very small amount that actually of the city. So it wasn't by luck. It was by a lot of hard work, knowing what the weather was going to do and the fuels. And Chief Lawrence is here, and he was one of the individuals up there. So we can talk about that too. From the evacuation standpoint, the problem with evacuation for Lilac is the system worked too well. It got too many people on too broad an area put on the roads, and that should not have happened. That is not the city's fault, and it's not the county's fault, although the evacuation orders did come through from the incident commander to the county EOC, and then the evacuation orders were put out. The city was trying to manage those orders. And I know people were frustrated, and I know they were stuck on the road. I also live in that district. My family as well were given evacuation orders and called me from their car. So I'm aware of what happened. We learned a lesson about evacuation in the county, and in that time since Lilac, with the cooperation of CAL FIRE, County Office of Emergency Services, and the the San Diego County Sheriff's Department have developed new evacuation plans. All the fire agencies, and this is countywide, all the fire agencies and law enforcement have been or will be trained in this. It is a much more improved methodology for evacuation and repopulation, which is also a problem. It's one thing to chase people out. It's another thing to get them back in, and that was another problem we had. So in the 2 years since Lilac, we have made what I think is great strides as the fire service in the county altogether in how to evacuate better, smarter, and more strategic. And I can't say that you'll never be sitting on a road again in traffic, because the facts are we don't know where the emergencies will come from. So, but I don't think we will have the same impacts that we had before. We'll be able to manage that a little bit better. And I do believe that us looking at the plan, that the road improvements and stuff will help, and the community in general could be a benefit in an evacuation plan from that perspective.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, everyone, for coming and expressing your First Amendment rights, even the support, the opposition. I really appreciate it. This has been a very long process, a very stressful process, and this is not an easy decision for any of us sitting here on the dais. We are all here and we're accountable to you and our community, and we must make decisions that, after weighing all the facts and the reason and the future and the vision, what we think is best for Oceanside. I am the District 2 City Council member. I was elected recently in 2018, so I'm pretty new at this. On one side of my district, there are large estates and landowners of South Morro Hills, comprising over 3,400 acres of ag lands. We have the planned communities of Arrowwood, Jeffries Ranch, the Berries, and Marisol that reside in higher performing school districts of Bonsall and Vista Unified. And like most Oceanside homes who were built in times past, they were built over thriving farms. Arrowwood was a strawberry field, Jeffries Ranch was a farm, the Berries, these were all at one point farms that you're now occupying. My district has pushed through odds over the years. My district is also home to the Deep Valley, with some of the oldest neighborhoods of my district, including family ties dating back to the 1800s. We've been through and we've endured over the years, and still going on today, gang violence, high crime pocket neighborhoods, some Oceanside Unified School District closures, and just pretty much lack of economic development and opportunity. My district has one of the largest Samoan populations outside of Samoa, and we are honored to have the largest population of active duty military and veterans. I have a very large and beautifully diverse district that I love. I was against this development from the beginning. I sat on the board of directors with other South Moral Hills estate owners, and we strategized and fought tooth and nail against this development in its original form. Ladies and gentlemen, the project before you today is not the same project that city staff denied. The Planning Commission, and it's not the same project the Planning Commission unanimously denied. And even I denied. What you have before you today is a completely different project. You see, there's been a beautiful tug of war that has taken place over the years with North River Farms. It has matured. It has been chiseled, molded, and fine-tuned by public feedback through trial, through fire, and through rejection into the plan we have before us today. Never before in the history of Oceanside has the Firefighters Association got behind a development. The public safety and infrastructure enhancements mean the difference between life and death for my district. We desperately need a second fire station in District 2. Call times are just under 10 minutes. Double what they should be. Every minute is a matter of life and death for my constituents who experience a car accident, a stroke, or God forbid, if there's a wildfire. As you know, they're building a permanent fire station with the fire truck. They're going to pay for some of the staffing, all the equipment, the necessary needs. Talking about traffic and infrastructure. Traffic is horrible in Oceanside today. I am here to tell you that many of Oceanside's roads and infrastructures are at their max capacity today. We are surrounded by cities that are building, and we have no control of it. Camp Pendleton brings 17,000 trips per day. College Bridge is at its max capacity of over 47,000 trips per day. Today, it's at its max capacity. If we were just to do a CEQA or environmental study today and we don't do any building, we cannot mitigate for impacts. We are over those impacts. In 2018, Oceanside had to place Measure X on the ballot. They had to raise taxes to help with desperately needed infrastructure. Why? Oceanside lacks the financial capacity to make multi-millions of dollars of road and infrastructure improvements. North River Farms has gone above and beyond on traffic mitigation and to offset impacts we desperately need. College Bridge, turning lanes, North River Road, 76, upgrading light technology. Through development, we have negotiated a home run for Oceanside of desperately needed road improvements that we could not otherwise afford. We lack economic development and opportunity in District 2. North River Farms will have an urban core village where I foresee a Bagby's type brewery, wine tasting rooms, a Pete's Coffee, or maybe even a Trader Joe's, where you could take your dog to enjoy a state-of-the-art dog park, ride a few laps around the bike trail, take the kids to get ice cream after the Little League games at Melba Bishop Park. With the proximity to Highway 76, Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Camp Pendleton, North River Farms Urban Village will be a gold mine of community and prosperity, all in the honor of preserving agriculture in Oceanside. No. Farmers are struggling with increased labor costs, water costs, and generational changes. Larger landowners are selling their lands because it doesn't pencil out to farm. South Moral Hill City staff and council all agree on the need to plan and protect agriculture through agrivision that promotes tourism and gives farmers more opportunity. A community vision plan and a general plan update will take many years and lots of funding that we do not have without outside help. Even with years of talk about a vision plan, there are some in South Moral Hills that want no change at whatever expense. For example, the Arrowwood development application was first submitted in the late 1980s after the then general plan update. So an application to build on strawberry fields was submitted a few years after a general plan update. Arrowwood was built on strawberry fields. They built 1,000 homes, a park, golf course as a part of negotiations and public feedback. Some in South Moral Hills did not want connecting roads that would have connected Wilshire through all the way to Douglas, which would have been an additional evacuation route. But because they did not want any infrastructure in South Morrill Hills, they did not want change, we lost out on an evacuation route back in the day. North River Farms will bring in the required infrastructure to support a community vision plan and a robust agritourism program. North River Farms is going above and beyond to ensure that agriculture stays successful, and as you know, they're contributing $1 million to expedite desperately needed vision for South Morrill Hills. Under the current zoning, as farmers are going out of business, you can build one house on 2.5 acres. Right now in Oceanside, we do not have the infrastructure to accommodate that much more housing without major improvements, right? So under the current zoning, with no requirements for infrastructure, the farmers can sub up the land in 2.5 acre lots. Guess what that equals? 1,400 homes. If we have 1,400 estate homes only for the rich, how are we going to pay for the infrastructure in my district? The last application,
hey, please keep it down.
The last application was submitted 30 years ago for Arrowwood is when it began. Here we are today, 30 years later, we're coming to a vote on a second development. So the idea that approving a development will open the door for unchecked development is a lie, because it hasn't happened for 30 years. I am passionate. OUSD is one of the lowest financially rated school districts in both the county and state due to many factors, including loss of enrollments. The youth of my district are struggling. We lack programs and opportunities to keep youth engaged during a vulnerable crossroad of life. North River Farms will be one of Oceanside Unified Schools districts, because in Oceanside Unified School District's greatest partners of success, with an immediate $5 million in fees paid and multiple enrollments. The Ecology Center and large farming operation will contribute to the development of new curriculums and field trips to ensure future generations appreciate farming, and that farming in Oceanside is always preserved. How long do I have left? I would like to make a motion to approve this project and go with option A.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone for coming. All your letters, all your emails. I know this has dragged on for a couple years now, and it's been before the Planning Commission twice, turned down twice. I want to start off by saying that SB 50 that people are concerned about, voice some concerns about, does not impact ag land at all. We are not required to build anything, any residential on ag land. It has been exempted from each and every SB 50 type bill. I will say also that this is not a farm that's being presented. It is definitely an urban project. And it is not consistent with the general plan. This is a Melrose project. All of the things that are being thrown in to try to sweeten the deal here is going to be part of what these folks have to pay. It's going to increase the costs of this housing. I can't even begin to imagine how much it's going to cost. Probably about $700,000, starting there. But Melrose, we have not done this kind of a higher cost housing with so many things that would have to be paid. I mean, there's no water, there's no sewer. I mean, all of the infrastructure is going to cost so much, and it's going to be on the backs of everyone that wants to look at a house in this project. This is urban sprawl in its worst. It's not It's not smart growth, which is what is required by Sandag. It is not transit-oriented development. It does not assist us in any way whatsoever to achieve and satisfy the requirements, our RHNA requirements, our regional housing needs assessment requirements, because what we need to be able to do that is affordable housing. That means very low and low. And this is not. This isn't even moderate. This is above moderate. And we actually have significant amounts of housing in that category. So this is not going to help us satisfy state law. In fact, it's going to bring us even farther behind in terms of our jobs to residents ratio. We have the worst jobs to residents ratio in the entire county. The entire county. And the independent study that was conducted by the city to see if we needed this land to be used for housing said no, by 2050 we would need this land for industrial because we need jobs. We need good paying jobs for our residents. Yes, it's true. Over 75% of our residents, our workforce, gets on the freeway to go somewhere else. Gets on the freeway. We need those jobs here. That's what we desperately need. So this does not include affordable housing. You know, it wouldn't be able to because it's so far away from services and there's no public transportation. So it would be hugely unacceptable to do any affordable housing there. So it doesn't even help us with affordable housing. Huge unmitigable negative impacts in housing and traffic transportation. This is going to so impact us on 76 in like the worst way, because we will have even more congestion, and we can't do anything about it. This project that is before us today is no different than the project that was before us before, that was turned down by staff recommending denial and by the Planning Commission recommending denial ×2. This is the same exact project, and staff is again recommending denial.
Why didn't staff examine this process that they just turned out?
What the staff report says is the significant impacts that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level and are therefore considered significant and unavoidable are related to population and housing growth. That is growth inducement. We heard a developer come forward and say, hey, I own 15 acres. I'd like to do this too. I want to be the next project here. That is not what this project should be. You know, it was being touted as a planned development by itself. It will not impact the rest of ag, and it will. This is going to prevent us from continuing agricultural uses. And ag has actually brought so much wealth to our community and to the North County. These are the largest farms in the entire county that has supplied flowers and tomatoes and so many crops to the rest of the area and the rest of the world. And we are ending that. Possibly tonight. We are going to be switching. We are not going to be able to produce as much in terms of the economy. And for me, that is a very, very scary suggestion and situation. This conflicts with our current planning and our going along and we're updating the general plan. The first two were climate action plan, which we finally adopted late in terms of the rest of the county, and also economic development. This does not comply with state mandates, reducing greenhouse gas, does not comply with our climate action plan, is going to make us fall farther behind in terms of jobs. It's not sustainable economically. There's no way that this retail is going to work. What's going to happen to the retail is the same thing that happened to the transit center. That retail space in a more urban area hasn't been able to attract one single business in how many years? Over, 13, 14 years? This is, again, development inducing. It's a Melrose, which to me, and this is a fire zone. I appreciate, Chief, you're coming up with a plan to mitigate, but this is not enough. A two-person team is just not enough. I am concerned about evacuation. There's something that we cannot control is the environment, is the weather, are the winds. And the bottom line is that the rest of the city taxpayers is going to have to subsidize this project. It's not going to be a plus. It's going to be a negative. That means that more money will be used by the general fund to fund this. I mean, it's well known that residential does not support itself, ever. It costs more to provide services. So less money for services for us means lower levels of service. So that means that our response times will be higher as well.
If you could wrap it up, please. You're out of time.
Thank you. So I am urging my colleagues, this is not a good project. It is not a good project. Our staff told us it is not a good project, and our staff worked so hard to try to get every single project through. Every single one. Have you ever seen them say, no, this is not a good project? This one is not a good project. Let me just tell you finally the numbers. We had 97 speakers. 36 were in support. Out of those 36, 10 were not Oceanside residents. So 61 people are against. 26 Oceanside residents support it. So on a 2-to-1, our residents do not support this project. I believe we should turn this down and do option B. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kime.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank staff for all their hard work over the last few years. I know this has been a daunting project. They've been in the middle of a lot of emotions and tensions, so thank you very much for your hard work. Also, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. Regardless of what color shirt you're wearing, I have a feeling that for many of these kids, it might have been their first involvement in the democratic process. And I'll address that later. But I have some questions for staff. I want to get into some of the weeds. If Ms. Hammond wants to address the, or I'm sorry, I'm for staff for the applicant. I'm sorry. For the applicant, I apologize. First, I want to go over, I broke it up into a couple areas. I want to address some of the traffic mitigation. So on condition 120, that's in prior to the issuance of the 100 building permit, that's going to be the construction of the 2 northbound to eastbound turn lanes.
Yes.
And to construct those, we have to acquire property from NCTD, correct?
We've committed to acquiring the property from NCTD, correct?
Okay. But the property hasn't been acquired yet, correct?
It has not been acquired yet, but we commenced discussions with NCTD starting in March of this year. They issued a formal letter to kick off the appraisal process in July, and that process has been sent out to the appraisers for selection. It's a federally funded transit center, so it has to go through a broader process than just at a local level. The selection of appraiser process has started, and we expect that an appraiser will be selected within the next 30 days, which will determine the value, and then we're able to acquire. It's 8 feet of right-of-way for the length.
Okay, I guess the broader process is one of my concerns.
Sure.
If that broader process, we fail to acquire that and we can't implement this mitigation, what Do we have any, what happens if we can't acquire that property and actually build these 2 lanes by the 100th building permit?
So we have an interim condition that includes some striping, and one of the reasons that we have an unmitigable impact listed is in the event of not being able to acquire the property. But we, at this point, see with all feasibility that that will be able to happen. That's been indicated by NCTD.
Okay, so if we don't acquire it, are we still going to continue with building homes, or are we just going to, are we going to restripe and continue building, or are we going to stop and construct that and wait till we acquire that property?
We're going to restripe and continue.
So and I think that's a big part of the traffic mitigation is that we come off the bridge, because I think the main part of the bridge mitigation is when you're going northbound, you make the right turn, and then those 2 lanes are dedicated to turn on eastbound North River Road.
Well, there's a couple sections. So the bridge itself is, the road gets widened all the way from Adams by Guahomie Park, and there's no right-of-way necessary to do that. The bridge itself gets widened. You come off of the bridge, and that is widened to allow for another turn lane. We're also doing an extension of 100 feet on the southbound North River Road turn pocket in front of the 99 cents or the Dollar Tree and Starbucks to allow for ingress egress onto the bridge. And then once you were on Vandergrift, the mitigation measure you were talking about is at the corner of Vandergrift and North River Road.
Thank you. And that's, I think that's my concern, is if this is too complicated of a process, if it doesn't work, an easy alternative is to restripe and go on, and so we wouldn't fulfill that. Going back, I want to go to condition 114, which is actual widening of North River Road between Wilshire and Stallion.
Yes.
So after the 21,000 ADT limit is hit and the roundabouts get constructed on 113, then that'll trigger 114, which is the widening, correct?
Correct.
So is that widening actually consist of construction of that road to 4 lanes, or is it just the widening and making the easement available so we can do it in the future?
The right-of-way is available, so we can do it in the future. The more easterly roundabout will be built to a 4-lane condition, and the more westerly roundabout will be able to be converted, as well as North River Road.
Okay, so I think there's some confusion in that maybe in the presentation. From Stallion east all the way to 76, it'll continue to be 2 lanes, correct?
From Stallion to Wilshire, it has an interim condition of 2 lanes.
Okay. Also, I have a concern about the, and this isn't something you can mitigate, but this is one of my concerns, the traffic and the signal timing on the 76. That's questionable if that's actually going to address the average daily trip increases on there. And so I have some concerns with that as well, but I want to go on to the ag operations, if you have.
Can I just interject about the traffic signal timing? That response was specific from Caltrans. That was their suggestion, and they tailored the mitigation language as such.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I preface that. I know that's out of your control, and 76 should be 3 lanes. We don't have any control of that either, do you? So I understand the lack of being able to address that part of it, but still, it's there. It's 2 lanes, and it's going to impact that again. Also, when we go, and one more thing before we go to the agriculture, with, if we do this and we end up building out Morrill Hills farther, and we actually do need to make North River Road 4 lanes from the 76 to Vandergrift, which I think we will, and make a bridge crossing at Melrose, are you willing to come back and actually, contribute to that? Because, the community, and that's what concerns the community. This development will actually, we'll use those. They'll need that if we do that down the road. And lacking a comprehensive plan right now, it's are we going to be able to address that later on?
Well, I think that our commitment to overfund the mitigation, that with the expansion of the bridge, with installing 2 additional traffic signals, in doing more than what's required, that was an effort to try to pay it forward for future planning efforts.
Thank you. I want to go to ag land real quick. I just have some questions about the farming operation and how do you see that working? What do you, what's going to be paid for by the HOA, what's going to be paid for by the CFD, because I think this is one of the main tenets of this project is the ag land. It's one of the big hooks for it, right,
Sure.
in that area. So, I mean, one of the most important parts is making sure that's a viable, solvent business.
Correct, yeah, and in fact, at the point that we brought this idea forward, we heard loud and clear from farmers in this area as well as other areas that they were struggling with things like labor and water costs. So in an effort to preserve agriculture long-term, we also have to ensure that it's financially soluble, and we understand that. So we originally proposed that the CFD would cover 3 components. It would cover a safety net for the agriculture and a baseline. It would cover infrastructure, a portion of it, and then public safety funding for fire. If the subsidy is not able to be provided through the CFD, then for the agriculture, then it would come through the homeowners association. And we have professional farming staff that have designed the farm plan. They've come in, they do this for a living, where they sell farm produce at retail prices or through CSA shares. So we underwrote it that way, with the understanding that the farm should just basically break even. It's not a profit center, and that's reflected in the fiscal. We just want to make sure that it can cover its bases.
Okay, understood. How much time do I have? Okay, I'll be quick. I'm concerned about if we can maintain that going forward and how much we're going to have to go into CFD, or if that could just turn in, especially with the massive increase in farmland and the new project, if we would have to, if that would just be empty, barren land. And that concerns me, especially with some of the challenges farmers have had in that area anyways.
Well, that's the goal about having the community involvement, is to ensure that it doesn't go fallow.
Okay. So for the CFD, going forward for the fire, the CFD, we're adding those 6 firefighters and the station. That's going to pencil out to almost 1.1 million a year. You know, that's 2,000 per house, almost 2,000 per house at 585. Those 6 firefighters that we wouldn't have added right now. So that's, you know, all that financial analysis is, you know, including our current staffing. So that's an additional 1.1 our city's going to have to budget for. So I'm concerned.
Well, that's coming from us, not from the city.
How are those, I'm trying to make this quick, how are those, if I can get 1 extra minute just to go over the CFD, I don't usually take much time. So how do you picture the CFD being structured? Are you going to do Melrose bonds, or how do you plan on getting it going and funding this fire station with only 100 occupancy?
It's a safety CFD, so yes, we will pay into it as homes close. And the same goes for all the elements in the CFD, as we would pay into it as homes close.
I'll simplify it all into one. What happens if the CFD is not enough to cover these? Is the city going to have to pick up that? Because we're not going to lay off firefighters.
No, I think there's 3 components of revenue that will pay in as the homes close. There's property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, things like that come. There's a CFD revenue, and then there's surplus special taxes, and all that will come when the bond's levied. So it's...
Okay. I guess my concern is, you know, if we have a recession, house properties drop, where they're half occupied, we still have 6 firefighters, a fire station. We have these things we need to pay for. At the end of the day, the city's going to have to cover that, and that's one of my main concerns. Going forward, and hold on, please. Hold on. I really appreciate, I know this has been a very tense process. I appreciate your decorum and how you've handled the entire process. And so I thank you for that. And that's all my questions.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
One more.
Go ahead.
I want to finish. I have many concerns about this project. I think the ones I raised today are the reasons why I think we need to have a plan and actually figure out where our permanent fire station is going to be, figure out the road on North River, if we need a bridge. And so I think the project's premature. However, I also want to address something else tonight. Some of the behavior I've seen, it's just been appalling. Some of the kids were here tonight. It's probably, like I said earlier, their first time involved in this democratic process. To be called scabs, in other words, I'm not going to repeat, I think is appalling, like I said. And I think we all need to take a good hard look. Whether there's this lack of decorum across the country, doesn't mean we have to do it here. We can be an example of how to disagree and treat each other with respect. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. Are my 10 minutes up? That's usually what happens. This is the words that Councilmember Sanchez was using were very much like the words that she said with Arrowwood years ago. I don't hear many complaints about Arrowwood now.
I wasn't there.
About 100 years ago, the entire city was farmland. It wasn't just out in the area that we're in. The police station was sitting on farmland not too awful long ago. We do need to finish roads. Douglas was supposed to cross and connect with Lower Wilshire or Upper Wilshire. Melrose was supposed to run from Morro Hills all the way to where it terminates now, which is on the backside of La Costa. And we can't. We've been very instrumental in taking roads out of our plan. We've taken out interchanges, roads, and that's the real crime that has occurred in my term on the council. We need to finish the bridge across the river, the Melrose Bridge, but that can't be completed. There's no reason to complete it if you're not doing the rest of Melrose all the way south to the connection at well, actually all the way up to Oceanside Boulevard. I didn't talk when anybody else was speaking. We do know that some of these farmers are not interested in farming anymore. But what do they do if they don't have things like this to rely on? The plan that the large farmers worked on, I think it was about 10 years ago, with the farmers bringing together money to start working on a plan that maybe would have already been in place if everybody wasn't fighting the issue. And I don't think all the farmers are on board with the no on NRF. I think there's a lot of room here that in the negotiations to have probably done a lot more in the last 10 years than what we accomplished. As the fire chief said, they shelter in place in places like North River Farms when there is an issue like this. There was one question that came up and I need to answer. 63 acres of open space and farms, is that out of the
68?
68?
And then almost 80 of open space and ag.
Could you come to the mic? My kids tell me I can't
I'm
hear
sorry.
anymore. So
There's 68.1 acres of agriculture and another 16 acres of open space and recreation. So
Okay.
right on.
Thank you for that clarification. The school district went from 22,000 down to just under 18,000 in the last few years. The schools need the money that this, I believe, would provide. We had a lot of things planned out in Morro Hills. At one time, a former council member wanted a trash transfer station built out in Morro Hills. I mean, frankly, that was industrial in that day and age, and probably would have saved us a lot of money throughout the city if they had done that, but it didn't get there. The owner of the property has made it very clear that they are not interested in trying to make farming work anymore because it's a hard deal, and farming's a hard thing anyway. The Feller Farm in the middle of Iowa is fallow all the time now, and unless they're growing corn for ethanol or whatever they use it for. But the farming is, fly over California, there's millions of acres of farming in this state. This is the median price in Oceanside is $535,000. I'm not sure my house is worth that, but you know, I could, if I wanted to move to this location, I could sell my house, make it affordable for somebody else, and move into North River Farms. I mean, that's how moving up works. I have huge family still in Oceanside, and they want to stay here, and I want to be able to help them stay here. So I'm going to second the motion.
Thank you. I just have a few comments to make, and similar to what the Deputy Mayor just laid out on traffic issues, I find it curious that a number of the speakers that are complaining about traffic issues are the same people that stood in front of us pushing to eliminate projects that would solve some of the traffic problems. Extension of Melrose, RDO interchange, Haymar connection between College and El Camino. In my mind, you can't have it both ways. You can't support eliminating traffic projects that help alleviate traffic and then complain because it's congested. So I don't see that the traffic is an issue. I agree we should be putting in Melrose the entire stretch, along with the other traffic improvements that have been on the city's circulation plan for decades. But I do think in regards to the Morro Hills area, there needs to be a balance in how the South Morro Hills is ultimately developed. I don't envision 2.5-acre lots spread out across the entire South Morro Hills area like the map that is in the vision plan that's one of the backup documents. So I think there's going to need to be some compromise. I think the lack of a current plan should not affect the decision tonight. As was mentioned, about 10 to 12 years ago, there was an effort started to do a plan. It had never resulted in a plan. I'm aware that there was, 3 years ago, there was direction by the council for the community to try to put a plan together. And again, that has not happened. And what I'd like to do is, separate from the motion on the project, I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to prepare an ordinance for council consideration prohibiting further development in South Morro Hills beyond what's permitted with the existing general plan and zoning until a community plan is prepared. An additional part of that motion is to direct staff to develop that South Morro Hills community plan, and that plan be presented to the City Council at a public workshop within 12 months. That plan would identify the maximum number of units to be developed, identify developable areas with appropriate density ranges, and needed infrastructure.
Is that a substitute motion?
It's not on the project itself, but yes, I want to make that as a motion that we direct staff to prepare that plan and bring it back to us within 12 months. They can get initial community input, but I want to make it clear that this is staff preparing a plan to bring back and present to the public and the council.
But can I interject here? So obviously we're not agendized to talk about really what I understand from the first part of that would be a moratorium on staff processing general plan amendments and rezones within South Morro Hills beyond what is allowed. If I understood it correctly, you would still allow staff to process development applications consistent with the general plan and zoning.
That's correct.
So it would effectively be a moratorium on processing new GPAs or rezones for that area. Obviously, we can't take action on that tonight, but you could refer it to us and we could bring it at a noticed public hearing in the future.
And the reality is 3 years ago when the decision was made to advance this project, that should have happened then, but it didn't. So anyway, that's my motion.
I'll second that motion. That's separate from.
So.
But there's a motion on the
We have a motion and a second on
first.
approving the project, so we're going to vote on that. And then after that vote, we will vote on staff bringing back this to come back with the plan for South Morrill Hills back within 12 months for us to vote on.
Correct.
Great. One comment I want to make, Ryan, on that, your concerns with traffic. If they can't secure the land, so to speak, we move on eminent domain for the 8 feet. And if the city attorney, if you can elaborate on that, just that process.
Well, I'm not sure, just for the record, that I agree with the applicant's response on that. If I heard the applicant correctly, should the project be approved, they think they can move on with additional building permits beyond
100.
the 100th building permit, but the condition is pretty specific in condition 120 on page 27 of the resolution. It mandates that those improvements be done prior to the issuance of the 100th building permit. Now, yes, you are proposed to adopt findings of overriding consideration for purposes of CEQA. There is a significant unmitigated impact at that site because of the uncertainty over the timing of it, but that doesn't relieve the applicant of compliance with condition 120. 120 is very specific in terms of when the improvements have to be done. So I don't believe, as presently phrased, that condition allows them to just move forward with permits 101 through 585 if those improvements are not done. So that is something that would be included typically, again, if this were to move forward tonight. If it fails, then we don't have to worry about it. But if the project moves forward, we would have a subdivision improvement agreement, probably concurrent with a final map, where this would all be detailed in more specificity. But based on the language of the existing condition, I don't think they could just move forward with the next permit if the improvement's not done.
Councilmember Sanchez.
I have a question on the second motion, so when we get to that.
Okay. So we have a motion and second, please.
Okay.
This is on the project.
Okay, I need to title the ordinance since it's for approval. So you have all the resolutions certifying the EIR, adopting the MMRP, the findings of overriding consideration, also the resolution approving all of the quasi-judicial actions, the vesting tentative map, development plan, et cetera. I'm required to title the ordinance for the rezone. So this is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, California, amending the zoning map designation from agricultural A to plan development PD, and amending the zoning district land use designation consistency matrix of Article 2 of the 1992 zoning ordinance to support the North River Farms project located on North River Road in the northeastern portion of the city.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Time, Sanchez, no.
Second motion.
So I made that second motion, and I believe Councilmember Keim had seconded it.
I have a question. So my recollection was that in some discussions when we were talking about staff's recommendation that we not move forward on this project until we have our own planning process, and that this come after the planning process. I recall that the estimated time would be 2 years to finish this process and then entertain whatever. And your motion, Peter, is to do this within 12 months rather than 2 years.
Yes, it's to prepare the community plan. What staff is going to be embarking on is the update to the overall land use element, which would have CEQA analysis along with it. This community plan would not have that. Should the community plan be approved, then that would have to get rolled into the ultimate update of the land use element.
So bottom line is that there would be a moratorium. This direction staff would be the moratorium during that 12-month period, but it could actually be extended. My question is, it can actually be extended until the whole process is done. Because we can't just plan one little tiny area.
It'd be all of South Morro Hills.
Well, it has to be in connection with the rest of the city. So I would imagine that we would need to know how it's going to connect to the rest of the city in terms of, updates.
My issue is no further development until the community plan is prepared. If you want to tie it into a 3-year process, then I'm not going to, I'll withdraw that.
Well, we can revisit that at the time.
My concern is we're going to have other developers coming in.
Well, that's
we
had one tonight.
And making proposals, and I want to stop that from happening until we have the community. The community plan should have been done 10 years ago, and it should have been done 3 years ago. We failed to do it. My issue is start the process, have it done in a year, and no new applications other than the...
Well, it should have been done 3 years ago. Unfortunately, we ended up with a 2-2 council to not go forward at the time. And I did want it to be done, and I was really pushing for that. I will support this, but I think we do need to extend the moratorium until we are completely done with the update to the land use and to the transportation traffic plan, because I mean that is essential that it all be connected. So
right now the direction of staff is just
excuse me, sir, I'm talking.
12 months.
Thank you very much.
Okay, got it.
This is a really, really bad night tonight, because I think this was a really bad plan. I think that Councilmember Christopher Rodriguez should have taken himself out of the process. I will go ahead and vote for this, but I think we need to process the entire thing, because that's the only way that you can't just do one piece of the puzzle.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Direction, because this is not an agendized item, the direction is simply to staff with basic criteria. They're going to come back, and then we can vote on it and discuss it.
You don't have to explain.
Got it. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
So we have a council policy to not take new items after 10 o'clock without a council vote. Given that it's 11:30, I'm going to make a motion that we recess and come back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to finish item 25, which is the public hearing on the rate increases.
Can I ask how many people are here for the water? Can you come back tomorrow? What time tomorrow morning?
10 o'clock. Motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
So we will recess until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Those costs are considered pass-throughs, and these are examples of some of the pass-throughs that are included in the proposed rate increases for water. In summary, staff is recommending a 3% increase to the city's internal rates, as well as increases to the San Diego County Water Authority Infrastructure Access Charge, a reduction in the Metropolitan Water District Readiness to Serve charge, and this is due to decreases in costs that were seen due to reductions in water use over time, and then an increase in the San Diego County Water Authority surcharge. I have a few example bills for single-family residential. This particular slide shows example bill increases for a single-family residential customer using 6 units of water per month on the left, 11 units of water a month in the middle, and 24 units of water on the right. So from $1.64 to $7, depending on use, and these are just examples. For multifamily residential customers, examples include 98 cents per dwelling unit for someone using 3.5 units to $2.59 for someone using 9 units. And commercial, recycled, And staff is also recommending a 3% increase on the fire protection line service. This is a separate charge and flat according to, it's not charged according to the service size. The slide shows a comparison of where Oceanside's water ranks according to similar agencies in San Diego County. This depicts a single-family residential customer using 11 units of water. It is the 5th lowest rate in the county and below the regional average of $92. I did go back and look at where we ranked in 2017, and at that time we were 9th lowest, but more expensive than Carlsbad, and we've moved a little bit around on the chart, so we're still very competitive in comparison to other agencies. We have a lot of infrastructure projects going on in the utility, and we have a lot of efforts within the group as well to go after alternative funding sources, and I wanted to provide some detail as to some of the grants that have come in recently. On the top are 3 grants that we know with certainty that we will receive in this fiscal year. We have a state water bond grant for 2 projects for the recycled water system and pure water Oceanside, as well as 2 grants from the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, totaling $8.42 million. Those funding sources have been programmed into the long-term costs and revenues for the utility and factored into today's recommendation. In addition to the 3 grants shown here, we do have 3 outstanding applications that are in process, which total over $16 million, and we are awaiting notification from those agencies to see what our grant award may be. On the bottom part of the chart are other programs that help defer some of the costs to users, including the MWD Local Resources Program, which is a rebate program that was just approved by the Metropolitan Board this week. Over a 15-year period, it will rebate $43 million back to the utility on the water bills. We were also accepted to apply for 2 EPA WIFIA loans in the amount of $89 million. That loan money can be issued at a lower cost than a typical bond issuance. And we will be working with all of our financial consultants later in the month to put together a funding plan that helps us to best prioritize the funding sources so that we are spending and issuing debt appropriately and at the lowest cost. So this is a slide projecting what rates would be if we were to move forward with all of the local water supply projects, and a scenario in which we did not move forward with those local supply projects. And as I've talked to this group before about local supplies being so important in really reducing our rates, I think this is very indicative of what we've seen with previous local supply projects and those cost savings. So the development of local supplies has historically helped to keep our rates low for the city in comparison to other San Diego water agencies, and you've seen that on one of the prior slides. It reduces the long-term fixed costs associated with imported water purchases. And this slide shows a 10-year period of cumulative rate increases, which are anticipated to be 21% with local water supply projects, and that's the blue line on this graph. Over the same 10-year period, cumulative rate increases without local supply projects are anticipated to be 29%, shown in orange on this graph. So there is a savings of approximately 8% over that 10-year period by continuing forward with pure water Oceanside and recycled supplies. This companion chart shows a 10-year look ahead of projected monthly water bills for single-family residential customers using 11 units of water, which was our regional comparison. In blue are projected rates with local supplies. In orange are projected rates without local supplies. This slide depicts our progress towards meeting the 50% local supply goal by 2030. Currently, we have approximately 11% of our supplies provided locally through the Mission Basin Aquifer as well as recycled water. After phase 1, in approximately 6 years, with implementation of Pure Water Oceanside as well as a portion of the recycled water system, we anticipate 33% of local supplies will be provided. And after phase 2, in 2030, over 56% of our supplies will be provided locally. Moving on to wastewater. The city's sewer utility provides all sewer services, including sewer conveyance, pumping, treatment, disposal, as well as billing. As with the water utility, staff works 24/7 to ensure that the wastewater flows in the pipes and does not flow into the beach or into waterways. On an annual basis, the utility treats over 4 billion gallons of wastewater conveyed through 450 miles of pipe and 34 lift stations. And as I mentioned previously, we are excited to be working on several projects which will ultimately beneficially reuse all wastewater in the city. This is a similar graph for single-family residential, this time for wastewater, showing low, medium, and high uses and the billing cost increases. Here is an example increase for a multifamily residential customer, a master metered customer, a customer in a manufactured home. And in comparison to our regional wastewater agencies, we are right below the regional average of 55.97. So we're right in the middle. Our goal is to be in the median area with the rate. So I think we're there. The last utility, City Waste Services, pays for street sweeping, landfill maintenance, right-of-way cleanup, risk management associated with the utility, code enforcement to support solid waste. The fee is not associated with the rates paid to waste management, and the primary driver for the rate increase is the stormwater trash mandate. Rates are proposed at an increase of 25 cents to customers on public streets and 23 cents for customers on private streets. So the folks on private streets are not charged the street sweeping component of the rate. I thought this was worth a mention to provide a comparison of where California infrastructure rates. And the American Society of Civil Engineers provides an infrastructure report card on an ongoing basis that assigns a letter grade to each infrastructure category to more effectively communicate the general state of California infrastructure. It looks at capacity, condition, funding, future need, operations and maintenance, public safety, resilience, as well as innovation. The water grade for the state of California is a C, and the wastewater grade for the state of California is a C+. And although this may not exactly reflect what is going on in the Oceanside utility, it does provide a comparison to where utilities are within the state. Important to note as well about what the rates are paying for. In this year, there will be several miles of pipe that will be replaced in the downtown area. Reservoirs that store water for distribution are being refurbished and retrofitted to ensure that they survive earthquakes. We will be expanding the recycled water treatment system, upgrading the waste electrical system, adding 2 new wells and a brine optimization project, as well as implementing indirect potable reuse or pure water Oceanside. In the sewer utility, we have a companion project in the downtown area to replace several miles of pipeline. We will be replacing one large sewer lift station, the Oceanside Boulevard lift station, decommissioning a wastewater treatment plant and replacing it with a sewer lift station. We have several pipeline capacity upgrade projects, as well as ongoing repair of sewer digesters and upgrades at the wastewater treatment plant. And when we look at our rates, a way that we can measure how we're doing in comparison to other agencies, in addition to the rate comparison, is looking at how many main breaks have we had per 100 miles of pipe. The City of Oceanside has had 1.9 main breaks per 100 miles during the 2018 time period, so we're doing fairly well in comparison to our neighboring agencies in San Diego County. A similar comparison for the sewer system shows that we've had 1.2 sewer overflows per 100 miles of sewer pipe, and we have some neighbors that have quite a large gap between where we're at, so we're doing quite well here as well. The impacts to the utility for the water fund include an additional $531 in increased revenue for fiscal year 20. This is for the period of January through June. It meets the bond coverage of 1.4 times, fully funds infrastructure replacement, debt, as well as additional increases associated with water commodity and pass-through charges. It funds the reserve set by policy at $6.6 million. In the sewer utility, the rate increase funds an additional $454,000 in sewer revenue, again for the period January to June, meets the bond coverage, fully funds infrastructure, debt, and increases associated with chemical and sledge hauling cost increases. It funds the reserve set by policy at $4.5 million. And for city waste services, it provides an additional $100,000 in revenue and allows the utility to operate in the black. Staff's recommendation is shown here. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be available for questions.
Do we have public?
Yes, we do. We have 5 speakers. Our first speaker is Mitchell Robin, to be followed by Joan Brown, to be followed by Michael Terrera.
Hear me. Mitchell Robin, 2536 Cornwall Street, resident ratepayer. Your notification to the residents here says that cites Article 13D of the California State Constitution and Prop 218 Omnibus Implementation Act. Prior to that, you state, if by the close of public hearing, written protest against the rate increases and pass-through charges are not presented by a majority of property owners or tenants responsible for paying the bills, the City Council will be authorized to adopt. Okay, that's a gross misstatement of the actual laws or statutes which you're citing yourselves. In 53753 California Government Code, sub B, each notice shall also include in a conspicuous place thereon a summary of the procedures for the completion, return, tabulation, assessment of ballots required pursuant to subdivision C, including a statement that the assessment shall not be imposed if the ballots submitted in opposition to the assessment exceed the ballots submitted in favor of the assessment. A normal democratic process, not some imaginary super majority that's unidentified. Sorry for the sarcasm. If you rely on Article 13D, which you cite, in sub 2, if written protests against the proposed fee or charge are presented by a majority of owners of the identified parcels, the agency shall not impose a fee or charge. This is only indicating where you get your protesters, either for or against. It doesn't say of all identified parcels or all potential anything, or it doesn't use the word total. If you go back to 53753, in sub E, sub 4, it repeats the same language from before very clearly. A majority protest exists if the assessment ballot submitted and not withdrawn in opposition to the proposed assessment exceed the assessment ballot submitted and not withdrawn in its favor. So opposition versus favor. Then sub 5, if there is a majority protest against the imposition of the new assessment, the extension of the existing assessment, or an increase in the existing assessment, the agency shall not impose. So again, your pamphlet's just a gross misstatement of the actual laws which you're citing yourselves. So with that, I'd say that while you probably fulfilled all the statutory timelines as far as putting this out, it's invalid in that you've misstated the law to everybody concerned. So with that, I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Is Joan Brown here? Nope. Michael Terrera, to be followed by Michelle Castellano-Keeler, to be followed by Earl Callender.
So just for the record, it's Michael Terrasa. I'm a homeowner here in Oceanside, and when I moved here 2 years ago, my rates for water doubled essentially overnight, which for me was a red flag. So looking into this further over the past 2 years, I've identified that the current pricing structure for the water rates here in Oceanside disproportionately hurts low-income families and elderly, namely and specifically in the way that we pass along fixed service charges to our customers and consumers. I would think that as a consumer of water, it would be fair and equitable, which is the legal term, to pass along those fixed service charges in a manner that is in parallel and directly correlated with the amount of water actually consumed, rather than arbitrary metrics of dwelling size and unit size. To give you a perfect example of that, a commercial business which has a significant size of the actual meter could be on a shutdown and not actually use any water for that month. Therefore, they're going to pay a much higher rate than the residential family that has water running consistently through that month. Is that fair? And to go back to the point of low-income families and disproportionately hurting them, if we're passing along that cost of ownership, which I'm completely supportive of, but we're passing it along based on consumption rather than those arbitrary metrics, then it's actually going to be passed along in direct correlation with the actual amount of water consumed and on the wear and tear on the pipes and the infrastructure. So thinking about that, Representative Keim, as my district member, we have a number of low-income families and elderly in our district. So I implore you and I encourage you to look into this further. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members.
Good morning. Michelle Castellano-Keeler, Oceanside resident and agricultural operator in South Morrow Hills. Look, I don't like a rate increase as much as the next guy, but if increases are necessary, then we would rather have a financially strong water department and absorb that rate versus maintain a lower rate and potentially have a bankrupt water department. We have been very happy with your current department, and we support their rate increase findings, and we also support developing more local water supplies. And lastly, I would just like to comment, after sitting here for almost 6 hours last evening, listening to how passionate Oceanside seems to be about keeping agriculture in Oceanside, I would also encourage that there's an agricultural water rate that encourages agriculture to stay in Oceanside and to thrive in Oceanside. Thank you.
Earl Callender?
Earl Callender, Calusa Drive, Oceanside. I'm also chagrined to come before the council and the staff because of Prop 218. There's very little hope felt by a ratepayer that you can overcome these requested increases, which are pretty much on an annual basis, even though they may be quote-unquote flat in another particular year. I'm sadder still to see some of the verbiage that the staff puts in their report, especially on page 1, They're talking about meeting expenses and to meet the inflationary costs associated with operations, chemicals, building, and labor. I don't know, can't tell from the data whether that 3% for internal funds is intended to be that inflationary cost. The staff also says there are no rate increases for 2018. Well, there's a lot of playing around with the numbers here. If you go to 2017, those numbers apply to 2018, 2019. So that's just a word game. I also refer to the deferral of both inflationary as well as wholesaler increases that were absorbed rather than passed on to the customer. Who are we fooling? They were paid by ratepayers, taxpayers prior to that flat year. What about inflation and CPI? Inflation is obviously intended to be in this increase. CPI, both of them hover around 2.1%. We have one increase for waste management of 5%. Where's the logic of that? I know you and I, and virtually everybody in the city, do not get CPI and inflationary increases each year. It's virtually unheard of. You may get one or the other. CPI also, and by the way, I think you are educated enough to know that CPI covers the purchasing of all items under the index each year. Nobody does that either, to my knowledge. For the 5% increase for solid waste waste management, typically, from what I can gather from the background, they usually request 3.5% of their allowable increase under the contract. So where's the rest of that money going that the 5% is being requested now? I assume it's going into the internal funds. And what about change of use patterns? Another gentleman mentioned that. In 2016-17, I know I dropped the 20% as requested by this city and requested by the state. But since then, my rate has doubled. I now pay 44% more than I did before. Business type, financial records indicate in 2018 that the enterprise funds and business type activities where water and sewer and wastewater reside are very, very healthy. They have assets worth $28.4 million in water and wastewater.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
And $5.8 million in revenues was added last year to the coffers. So, and yet we're still asking for more, $2 million more. Finally, what happened to the basic business practices? You cut back usage, you lower the price to increase usage if you want. When the water came back through the rain and the snowfall last year, nothing's been rolled back to us. The rate increases stay there, and still we ask for more. I urge you to change these increases.
There are no more speakers, but this is a public hearing.
So if there's anyone here that has not submitted their protest, now would be the time to do it. And if there's no other speakers, and no one's coming forward to give you a protest, then we will close the public hearing portion of this. And Mr. Mullen, if you could address the speaker's item issue on Prop 218, and then we'll come to staff.
So the first speaker, I think his name was Mr. Robbins, raised an argument, if I understood him correctly, that somehow this process is suspect because we didn't do a balloting, and the statute that he referenced relates to assessments, not to property-related fees. Water fees under both Prop 218 and the Omnibus 218 Implementation Act, as well as applicable case law, are property-related fees, and they are subject to a majority protest hearing, not to a balloting.
Thank you. Ms. Dale, would you like to address any of the other comments?
Sure. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'd like Mr. Bugbee to talk about the pricing structure in terms of the fixed service charges and the amount of water consumed, not associated with the dwelling size.
Good morning, everyone. So the way that we set the fixed service charges here in Oceanside, really we develop those rates to recover what we're deeming as the
the fixed cost of the utility. So in this case, what we're including within that fixed charge is a small customer service component, which is really the same for each meter size, and that's really just the cost of billing, outreach, kind of what it takes to serve each individual customer. The other component of it that varies by meter size then is related to maintaining the capacity within the system that it takes to be able to serve each one of those connections. So whenever somebody comes in and connects to the system, pays their connection fee, the city's on the hook to be able to provide service to that connection, whatever size the meter is. So if it's a 5/8 inch meter, then our system needs to be designed that we can provide them with 20 or 30 gallons per minute. If it's a 1 inch meter, then that same connection, we need to have a system in place to be able to serve about 100 gallons per minute. So that's why we have that capacity component of the fee. What we're collecting through that portion of the fee here in Oceanside is mostly related to capital costs. So there's some metering costs in there, but then also most of the debt service costs are collected through that fee, because we know that this system that we have built and put in place, we need to maintain it and have our capital infrastructure there to be able to serve those users. One thing that we do here to try to account for the different way that different types of customers utilize their meters. So we know that a 1 inch meter at a single family home is utilized a little bit differently than a 1 inch meter at a commercial business. And that's why we have those differential charges for each of the different types of customers. So we actually look at how users with each meter size from each customer class are utilizing water, and what their kind of true capacity demand is on the system, and we use that to modify those charges. And that's why we have a lower charge for the single family residential meters, and then it kind of steps up to irrigation, because once we get to those meters, we find that those, based on the customer data and the usage data that we have, we can see that those irrigation meters are using water, more consistently at that maximum rate than a single family or a multi-family might. I think that should clear it up.
And then I will address Mr. Keller's comments about the solid waste city services different from waste management. It is different than waste management. As you know, the waste management contract came before you in the spring of this year. Per their contract, they request a CPI increase tied to a federal index. This is for internal services related to maintaining the streets, code enforcement, and other internal service charges. I did also want to expand on an ag water rate with Michelle Castellano's comment. We do offer 3 different ag rates for our customers. The first one is just a commercial ag rate. And that one actually has the highest rate of the 3 available to customers that do farm. The second rate is called a special agricultural rate, and this is offered through the Water Authority. Unless you have been grandfathered into this water rate and have been using it for a long time, you're not eligible to opt into this rate. By entering into an agreement to buy water at this lower water rate, which is somewhat offset by revenue from the Water Authority, the agricultural customers agree to cutbacks during times when the state mandates water conservation. In 2017, we did add an Oceanside agricultural rate to be in alignment with the Water Authority agricultural rate, and it's available to users that may not be grandfathered into the program but still want to take advantage of the lower cost pricing structure. It still has the requirement to cut back if they're called upon to do so by the state. So there are a couple different pricing structures available in support of the agritourism goal.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Really quick, what is the difference in the rate between the commercial and the Oceanside program?
Are you asking the cost or the structure of it?
Difference in cost.
Okay, I've got that here. So the regular ag commercial is $279 per unit, and the Oceanside and the Water Authority ag is $183. So it's about $1.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So my first and foremost, this is a lot of information to take in. I know it's worked its way up to this point, and I've reviewed all the documentation up to this point. One of the most important documents to me that I would have liked to review a lot sooner was the cost of service study for years 2020 and 2021. That was not provided to the council or public until November 1st. And I've been scrambling to go through it and review what I can to be able to ask questions on behalf of my constituents to justify the increase in water rates. And so I have a few questions in that document, which I don't know if my colleagues have had a chance to review. On page 24, do you have that document in front of you? Yeah, item 3.4, the chart. Pull that up. Under water, we're looking at operating expenditures for 2019 all the way through 2024. And I'm showing a line item of an interfund service charge. On average, each year it's $4 million. That's underwater, and so we're at $4 million there, and we'll get into what the interfund is. And then on page 43, item table 5-2, under wastewater, so under the wastewater umbrella, we have close to, I think it averages about $4.6 million a year in interfund. And so when you do the math, you're at $8.5 million on interfund per year, and when you break that down per working hour, that's $4,000 per working hour each hour the city's open. And my concern is we're asking ratepayers to increase rates, and that's a lot of money under that umbrella that I don't understand the methodology behind how that's charged. How are we billing? How are we saying this staff member worked this and this department finance did this for this department and we're going to charge this, and how we consolidate and reconcile all that to justify charging $8.5 million a year before asking for a rate increase. So with that being said, if you could please, number one, explain why we didn't get the report, and two, how we can justify $8.5 million a year in an interfund under those two umbrellas, and how that's factored and came up with.
Councilmember Rodriguez, honorable council members, yeah, I'm happy to address that. The interfund charges for general overhead associated with operating the city. There's an administrative directive which spells out how those charges are allocated not only to the utility but every department in the city. So it pays for things like finance, it pays for the city attorney's office, it pays for the city council. It is generally an overhead cost which is typically charged to cities that don't otherwise have those costs contained within their own district. So for instance, a special district would be incurring those costs, but it wouldn't be called a interfund charge. It would just be their finance or their other supporting departments that would support the operation of the utility.
So under this administrative directive, which I would like to see, it spells out the details and the rules under what we're charging and what that equals, because in my mind, if someone works an hour or is there an hour, is it equal to what their salary and what those are, or are we charging above and beyond that unit? like how is that factored? What's the methodology behind charging $8.5 million in this? Because ratepayers are paying for this.
Right. It's transparent. It's available on the intranet, and we can get you a copy of that admin directive, but it is very specific in terms of like a percentage based on some of the contracts or the number of personnel in a department. And as I mentioned, it is charged uniformly, not only to the utility, but other departments in the city.
Okay. So for January through June, we're looking at about $1.1 million in additional revenue from these rate increases, roughly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So 531, and then so what is that? What is it? What is the total for a year between all three departments? For I think let's just look at 19 or 20. Sorry, just roughly. I trying to figure out the annual rate increase from everything.
If you want an exact number, we can have Alex work on that, but back of the envelope would be just a double
Is
that.
like 2 point, is like double that?
It's a little bit more, it's a little bit more than double because we get more water consumption in the second half of the year.
Got it.
But yeah, it's just about double that.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's my next question? What internal restructuring, consolidations, or optimizations has your department done to cut costs before going back to ratepayers and asking for a rate increase?
Councilmember Rodriguez, that's a very good question. I have a long list to go through for you. In the past 9 years since I've been here, we've made tremendous efforts to really optimize the utility and ensure that we are moving forward with stable rates instead of big peaks and valleys in the rates. So we're seeing that as a result of implementing a lot of the measures that I'm going to discuss. One of the larger measures is consolidating our wastewater treatment to the San Luis Rey facility. That is currently underway, and that project will be breaking ground in 2020. We've also put together a plan to optimize the most cost-effective water resources. So we have a priority on how we use those water resources, with the lowest cost water being used first, so that our costs are as low as they can be to our ratepayers. And in addition, we have entered into contracts at our water treatment facility to treat water, sell that water to neighboring agencies, which brings in additional revenue to offset some of our fixed costs. We have participated in reverse auctions, which was a recommendation by the grand jury in 2010. That we tried that. That didn't work all that well, but we have tried alternative methods that we hope will save ratepayers money. Instead of moving forward with reverse auctions as of late, we have piggybacked on state contracts. We have also entered into rebates for sales tax related to drinking water chemical purchases as allowed by California law. We've evaluated energy tariffs, installed solar, clean heat and power, and we're moving towards implementation of more of these. We are contracting a majority of our capital projects versus hiring additional in-house staff. We have conducted process optimization at all 4 of our treatment facilities in 2013 and have been implementing those process optimization studies since that time. This past August, City Council also approved a process optimization contract so we can build on those studies. We've recently implemented the outsourcing of door tagging functions for our meter services division. That happened just this past week. It's been very successful, and we'll be monitoring that as it moves forward. We've also implemented quite a few automation projects, including entire replacement of the SCADA system, which is the control system for all of our plants, pump stations, and chemical treatment. We will be implementing automated meter reading in 2020. We produced a web portal where previously we had staff entering data, testing results into a database. We now have outside contractors, once they complete a test, go to the web portal, they enter that in. So we don't have the data entry need by in-house staff anymore. We have moved forward with the design and construction of a LEED Gold facility at the Mission Basin. This saves us water, it saves us energy, and so it saves us costs. On other designs, we've redesigned the Oceanside Boulevard lift station so that we are not inefficiently pumping wastewater twice in order to get it to the centralized treatment facility. We've conducted condition assessments of all 4 treatment plants to prioritize the projects that have the greatest needs, and we'll be moving forward with an update to those condition assessments in this next year. We've also implemented design build as a construction method in some cases where it's appropriate instead of the typical design bid build. So those are a few of the things that we have implemented in the years I've been here.
Thank you. Seems like several of those items we're just now moving into, so we'll be able to see the savings in the future, which is I fully support that. My last question, and I know my time's running out. Thank you for all that information. When I saw that slide of Oceanside's water rates compared to other cities, the first thing I thought to myself was, I wonder what the median income in those cities are. And I know being Oceanside, we're up and coming, we're growing, housing affordability and housing costs and expenses for utilities is really weighing in on a lot of my constituents. And so what efforts can be made to help lower income families, seniors? I know you stated some, I don't know if it was assembly bill or what have you that, gives some restrictions, but is there any workarounds? Is there any creativity that can be done to help the lower income families in Oceanside? I know they do it with SDG&E and our seniors.
Councilmember Rodriguez, honorable council members, it's certainly something that has been discussed a lot at the rate hearings in the past, and it's something that's on the radar for the state of California, and there's an effort moving forward at the state level to assist with this. But here at the city, we have designed the rate structure to be tiered so that the lowest tier does provide a pricing incentive, or the pricing structure is set at a lower level so that not only seniors or low income customers can take advantage of that pricing structure by using less water, but other constituents as well. We do have programs available, though, in the city that will help customers reduce their bills. One of those is the WaterSmart portal, which is a online tool that works in concert with the billing system and provides customers with information on their water usage, as well as suggests rebates that are available based on their water use. The metering infrastructure that will be moving forward in 2020 will also provide a lot of data analytics for people to better manage their use. The Water Authority also offers WaterSmart checkups that are free to customers. There's a turf rebate replacement program that's available, and there are also other rebates for high-efficiency clothes washers and toilets. And at the state had developed, they had passed a 2015 Low-Income Water Rate Assistance Act, and the state board is currently developing a plan to implement that in the state. It comes with quite a few challenges to implement that at the local level because it does come with a cost. It is quite burdensome to implement, and we're awaiting to hear from the state how that will be rolled out to all of the agencies in the state of California.
Got it. Just quickly, how is SDG&E able to do a lower income program and water utilities is not?
Councilmember, water rates are subject to Proposition 218. So they have to be based upon the cost of providing the services. Electrical rates are not. To the extent that the city wants to subsidize rates for the low income, it would have to come from non-ratepayer sources. In other words, you can't raise the rates of one class of users to pay the costs associated with another. You'd have to use general fund proceeds or some other legally available funds.
Got it. Sorry guys, are we able to, up here, what would be the impacts of making the agricultural rate the same across the board for commercial and the Oceanside program? Just for all agriculture at the $1.83?
So maybe I'll try to answer that and have Mr. Bugby add to my answer. The reason that rate is able to be at a lower rate than the ag commercial is that we're able to justify a reduction based on the nexus to the cutbacks should ag be asked to cut back. So without that agreement for an ag customer to cut back, that isn't meeting cost of service principles.
So they would just have to sign an agreement and then they can have the $1.83 rate?
That's correct. It's available to anyone that is open to that.
Are you guys under that rate or other large owners?
We are not under that rate. We used to be. We stopped. Most commercial agriculture operators no longer go under that rate because what you're saying is, and I'm going to use my own words so I'm not as professional, we are under that rate, but then when there's a cutback, we have to stop using water. Well, we have to cut back our use.
Well, you don't have to cut back any of your use, but you could get charged. No, I'm just.
Oh, okay. I wanted to introduce Teresa Gomez. She's a senior management analyst and works with a lot of the agricultural customers in the communities, expert on the ag rate.
I would just say that you don't have to stop using water. What happens is that it would be in an increased cost.
Correct.
If you exceeded an allocation.
Correct, which we would absolutely exceed our allocation. So at that point, we can no longer afford at the higher rate to irrigate our crop. So we're looking for more of a consistent rate.
How do we increase that allocation? What is I didn't even know there was an allocation on the like I'm on the ag rate for property. So if I use too much, it cuts off. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, what we had discussed, because we did discuss it, was that you're set, if we go into cutbacks based on the state, it's based on what they call from DWR down to metropolitan, but it's typically based on the last year that we had no cutbacks and no drought or any other actions. Say it was an 8% or a 13% cutback. What we would do is look at your usage at that target year, and you would be cut back 8% of what you used on a monthly period. So if you use that in August, you would be cut back by 8% the following August. We also, though, let you bank your usage. Mm-hmm. So if you are exceeding it and you're reducing more, that extra, it goes into a bank that you're eventually at the end of 1 year reconciled. Mm-hmm. And in fact, with the last cutback that we had, no one ended up with any type of excessive rate. They were all credited back.
So what I'm hearing is you guys can, correct me if I'm wrong, you can get on the 183 if the state says, hey, you guys got to cut back at that point or whenever it's reconciled. What will their new rate be for the overage? Would it be the 283 or will it be at what they're currently paying now?
It's what it would be is 2 times the tier 2 rate with MWD. So for instance, where they're paying
$1.83. It could be as much as $4 for that exceeds it. And they are required on that month to pay that excess. But as I said, it goes into a bank and then it is refunded at the end or reconciled.
What are you guys paying right now per?
$2.70.
This is probably a conversation we need to have.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can talk.
Well, I'm
offline.
trying to.
Happy to.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's already set up. So,
And I would just like to add, if when you looked at the study, if you look at Appendix B, there's a list of all of the internal service charges, and it includes fleet maintenance, building rent, COC building rent, the cashiering, space allocation, building debt service, and fleet replacement funds. So there's a whole here. Deputy Mayor Feller.
Wow. I discussed with you, I hate percentages because it's lay people like to know it's 51 cents more than 3%. Compounding percentages, I prefer the other, but you have to do what you have to do. You brought up the decommissioning of La Salina and the pump station. Question I had is it new pipe running from there to La Salina?
Deputy Mayor Feller, honorable council members, I would like Lindsay Leahy to address that. She's our principal water engineer.
Good morning, Councilman Feller, honorable mayor, city council. So we will be running a new section of pipe from essentially Pacific or La Salina to Mesa Garrison. That's around El Camino and Oceanside Boulevard. At that point, we will be tying into an existing pipeline that we will be repurposing. And that will take the flows from that location the rest of the way to San Luis Rey.
Okay. Well, that's all I had on that. I think I'm in a daze from last night. I can't seem to find where I wrote. I'm getting how we, this gentleman over here, I believe, talked about notification and how that all works. I think it would behoove us in this process to, we bill every month, so, 3-4 months ahead of time, let them know that the ballot is coming. And just because, I asked you how many we received in prior years. If we give them a ballot, it obviously shows that they want to use it with 3,200 submissions. It's like any election. If somebody doesn't want national elections, not everybody goes out and votes. Same in local elections. They just don't vote if they don't want to. But if we remind them what it is that's coming, whatever the dollar amount be, so that they have the opportunity to send that back in or not. I don't think it should. I don't think you can. I don't know. It's implied consent if they don't send the protest back in. So I think that's what I'm trying to cover here. Is I think that's one of our hitches in the get along. I was pleased to see that there were protest letters. I protested. Every one of my daughters with 7 children each protested. I can't even imagine what's showering and the use and the how that can affect them. But it's and I'd like to see us. You know, I don't see that I can support any more increases without getting more people involved in the process. So, however you get there, I'm going to support this because I know we have a huge. We don't have the pipe break a day like many cities do. We are very strong on maintaining and keeping things moving, but I think that enough might be enough, and if we just have to make sure that we're just if it's pennies, it's one thing, but if it's dollars. I think that's a different thing. So I'm going to move staff's recommendation.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. Please.
I'll go ahead. We have 2 ordinances in a reso. I'll need to title the ordinances. I'm assuming you want to vote. The motion includes both ordinances. So this is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 29, establishing wastewater user rate increases, and an introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 37, establishing water user rate and external water provider charge increases.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
And with that, we will adjourn to our next regular scheduled meeting at 3:30 on Wednesday, November 20th.